All right, my fellow men of culture, today's story is straight up cinema. This guy gets absolutely done dirty by his childhood friends, and meanwhile, he's out here summoning dragons like a total Chad. This is peak beast tamer life. We kick things off in the sleepy mid-village of Grayla, because right now our MC is about to have his life completely shattered. It's job appraisal day, the big gotcha moment that decides the fate of your entire future. Our boy Locke is grinding through the beast. Tamer class. Sounds awesome, right? But plot twist, he's seconds away from getting absolutely cooked. Emmy, his friend, gets magic. And even at just 12, she already looks like she's about to become a top-tier waifu. Isaac steps into the arena as a gladiator, and Kara becomes the Santis, so the whole squad is stacked except for our guy. Isaac's already ranting, going on and on about how he's the strongest in the whole world, like the most classic shonen NPC ever. Kara's chasing the title of the ultimate healer, while Locke just wants to tame a few beasts. Sounds sweet, right? Then betrayal hits like a truck. They pull the classic, let's form an S-rank party move and slap fists like it's destiny. But you and I both know how these childhood friend promises usually end. And look at them, grinning, laughing like nothing's coming, while three of them are about to turn into straight-up snakes. Locke decides he's going all in as the ultimate support bro, pushing his friends toward their dreams. Yeah, he's a certified simp, and it's honestly kind of sweet. 3 years have passed, and now we're in the royal capital, rain pouring down like it's daring the world to feel broken. Locke's 15 now, and he's hauling a literal mountain of luggage like a pack mule, while his friends quietly plot to ruin him. Isaac's in the room, firing off reckless trash talk, screaming that Locke is worthless since he still hasn't tamed a single monster. Emmy tries to back him up for a moment, but the doubt is already blazing in her eyes. Kara's way more stressed over her thick assets and her clothes than over her teammate, like, the audacity is unbelievable. Isaac's out here praising some hero nonstop, chasing that clout hard, because he's convinced Locke is keeping them from ever reaching real greatness. Locke is crammed outside the door, soaking through to the bone, hearing every single word. This is peak villain origin story fuel right here. They're plotting to catch the hero after the very next dungeon, then ditch the whole Locke. And yeah, they really treat him like he's nothing. Kara blurts, should I really haul my fancy dress into a dungeon? Then smugly adds, don't worry, Locke won't mind. And I'm like, mommy, sorry, mommy. Yeah, she's a total brat. Isaac wraps up the meeting like a total pushover. And right then the betrayal gets nailed into stone. Locke tries to pretend he didn't hear it, but the pain hits like a punch and won't let him ignore it. Doom just slid over his eyes. Yeah, our boy's officially shattered. He tells her tracking magical beasts is basically like hitting the lottery. So yeah, it's not his fault he keeps getting the worst luck possible. He's been stacking buffs and enchanting their gear the whole time. Yet these NPCs are so clueless, they can't even see what's happening. He's the one doing the cooking, scouting, and tanking, plus he's stuck grinding through that mind-numbing guild paperwork, while they just lounge around like they're there to look pretty. He's slumped in the hallway, swallowed by the dark. Somebody please give this poor guy a hug or a dummy mommy before he fully breaks. Meet Kid the hero looks like the most generic protagonist ever, but he's got zero riz. Locke tries to smile and be friendly, but Isaac snubs him instantly, straight up cold, like a complete jerk. The kid zeroes in on the girls right away, showering them with compliments like beautiful ladies, while completely blowing off the guy who's doing all the real work. Then he spins around, locks the door, and drops the servant bomb. Tell me this dude isn't begging to get decked. Locke's hit that point where life feels pointless. Look at that face, he's totally checked out. Even after the girls insist he's not their servant, they still hand him the whole load, snagging Kara's dress and everything else they've got. Kid yanks out a dragon slaying blade and starts flexing like an absolute gigachad until Locke clocks something seriously sus. Our boy spots a crack in the hilt and yells a warning, but the hero is so wrapped up in smelling his own farts that he doesn't even hear him. A kid sneers that Isaac's a loser, and Isaac just shrugs it off, ignore him, but that disrespect is absolutely brutal. They all slam into this massive sword clash together. Then they just leave him stranded outside the circle, pure peak middle school bullying. Locke stares back at the old days, and suddenly those smiles hit him. Every single one was a lie. He's been the quiet lifeline in the background, saving everyone's lives while they strutted up front and stole all the credit. They crash into the dungeon of flames of destruction, and Isaac is already screaming at him to move faster. Locke flicks on his monster radar to dodge fights like a genius, but everyone else thinks he's just hiding because he's a coward. And Isaac's acting all aggressive like he owns the spotlight, like he's the main character, when truth is he's just a side character. Kid forces a polite smile while the girls apologize for Locke, and honestly, it's sickening to watch. The hero spots the monster count thinning out, and Locke's only praying they don't stumble into something totally unhinged. Kid blurts out this wild tale about how Trash's adventurer nearly killed him, and yeah, it's crystal clear he's talking about Locke. He says he'll never team up with Trash again. Then he locks eyes on our boy like, yeah, that's you. And the shade is 100 real on. Locke has to jump in and slaughter the bugs because the elite party's too busy yapping to even realize they're getting boxed in. But Isaac is spiraling because they still haven't reached the boss seriously. He's got zero patience left. The hero yanks out the map, and the second he looks, he realizes he's been taking the slow, painful route the whole time. He fires the accusation at Locke straight up, claiming it was on purpose, and the girls recoil with pure, total disgust. Isaac can't shake the feeling that Locke's out for revenge, and honestly, at this point, he should be. Locke tries to warn them that the short route is packed with high-level monsters, but they don't even stop to listen. Amy straight up smacks the soul right out of him. I take back everything I said about her being a waifu. She's built for the streets. She locks eyes with him ice cold and drops the truth. She can't trust him anymore. And just like that, the breakup hits like absolute cinema. Locke's fists clamp tight as panic slams him. He knows he's lost everything, even the respect of his childhood crush. Isaac chooses the short route like he's some unstoppable Chad, convinced he can handle anything. Out of nowhere, the air explodes with bats, and the girls are getting crushed by the swarm, just like they deserve. They're just burning time and energy on pointless trash mobs because they're too arrogant to listen to the expert. Locke just stands there, staring while they bungle everything like idiots, and Kid keeps cracking jokes about firing him. They finally smash through to the boss door, and it screams straight out of hell. Seriously, everybody's walking around like they've got something insanely epic waiting to hit them any second. Locke begs them to take a breather since they were running on empty, but Isaac's not done. He wants to keep screaming. The hero and Emmy tear into him, calling him an idiot who can't read the mood because these people, they're basically brain dead. Isaac storms in and Locke totally stops trying to help. He's done for. But right before they step inside, Isaac snaps into motion and drops that "you're fired" speech, like now's the perfect moment to ignite the whole room. Straight-faced, he says it right after the dungeon lock is officially out of a job. They all stare at him like he's trash, while the hero just stands there, grinning like he knows exactly what's coming. Locke shrugs it off like it's just part of the job, but you can literally see the spark drain out of his eyes. They slam into another group huddle to celebrate their #1 party, while Locke hangs back in the shadows like a ghost. It mirrors that childhood promise, only now the circle's finally closed, and the Locke sits on the outside. They stride into the room, and Locke decides to back them one final time, because honestly, he's way too nice for his own good. Right in the center of the room, something huge sits there, radiating light so hard it feels like straight-up movie magic. If you spot eyes like that lurking in a dungeon, you don't stand there, you spin around and sprint like your life depends on it. There's this massive white wolf sprawled out and sleeping right there, looking so majestic it's chilling, and so dangerous it makes your skin crawl. Isaac shrugs it off as some plain gray wolf and starts fantasizing about how effortless the loot is going to be. Locke's eyes widen because it's a Fenrir, a legendary S-rank nightmare that even the top-tier parties can't bring down. But the hero and Isaac act like total NPCs. Then they pounce on it while it's still asleep. Locke screams at them to stop, but they don't listen because the dumb decision's already been made. The attack lands with a brutal impact, blasting up a mountain of dust, so the girls think it's already over. The dust settles, and the Fenrir is completely unscathed, not a single scratch. Kids, this is peak comedy right now. The wolf snaps its eye open, and it's like you can feel death itself staring back through the screen. It drops a wave of fear so instantly, the guards and the girls crumple on the spot, straight up, absolutely down. Bad. The kid finally realizes his sword is useless, panics, and starts screaming for a retreat. What a hero, seriously. They all bolt for the exit like total cowards, while Fenrir finally starts to wake up for real. Isaac is screaming at Locke to get out of the way, And it's wild right when they're seconds from dying. He's still acting like a complete jerk. Then the hero pulls the unthinkable move. He swings his sword to trip the lock, turning him into a perfect decoy. Lock slams to the ground, and in that instant you finally catch the hero's real face straight up, villain. He snatches the spare blade and the king's sword, then grins at Locke and tells him to enjoy hell pure, jaw-dropping audacity. He tells Isaac, "You're in with us for real now," and then explains how they literally traded the lock away just to save their lives. Isaac flashes that wicked grin, fully ready to throw his childhood friend under the knife for it. Locke gets dumped alone with a giant wolf that's ready to devour him, and this is the absolute worst moment of his life. Amy barrels past him and blurts, "I'm sorry," but right now that sorry doesn't do a thing because he's about to get eaten. Kara is sprinting around, furious as she yells that her pricey dress is ruined, and yep, she just crowned herself as the official worst. Locke watches them vanish into the tunnel, and it hits him he was never really their friend at all. He still remembers Kara begging him to protect her. Turns out that promise was the funniest joke of all. Amy's smile used to light up his whole world now. It hits like straight-up betrayal. He's down on his knees, bracing for the end, and he can't stop thinking, what the hell did he do to deserve this? Fenrir is right on his heels, jaws wide open, ready to bite with pure, absolute cinema energy. Even at the very end, he still can't force himself to hate them. He's too pure for this dirty world. He finally realizes the bond he swore was real, never existed at all, and that's where we cut off our boy. Yo, what's up, boys? Today, we're jumping into a story where the MC's got straight-up legendary riz, no cap. Just look at that cover art. The elf on the right is absolutely coming with some top-tier cinema in the assets department. I don't know about you, but I'd let that white-haired mommy carry my whole party any day of the week, no cap. Our story kicks off in a dark cave right away. A giant wolf sizes up our MC like he's dinner, while this giga-chat Fenrir rants on and on about how humans are cruel for abandoning their own to die. He tells Locke that his death will be quick and painless, and honestly, that's the coldest boss fight line I've ever heard. Locke is totally freaking out right now, looking like he's seconds away from getting cooked before the tutorial even finishes. Then it hits him. The wolf isn't just growling, it's talking in fluent human words. And his brain goes full, wait, what? But those eyes bore straight into his soul, like they're asking whether Locke tastes more like a beta or a prime steak. Locke's like, "Yo, you can actually understand me." And he shoots up his hand like he's stopping a whole bus in midair. He reckons it's his beast tamer skill kicking in while the wolf just stands there, smug as hell, like it knows he's got no chance. The wolf claims he's free, and yep, fighting Locke sounds like the perfect way to kill time, which is wild, because my boredom is off the charts. Locke is flat out begging for his life, but the wolf's in full game mode, and trust me, it's not playing tag. Locke rips into his bag, and the wolf just stares like it thinks he's about to pull out a weapon until it realizes Locke's got a totally different move in mind. He yanks out a real breastplate and hurls it across the cave like it's a frisbee. And would you believe it, this so-called bringer of the apocalypse actually snaps it up in his mouth like some filthy street dog. Lucky stands there stunned, replaying what he just did, while Locke just leans back and stares in disbelief at the pure audacity of it. And just like that, the legendary beast is tearing through the world, absolutely loving life while clenching a useless scrap of metal like it's treasure. Locke finally realized the monster wasn't real because he stumbled on a huge, fluffy dog that was basically begging for attention. Lucky tells everyone the entrance has a brutal barrier, so strong even a gigachat like him can't smash it. Locke locks eyes with him and suddenly realizes this huge brute is kind of cute, as long as he's not aiming to rip your throat out. He dares the wolf to join him on an adventure, and Lucky just erupts with laughter straight up, treating it like the funniest thing he's heard in ages. But then the wolf drops a full-on Chad move and says he's not against it at all because Fenrirs don't lie. A message flashes on screen. Fenrir wants to be his friend, and Locke instantly recalls a tale he once read about the legendary Riz in a book. Locke nods and accepts the friendship. Then the wolf starts glowing like he's about to evolve into a waifu, I swear. The system gives them the green light, besties locked in, and hands Locke access to a mini monster garden where his monsters can morph into something new. Lucky suddenly feels that power surge, and he's way too pumped for a beast everyone swears is terrifying. Locke steps in and introduces himself as Locke Sistel, And straight away, the bromance energy is hitting so hard it's basically a full-on wave. The wolf clocks him instantly, and you can practically feel it. These two are about to break the whole game wide open. Then it hits Lucky being stuck with Fenrir all the time, feels way too basic, so he races to Locke and demands a real proper name. He's hunting for a cool, perfect name, and you just know he's picturing something like Shadow Reaper or Godslayer. Locke locks eyes with him and slaps a name on that legendary world-ending terror. Lucky and I'm screaming because the disrespect is straight up peak cinema. Against all odds, that wolf straight up decides it's cool and starts bouncing around like he just unlocked a legendary skin. A treasure chest materializes out of nowhere, because apparently becoming friends with the boss counts as an automatic win in this dungeon. Inside, there's a huge collar and a bracelet, and Lucky's absolutely losing it over that red collar, begging to put it on right now. Locke snaps on the mini monster garden bracelet, and the system voice immediately starts blaring into his head again. It's basically a pocket dimension you can carry around, and Locke's just studying the map like he's leveling up in a full-on open-world RPG. Lucky palms the bracelet, and boom, he gets yanked in like something just hijacked his whole fate and tossed him straight into the Shadow Realm. He's totally fine inside, and Locke's freaking out because his brand new giant dog just vanished straight into his wrist. Lucky says it's interesting in there and waves Locke in too. And yeah, that feels a little too sus for comfort. Locke shuts his eyes and braces himself to step into the garden. Please let someone be waiting there like a mommy. He snaps his eyes open and boom lands in a literal paradise, where a cozy little hut seems to welcome him like it's been waiting. It's a quiet meadow made for naps, too perfect. Really like he's already picturing the day he finds a girl to bring along and actually puts it to cultured use. He cranes his head up, and the instant he does, he realizes the entire sky is nothing but one massive energy dome. Lucky is already posted up there, straight up looking like the king of the yard in his brand new home. It's not gigantic, but it's cozy as heck, and Locke is already eyeing the grass like, yeah, nap time. And get this, there's even a hut they can stash their stuff in, like a sweet little quality of life upgrade that makes looting way better. Lucky is blown away. Most storage items keep living things out, but our MC somehow has that main character plot armor, and it actually works. Locke can't stop wondering what the other S-rank adventurers are up to while he's just relaxing in his own private dimension. He's hunting for even more monsters like Lucky, and if they're all this laid back, he's straight up forging his dream squad. Lucky says there's no doubt other people are itching to break out of their dungeons too, so the recruitment drive is officially live. Locke leaps onto Lucky's back, and they rocket through the tunnels like a fuzzy Ferrari on full throttle. At this speed, they'll blast to the exit in a blink. Lucky is straight up proving he's the goat of mounts. Locke snaps open the map to dodge a monster swarm because he's not out here chasing useless fights like some kind of simp. Lucky can't help it. He's genuinely blown away by Locke's brain. And honestly, that kind of awe from a human in these stories is as rare as it gets. They spot beetle monsters, and Locke snaps at Lucky to stop. He's spotted a money-making jackpot in the chaos. Turns out these bugs are basically gold mines, and they make the most insane food. Now I'm starving. Lucky catches the scent of mouth-watering food, and just like that, he's totally hooked. Look at that hunger in his eyes. Locke tries to stash the loot without even stopping right there on the move, and honestly, it's some next-level multitasking. He tells Lucky to go for it and cram the materials away using his claws. Lucky doesn't even save it. He blasts that bug into a million pieces like it owes him money. He goes for round 2 and tries to be gentle like a giant cat tiptoeing in, pretending to play, and stalking a mouse. Nope, he just keeps blasting it again and again. This wolf has zero chill when it comes to anything gentle. Lucky's whining because he keeps bombing the looting job, and Locke snaps at him to quit smashing the merchandise. They finally crash through the barrier that's been trapping Lucky for ages. Lucky prods it with his paw, and it doesn't budge 1 inch, rock solid like a brick wall. He thinks the adventure is over, that he's doomed to stay stuck here, man. The look on his face is pure heartbreak. But Locke's like, yo, you forgot the portable garden, just hop inside the bracelet. Locke slams his hand onto the barrier, and you can tell his nerves are screaming because if this cheat code doesn't work, everything goes up in smoke. And boom, he strides right through it because that barrier only blocks the attack, not the people inside. Lucky bursts back up, totally fired up because they actually clawed their way out of that hole. They finally step into the outside world, and Lucky bursts into a huge howl like he's screaming, "I'm free!" He's genuinely thankful to Locke for saving his life, and his riz is spiking so hard it's basically hitting critical mass. He's itching for what's coming next, and I'm straight up buzzing to see who they pull into the crew next. They seal it with a wholesome fist to paw bump bam. The ultimate bro bond is locked in. Lucky is still stuck, replaying how he bungled those bugs like the legendary beast can't even believe it himself, and it's ridiculously funny. Next, Locke locks in Fenrir as his new best friend, and trust me, this is only the spark before his legendary run ignites. Yo, homies, we're back with another banger watch. The MC get absolutely cooked, then come roaring back with the most lethal riz. We're jumping straight into it at the Adventurers Guild, where this massive wolf just walks in like he pays the rent. Look at our boy Locke strutting into town with this beast like it's a giant, lovable golden retriever, because the local NPCs are straight up freaking out, like they've never laid eyes on something this familiar size before. The guild guards charge out like they're about to throw down, spears first, real try-me energy, while Locke just stands there grinning like, "Relax, bro, I'm with him." Like, don't even bother tightening that armor. But wait, who's this bunny girl receptionist Rika just stepped out? And wow, mommy, sorry, I know exactly what you're looking at, and I don't blame you for a second. Rika's totally baffled, because our boy was supposed to be deep in a dungeon today. Then she realizes he got backstabbed by some pathetic nobody who's dead set on playing main character. Locke just drops the bombshell. This isn't some big dog, it's a straight-up Fenrir. And Rika's face is pure, jaw-dropping shock, because seeing a waifu react like that is absolute cinema. She's totally hyped for him, unlike those beta guards still trembling in their boots. It's a straight-up man of culture moment, because she's the only one who actually gives him the respect he deserves. Look at this random hooded NPC in the back. He looks completely cooked, like his tiny brain can't process a weak beast tamer, even though he's got a legendary familiar. Fenrir's an absolute giga-chad, straight up napping in the middle of the street, while Locke strides inside to deal with the paperwork, and somehow Fenrir still has the nerve to sleep, like the whole town isn't staring. Registration's done, and our boy's sitting there looking downright gloomy. Bet you $10 you can guess just how much of a snake his older brother is. Locke finally confides everything to Rika, how he got stabbed, then got dumped and left for dead in the middle of a dungeon, while his so-called friends bolted and ran like straight-up cowards. Rika's spiraling with pure worry, but Locke's moving like a total beta, insisting he didn't take all those injuries, bro. He straight up tried to delete your save file, so grow a spine. Turns out that kid's not some heroic ace, he's a notorious fraud who somehow always ends up being the only one who comes back from the deadliest missions. And that isn't S-rank energy, it's straight up professional griefing. Word on the street is that kid might use his own teammates as decoys to slip out, so if you ever spot one of them in your lobby, hit Alt F4 right away. Trust me, Locke's over here sucking mud to his old crew, acting like he was the least useful guy in the group. Like, bro, the absolute audacity of being that humble after getting shanked is mind-blowing. Rika shuts that down immediately and tells him he's the most essential member of the squad because Locke's face right now is basically a total system error, like he's been gaslit his whole life. Her rage is so intense her cheeks puff up. Like, yeah, that's elite waifu energy. And now she's set on tossing that whole fraud party down to C rank for breaking the guild rules. She lays it out, plain betray a teammate, and you don't get a second chance, you get banned from the server. Finally, some real justice for our guy, but you know it's never that simple. She's dead on if they haven't come back yet. It's because they're trash, no Locke needed, and trust me, we're about to watch these bums get wrecked. Locke catches a flash of the party girls, and that villain kid looks like a full-blown demon, so he can't stop worrying, even about the NPCs, because he's got that unstoppable hero complex. Our boy bursts out of the guild sprinting like he's got something to prove, and Rika's yelling after him to stop, because she knows he'll just get treated like a simp again. Locke flashes her a delusional Riz grin and claims he's just trying to get their luggage back, like that isn't wild, when you're literally about to return and save the people they left to die. Now stand up. Rika's looking so crushed, yeah, same. And I swear we've got to boost this man's self-respect and set him up with that bunny girl ASAP. He's sprinting through the streets like nothing can stop him, until you realize he's still running, like he hasn't figured out he's the one who's about to carry everything. Meanwhile, Fenrir's out there clowning around with the local kids, acting like the sweetest good boy alive. Watch him let them climb all over him, because this is pure, unfiltered Chad energy. Fenrir is the only one here with a functioning brain, warning Locke they're about to double-cross him again, because that giant wolf has survived enough twists to smell exactly where this betrayal train is headed. Locke swears this is the absolute last time he'll bail them out. Trust me, I've heard that line before, but let's see if he really means it, or if he's still down bad. The wolf throws out an 8-bet, gives his little fan club a final goodbye, and then it's go time. He and his partner head back into the dungeon to show those frauds exactly what's up. Locke leaps onto Fenrir's back, and they blast through the city gates at full throttle. This speed is unreal, which is exactly why he's a legend. Back in the dungeon, Kid is totally losing it. They're hopelessly lost. Octa's acting as their GPS and even hauling the pack mule stuff, and these S-rank adventurers are stumbling around like complete rookies. That red-haired mage looks totally drained, and her moves are dragging, but Kid, pure beta energy, decides to roast her instead of lifting a finger to help. The Kid's up here, whining that his sword's chipped and filthy like, come on. Picture being some high-level warrior and still not knowing how to sharpen your own blade. This guy's a full-on Joe. Endless hordes of monsters slam into them from every angle, and they're freaking out because this is way harder than usual, like some huge power-up is active and they have no idea why. As they plunge deeper, the monsters keep leveling up, and Kid's stomach drops like he might be done for. His hero persona is slipping away in real time as pure fear claws its way in. They finally stop to catch their breath, looking like a bunch of bronze-ranked players who accidentally stumbled into a high-level raid, huffing, sweating, and running on fumes with 0 mana and stamina left. Kid stares at Isaac's sword, perfect, spotless, untarnished, and his whole body goes numb. He can't wrap his head around it. Why his weapon is trash while everyone else's gear looks like it was just pulled from the shop window. He even checks the staves perfect. No rust, no nicks, just top-tier craftsmanship. And the Kid's eyes are about to pop out of his head because it finally clicks. The pieces are coming together. It slams into him like a truck, and his face goes pale like he just saw a ghost because now it clicks. They weren't just talented. They were getting powered by a god-tier support. He starts molding, then rips into them as moronic fools because he can't stand the idea of being wrong, pure, toxic teammate energy, blaming everyone else for his own screw-ups. Kid lays out divine protection. This passive shield only kicks in when the caster's close, then it clicks. Locke has been tweaking their gear and stats to run at peak the whole time. Isaac is trying to cover his panic, saying he got to S rank all by himself. Yeah, okay, buddy. But you were fighting on easy mode, and now the difficulty just got cranked to insane. You see it instantly. This party buff hardens weapons and boosts base abilities just by standing with them. And Locke is basically a walking cheat code, but somehow these guys don't even bother to thank him. Without that divine protection, Kid snaps and tells them they're nothing because they've been leaning on a guy they treated like trash. And now the debt is finally coming due. He swings out the ultimate roast, no guard, no mercy, because this is basically a party of C-rank adventurers. So imagine Ego Dev dropping from S-rank to straight-up fodder in just 5 minutes. Their faces are priceless, like someone just ripped the truth out of the sky, and their whole life just shattered in front of them. And right there in that second, they finally clock it. They're not in a shonen anymore. They're trapped inside a horror manga. Isaac's spiraling through a midlife crisis, clinging to memories of how he used to sneer at Locke until the truth hits hard. He's the weak one. And that realization has him sweating bullets. Then the story yanks us back to when they were kids. Locke was already grinding the hardest, hauling everything like a one-man engine, while the others just clung to his weight. While they messed around, Locke was out there clocking hours true grind mode because their so-called plot armor finally ran out. Isaac clenches his fist, refusing to face the truth, so deep in denial he might as well be drowning in it. But the monsters don't care how he feels. The Kid whips around to the healer, Emmy, and shoots, "How many heals do you have left?" And right in the flicker of his eyes, you can tell he's already cooked up something shady. She's nearly out at energy, just enough juice for 1 or 2 more spells, and if I were her, I'd be sprinting for the nearest exit, because this Kid is about to pull something nasty. They spot a pack of colossal ants barricading the road to the stairs, and yeah, they're drained of mana, ringed in from all sides. This is it. It's over for them. Kid knows a straight-up clash spells disaster. So he starts plotting a way to win without going headlong because his plans always seem to end with someone else dead. So keep your eyes wide open, boy. He snaps the formation into place. Isaac in front, the healer right behind, and then he blurts out that he'll hold the rear guard. AKA, the real plan is he's bolting fur. Emmy throws her last scrap of magic to power up the whole crew, looking like a total Santis, really believing they'll claw their way out together. Oh, you poor, sweet summer child. Every one of them burns through the last of their power, charging straight into the horde. Yeah, this screams Hour of Friendship energy, but this manga refuses to play by those rules. They barrel straight into the ants, weapons whirling as they fight to hack a path to the exit. Everything is on the line, and the tension is screaming loud enough to shake your bone. Holy crap, this kid just carved the healer across the back. Total menace with zero hesitation, and he even backstabbed his own teammate. Look at that evil grin. This guy's a straight-up psychopath. He waited until she burned through her last heal, then tossed her aside like trash. That's not just dark, it's absolute cinema. He straight up thanks her for the healing, then immediately tells her she's done like they don't need her anymore. And I've met my share of trash villains, but Kid just took the whole landfill and made it his personality. Emmy crumples on the ground, bleeding out, and Kid leans in saying he's thrilled she'll become a decoy to help them break free while he dumps his own healer to save himself. She reaches out, pleading them not to leave her behind. Then they bolt, sprinting away like she never mattered. And that betrayal hits so hard it feels sub-zero. The ants are swarming in, zeroing in on a fresh feast on the floor. And Yama's fully cooked. There's nobody left to rescue her now, unless our boy Locke shows up. She blasts one last scream as the monsters tear in. And that's exactly why you never party up with a so-called hero who's hiding something shady, folk. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we're jumping into a story where the whole party is getting absolutely cooked because they kicked out the only guy with real talent. It starts with this clown named Kid who straight up cuts down his own teammate, Kara, because he's a total beta who can't take even a little pressure in a dungeon. This blonde simp is scrambling to justify it, claiming a sacrifice was the only way they could survive. Bro, you're just awful at the game, so don't pin it on the girl. And seriously, this guy has zero shame. He's blackmailing his own party, slapping them with the "your accomplices" label so they stay quiet. Or else, meanwhile, the redhead looks like she's already regretting every decision that dragged her into this mid-tier mess. He's out here patting himself on the back, going on a rant about how everything got better after they booted the servant. Yeah, that servant was the MC. And now that he's gone, you all look NPC level bland. The rest of the party finally clocks it. Yeah, they're totally cooked. You can practically read "we're screwed" all over their faces as the truth hits. They're trapped with a psycho leader and zero backup. Suddenly, a savage swarm of ants explodes out of nowhere and Kid's already getting buried. He's yelling at his team like they're useless fools. But dude, you're the one getting overwhelmed by basic mobs. So where's that hero energy now? Lucas comes out of the gate huffing like he just sprinted after only 2 swings, 0 stamina, and even less riz if this were a Souls-like, he'd already be crawling back to the bonfire. He's straight up whining that the 4th floor monsters are too hard. Like seriously, dude, you're just weak without the MC dragging your sorry self through it. They finally clock it those S ranks weren't earned. They were just riding the MC's coattails on divine protection. And the second that shield drops, they're barely C-rank nobodies. What a brutal reality check. The answer's right on top of him, and the kid's eyes are already brimming with tears. Yeah, it's game over, and that beta has 0 plot armor to save him. But wait, who's that absolute gigachad tearing across the snow on a massive, majestic wolf? That's Locke, and he looks like he just walked out of an alpha male tutorial straight from hell. Locke and his wolf, Lucky, just tear into these ants like a wrecking ball, one swipe, and the whole trash pile gets wiped clean. And honestly, boys, this is straight up cinema. The whole party is in total shock. Faithlock is dead, and somehow he still managed to make the ultimate call, summoning an ambulance. But not for me. Lucky's out here chomping ants like they're popcorn. Good boy energy sweeping the floor like a king while looking ridiculously stylish. Locke stares them down like, I crawled back from hell. And you can tell he's officially done playing simp for this trash tier party. Locke straight up blurts out, should I just end them right here? I mean, they're trapped in a dungeon. No one's ever going to find out. And the blonde beta, he's sweating like crazy. The redhead drops to her knees and begs him to save Kara. Oh, now you need his help after you got him thrown out. Seriously, the nerve of these people is unreal. Locke's face twists in disgust. He finally sees it. They treated Kara exactly the way they treated him. And it hits him hard. These guys aren't just weak, they're full-on villains. Kid tries to pull the sacrifice for survival card again, bro. Stop talking. You're just digging your own grave with every word. Locke basically says, you're not worth my time, then straight up abandons him to rot while he storms off to find Kara absolute total Chad energy. Lucky's like, yo, bro, you're way too kind. But Block shuts him down, eyes locked on the mission. Then he catches a whiff of perfume and knows he's finally closing in on the waifu. Our boy rockets through the dungeon, riding his giant wolf. Tell me what kind of untouchable riz you'd need to pull up to a rescue mission like this. They slam into the 5th floor, and it's a full-blown ant riot. Locke doesn't even break a sweat. He just starts carving through them, quick and clean, like a pro chef. Lucky snaps his tail out. Boom! It's basically a cheat code, and just look at that reach. That's a whole 10 by 10 beast right there. Even with Lucky built like an absolute tank, these bugs keep swarming because the smell of blood is pulling them in nonstop, like simps flooding a streamer's chat. Locke grips his sword so hard his knuckles go white. Trust me, the moment the MC locks eyes with him and turns dead serious, you just know something's about to explode. He barrels in at breakneck speed, faster than my heartbeat, because a brand new waifu just dropped. This is the peak action, fellas. Now I'm feeling fearless. Because Luck's got my back. People love a man who respects his monster buddies. And there's just something about him glazing in his own wolf that hits different. He's tearing through the room like he's playing Dynasty Warriors on easy mode. And the power creep is so real, it's downright hilarious. I'm fully here for it. At last, the floor goes totally silent. No more threats. Lucky can't help but stare because Locke's moves are clicking into place. And the two of them are turning into the ultimate duo. Locke's not just surviving the fight, he's loving every second of it. And you can bet that's what happens when you stop playing it safe and start leveling up your own stat. He fist bumped that giant wolf like it was nothing. That's peak bromance in pure form, and right on cue, Lucky spots that Kara's just a little bit ahead. Hold up those legs you're seeing right now. You better pay attention, because those culture levels just skyrocketed. They finally spot Kara and she's in rough shape. She's sprawled in a pile of ants, and for a second, it feels like we just lost our best shot at a prime candidate. Locke's got this real gut-punch sad look on his face, so don't slide back into simp mode, bro. Keep that chat energy blazing. Depression crashes in hard. He cared about her with everything, and seeing her like this is a brutal gut punch. We get yanked into a flashback of her as a cute little alchemist, back when she was the only one who treated him like a real human. And yeah, that's top-tier waifu power. They used to brew potions together, and that bond hit so hard it could make even a grown man blink back tears. And hey, it's okay. Look at that smile, we're saving it no matter what. And if she's really gone, I'm gonna need 10 solid minutes to recover. Locke tries to slip her a recovery potion, fists clenched as guilt screams that he showed up too late. Boys, the drama is hitting its breaking point. He's clutching her close, sobbing like his heart's breaking. Wait, are her lips moving like she's licking them? Hold up. She's totally awake, chugging that potion like it's a snack. Not dead at all, just wildly eccentric. Honestly, I'm obsessed with a classy weirdo. She thinks she's in heaven, but nope, she's actually right in the arms of a Giga Chad. And yeah, it's basically the same vibe. She blurts out an apology for ditching him back there, see? That's why she's the best girl. She's got a conscience, unlike the rest of that trash party. Locke, that's not even the issue. Right now, he's got to rush and show her something, and it can't wait. He introduces her to Lucky and jokes that he's the gatekeeper of hell. Then there's Lucky, just lounging there like a giant, fluffy, misunderstood good boy. Her next panel face is straight up gold. She's fighting through pure hell right in this moment. And she straight up faints. Lucky bristles because someone called him the gatekeeper of hell. But come on, guys, he's a Fenrir. Cut him some slack. Locke orders, Lucky to haul her back to town. Turns out Lucky's back is officially the comfiest ride in the whole kingdom. Lucky's like only the kind that happens when I like you. Like right on Sunday with Wolf, so I can't even. Locke thinks he's cute, look. Don't make it weird, but yeah, I'm with you. They stumble on a hidden entrance to an ant nest, then Lucky's eyes go full dinner plates mode, because all he can think about is cracking those delicious eggs. Look at him tear off, he's sprinting straight for those eggs, like they're the hottest limited edition waifu figurines ever. They spot the eggs, then one starts glowing bright. Yeah, that's a rare drop, screaming your name. Most of the eggs are cracked and smashed to pieces. That's honestly heartbreaking, but somehow that one special egg is still perfectly intact. Suddenly crack the eggs, start hatching, and it feels like a miracle, or maybe the game's just spitting out more mobs for us to tear through. Locke tightens his grip to draw his swords, but the ants aren't charging at all. They're just vibing, like nothing's about to happen. That's when she called him Papa, and just like that, Locke's officially got a whole team of ant monsters to protect, while Lucky in the background is cracking up so hard his tail's basically shaking. The system pops up asking if he wants to befriend them. Like seriously, how are you supposed to hit no when they're staring at you with those huge, wide bug eyes? He decides to take them in because he's a total sweetheart. And yeah, the free minions don't hurt either. Holy mother of culture, 1 second they were normal, and the next they'd transformed into tiny humanoid girls. And trust me, the plot just leveled up 10 times for real, boys. They even take humanoid form, like, that's absolute cinema. Locke's understandably lost, but honestly, I'm not complaining. He ships them off to his mini monster garden for safety, basically Pokemon, but with way more culture. He finally upgrades his garden, and boom, it turns into a full-on base-building playground with a mountain of options. He decides to revamp the hut, the river, and the fruit trees, turning his little paradise into a living dream for his brand new daughters. Everything's glowing and leveling up at once, pure ultimate dopamine overload for any gamer. That garden looks so cozy it feels criminal. I'd totally move in there in a heartbeat, no joke. Now it's massive. Locke can't help grinning, absolutely blown away by his own architectural riz. The ant girls are already hard at work. One's holding a butcher knife, and for a split second you think, should we worry? Nah, she's just sorting the materials, sorry. Papa, am I really a good girl? My heart's melting right now, and this is the kind of heartbreak that hits hard in a trashy manga. Head pats for the Aunt Queen. She's got a tiny tiara on, too. This is the absolute peak of the whole series right here. Locke snaps back to reality. He's still trapped in a dungeon, and the only thought in his head is escape, because duty is calling him back to the real world. He bursts back out, and Lucky is already waiting. Except the wolf looks like it's been through absolute terror. Locke's got Kara on his mind, but that's not what's making Lucky lose his temper. Lucky sobs through breakfast because every single egg hatched, and now he can't eat a bite. His stomach's in full revolt. And repeat to his meal is starving. Locke just shot him that, "Oh, that sucks," look, poor little doggo, like, "You're really not getting that snack, huh?" Locke promises him a delicious treat later, so yeah, that's how you handle your summons. Stay cultured, my friends, and I'll catch you in the next recap. All right, homies, we're back, and trust me, Locke might be the most based beast tamer alive. He just dragged the cute Kara back to the guild safe and sound, while that blonde fraud inside is probably spiraling into a full-on midlife crisis. Locke tells his wolf to stay cool outside because things are about to blow wide open. Just know the wolf is the realest one in this whole story. Inside the guild, Isaac and Kid tried to wiggle out of getting banned with pure lies. Yeah, I'm watching. And seriously, look at that bunny girl receptionist in the back. I already know where your eyes are headed, you cultured degenerates. Locke struts in like an absolute giga chad, and the whole room drops jaws. Then the bunny girl turns up looking dangerously perfect, like pure mommy material. These two losers swear their testimony is the truth, but they're clearly sweating through their own story while Locke just stands there, totally letting them keep digging their graves. This kid tries to pull the good friend and straight up tells Locke to back him up. Like, the nerve on this blonde simp is absolutely unreal. Locke doesn't even blink, he fires back, asking why that kid slashed Kara and left her to die. And then boom, absolute cinema just detonated a nuke on all their lives. Kid snaps and starts screaming like a maniac while Isaac scrambles to stop him from crashing out. Yeah, they're cooked, and they both know it. Kid demands proof like he's untouchable, thinking Locke can't hit him. Then Locke drops the evidence and basically says, "Yeah, good luck after this. I'm ending your whole career." The waifus are hanging in the back, looking totally stressed. But don't panic, girls, the chat's stepping in to take control. Just look at Amy's face. She knows she messed up trusting those clowns. Kid tries to play hero and wave around his title to scare everyone. But even the bunny girl looks done with his nonstop yapping, so no matter what, you can't charm your way out of attempted murder, buddy. The kid snaps into full psycho mode, rocking a face straight out of a villain's handbook, and he genuinely thinks he can scare Locke. Locke snatches the kid's sword and drives it straight into the dent in his own armor. Pure high-level IQ genius. The blade slid right into that dent like it was made for it, proving Kid was the one who tried to take him out. And when you see Kid's face, priceless, he's trembling like a leaf in the wind. So this clown actually tries to stab himself just to set them up. And the cope is so insane it's hitting record highs. The kid's sweating like a storm. He's probably one blink away from dehydration, and he's completely out of cards to play. So Locke blurts out Kara's name, and Emmy freezes like she just saw a ghost, because now the big reveal is finally happening. Emmy crumples to her knees and sobs, begging forgiveness for being a terrible friend. She's finally seeing the truth. But can she stop it before it's too late? The kid is so far gone, he's actually claiming Kara died because she was weak. Like, can you believe he'd say that? What a total piece of trash. He's bragging like, no body, no crime, and bro's out there worshiping his own ego. Perched on the edge of a cliff, Locke stares straight at the dead girl and barks, "Wake up!" And the timing hits so perfectly, it feels unreal. Locke has to slap her awake because she won't stop dreaming about dresses. She's totally a ditz. But honestly, we can't help loving that cute airhead waifu. Kara is alive and kicking, and the entire guild is staring at this miracle in disbelief, while Kid looks like he's one breath away from a full-on heart attack. Kara jabs the air with her finger and spits right to his face. "You're a murderer, Gutton." The crowd erupts into murmurs and screams that Kit's a fraud, and just like that, his hero reputation tumbles into the gutter for good. Mommy Bunny strides up and tells them she's got everything they need to lock me up. I'd let her arrest me in a heartbeat with that look she's wearing. He's watching his title slip away and losing his mind with it, while pure rage boils inside him like he got kicked and can't take it anymore. Locke's about to head out, but Isaac the redhead looks like he's one bad breath away from doing something wildly desperate. Isaac drops into a deep bow, pleading for mercy. Look at this total beta behavior. It's honestly embarrassing. He's on his knees begging to stay an S-rank adventurer because deep down he's got zero real skills and he knows it. Locke leans in, staring down at him with crushing disappointment like, I expected more, because these guys are nothing but bottom-tier trash. Locke blasts a truth bomb. Isaac has known about the attack the whole time, and he's not just a coward, he's an accomplice. They're plotting to off Locke from day one because the betrayal runs way deeper than we ever imagined. Homies. Isaac swears he'll finally behave now. Bro, you're not some misunderstood hero. You're a snake. Locke snickers that they're not even worthy of an S rank, and then Mommy Bunny hits them with the real shocker. Locke was the only one who even carried the whole party. She snaps that without Locke, these losers don't even belong in B-rank territory. And honestly, that disrespect is so savage I'm living for it. She even claims Locke could haul a whole crew of A-ranked rookies up to her level, and the bunny girl is spitting pure facts. No lie. Isaac snaps and drags Locke into a match to prove he's got what it takes, and honestly, he hasn't learned a thing. He's convinced that if he wins, every last crime just vanishes. Like this whole mess is some kind of fantasy world he can control. Old Mommy Bunny barks the rules and Locke teams up with a fresh bunch of rookies to prove what a real S-rank operation looks like while she's shining and laying down the law like it's carved in stone. Locke takes the challenge head on, pure Chad energy. He never backs down. Isaac actually thinks he's got a real shot, and honestly, that belief is kind of adorable. He's not stepping into this match. People think he's a murderer. And just look at him in the corner, all brooding like some rejected emo kid. But Kid swears he's untouchable, since nobody can pull up evidence of the crimes he did years back. Like he's so smart, he can't possibly be caught. Suddenly, a hooded gigachat drops out of nowhere. Who the heck is that mysterious man? He spills the truth he was once in an A-rank party, then got left behind years ago, And now that lost past is crawling back to ruin this fraud. Instead, he jabs a finger at him and drags the whole guild into the truth. Kid abandoned his friends to die, and now the walls are squeezing in. Then bam, flashback time. Kid's treated like the ultimate snake, a born and bred villain from day one. The witness throws an apology at Locke for staying quiet too long. But hey, better late than never, bro. Kid freezes because he realizes he's actually done this time. No more hero tag, no more spotlight, just a cold jail cell waiting for him. He finally storms out of the party, but it's not some quiet exit. He's gearing up for a full-blown, massive crash out. The kid snaps completely and starts slashing the guild staff like a madman. This dude has officially lost it. He's throwing a tantrum, yelling that he won't talk to lowly servants, while frantically hunting for any door out pure loser energy. This blonde simp straight up kidnaps Emmy and takes her hostage. Forget the redhead. Waifu, it's her he wants. He's ordering them to part the way or he'll kill her like that. He flipped from hero to full-on villain in seconds. He's basically ready to end her right there, like the tension snapping in the air. And I'm all fired up for the justice that's about to hit. Locke and the others have to shove him toward the exit just to keep Emmy safe while he's still convinced he's winning. He finally reaches the door and breaks into this maniacal clown laugh, convinced he's dodged every consequence. Suddenly, wham! Something slams into him so hard that the sound effect blasts across the whole page and he's like, wait, what just happened? And every single person bolts outside to stare at the wreckage from that crash because the hype is absolutely real. It's wild our boy is lucky because the wolf just sits there, wagging its tail like it owns the place, while the kid is face down in the dirt. Then Lucky totally saved the day with one savage slap. Look at that proud good boy. Lucky clocks him sprinting off and decides to put him in his place right now. The kid's finally restrained and our hero's safe. Absolute cinema. We kick things off with a bunch of total NPC losers getting hauled off by the guards because they couldn't survive the heat. Like, seriously, how pathetic do you have to be to get arrested in the very first 5 seconds of the story? Our boy Locke is just vibing with his wolf Lucky because Loki is the real MVP, cheering him on like, don't worry, everything's going to be Gucci. Then we cut to the old squad and the nerve on these guys is unreal. Standing there like they didn't just dump our MC Kara's there. All pink-haired Emmys, rocking the red-haired night vibe, and Isaac, pure total beta, looks like he's 1 second away from exploding into pure malding. Red-haired mommy. I actually has some real class. She drops into a bow and apologizes for being a trash teammate. And I swear that posture could make her apologize to me any day. Then Isaac starts straight up glazing himself, acting like the fight never happened and like he's the main character ruling this whole world. This dude really thinks he can claim he'll aloho Locke back into the party when they're basically forcing him. Like the sheer delusion here is flat out insane. Locke shoots back. I'm good, fam, dodges the whole party, and leaves everyone hanging while Kara scrambles to act like Locke's only there for her talk about being down bad for the MC's attention. Locke snaps back and calls her out for ditching him, and the second she gets it, her face goes completely blank like she just ran out of Riz. Isaac and Kara start pointing at each other like two toddlers, realizing the Outlook buffs just doomed them. At last, I finally snaps and tells them to shut up, because everyone already knew Locke was the one dragging their sorry assets through the dungeons. She straight up admits the whole mess is on them. And meanwhile, Isaac is out here making two scan noises like a total salty Lou. Suddenly, a total wild bunny girl pops into existence. Look at those ears, boys, because we just got officially dragged into the culture zone. This no-nonsense receptionist, Rika, lays out the request details straight into the void because I lost my mind over the character design. It's absolute cinema. Isaac's out here totally underestimating a B-rank quest, like a random slime isn't about to fold him in half. The whole quest is all about snagging emeralds and hunting down rainbow dragonfly eggs. And I'm telling you, at first it screams dull fetch quest. And they still need dragon scales and razor-sharp fangs, and they've only got a single week to pull off the impossible. Isaac's still cracking up, but Locke spots the fine print prove the power difference. And right then, Bro is the only one with a working brain. Rika's grinning, but it's clear she knows these clowns are seconds away from getting absolutely wrecked. Isaac finally spots the catch and his face drains of color instantly. Right then, it hits him. He messed up bad. Turns out the guild is straight up messing with them. Every single item they need is locked behind the exact monsters they're terrified of. Frogs, bugs, and lizards. And the guildmaster's a certified hater. I swear. And I'm obsessed. Rika calls in the musclehead security, warning them that the guild doesn't mess around with anyone who breaks the rules. That old crew scuttles off like scared rats, and Locke is left alone with the bunny girl she's totally picking up on his vibe. She tells Locke, "I'm about to introduce you to an E-class adventurer," and Locke snaps at Lucky to stay right where he is for a moment. As they head out, she leans in and grills him. What does he hate most about a party member? Locke rants that he despises betrayal and people who ignore orders. Then boom, Rika reveals she's really the deputy director assistant, turning the whole mission into a full-blown made-out power play with a hidden boss. She's been the receptionist for 3 years, but right now she's throwing off major dummy mommy vibes. Now Locke can't stop thinking, wait, she's way older than she looks. And honestly, I don't care how many years the clock says she's still a straight-up 10. He grills her about the E-class adventure, and Rika suddenly turns cryptic, like she's hiding something huge. Yeah, this girl's in a seriously weird spot. So weird it basically screams she's got a crazy backstory. Rika tells Locke to go beat that girl up good. Like, Rika, seriously, at least grab the dude dinner first. They push into the training grounds, and the air turns heavy like trouble's creeping closer. And there she is, boys, this silver-haired elf girl, like she just popped out of a top-tier gotcha banner. But wait, check out her neck. She's wearing a slave collar, and this manga's culture just hit total critical overload. Meet Shannon the elf. Locke's jaw drops so hard it should be illegal. And honestly, same bro, same. Rika leans in and tells you the truth. She's a slave adventurer, and the guild didn't help her by accident. They call her the Grim Reaper because her last 5 masters didn't just have bad luck. They all died in freak accidents, and that's not coincidence. It's a full-on curse. Falling off cliffs, getting swarmed by demons, poisoning strikes again and again. This girl is basically a walking "you should not survive this" Final Destination movie. She tells Locke to flat out refuse because she refuses to stack another body onto her tally. Locke tries to play the nice guy, but she shuts him down and yanks her blade out of the sheath before you can even blink. She presses the sword straight to his throat and growls that weak people don't get to step into her fight, and trust me, the real edge on this girl cuts deeper than the blade. She's flat out pleading with him to get it. If he stays close, he's walking straight into death. Do you really want death that badly? She's openly sobbing and still threatening him. And man, my heart is absolutely breaking for this elf mommy. Locke's just standing there, taking every hit like an absolute Chad. She blurts out that she's already given up on life and that slavery is the only door left open for her. She's so fed up with watching people drop dead in front of her. Someone, for the love of everything, give this girl a hug and a better master, please. Drama's cranked to the max, the vibe's dead silent, and you can practically feel the tension choking everyone. Locke snatches a wooden practice sword because he's moments away from proving to her he's built different. He tells her he can't just abandon her. Riz, the main character, is absolutely on fire right now. She snaps, "Shut up!" then barrels forward and launches herself at him. She's stunned that he's not backing down for even a second. Locke leans in, asking if she's really serious about this, and she just smiles, fully committed to the bit. She bursts in and promises, "With this power, I'll make you finally understand energy. Just look at that speed." She's streaking across the screen like a blur. But Locke's dodging every move she throws, rolling like he's speedrunning Dark Souls with frame-perfect precision. He clocks it. She's been hacking with that sword tens of thousands of times. Pure grind, energy, yet Locke is still somehow standing, like plot armor is doing the fighting for him. He snaps her strike aside, and the second she connects, her eyes go wide like she's slammed face first into a wall. Predictable. Locke's being ice cold about it, like he's got zero mercy. She pushes to bounce back, but the power gap is already screaming through her. She screams, "I'm not losing," and you can feel the desperation clawing at her from the inside. So Locke finally clicks. She's got the foundation down. Cold, but her technique is missing that full-on Giga Chad spark. He hooks her leg and whips her into the air. Total, brutal destruction. He asks if they're finally done, but Shannon is still down on the ground, fighting to push herself back up. She thinks that if she finally admits defeat, Locke will be killed too, just like everyone else. She's been wrecked by the way everyone dies on her, even after they swore it wouldn't happen. She's screaming that she refuses to lose right for him. Locke finally decides to quit playing nice and unleash the real power he's been hiding. Then Fenrir calls forth the huge wolf dog, and the whole screen starts trembling like it can't handle the power. Lucky morphs into a gigantic moon-born howling monster that makes the entire training ground look like a tiny doghouse. A colossal pillar of light rockets into the heavens like the universe just hit max flex in front of everyone. Every single person gets hit with pure, unstoppable Chad energy, blasting off the MC so hard they can't even think straight. Shannon is absolutely freaking out. Seeing a Fenrir as a familiar feels like walking into a knife fight with a nuclear bomb in your hand. Locke casually strokes the giant wolf like it's a golden retriever. Thanks, Lucky. Absolute cinema, boys. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings today? We're jumping into Beast Tamer, where our main character is out here hunting down the ultimate waifus, like they're limited edition Pokemon, and it's absolutely stacked. We kick things off with Shannon. Just look at those elf ears and that face, and you already know she's S-tier waifu material. Yeah, she's got a little brother named Seth, and you know how mangas go, because this NPC is about to get wrecked in the worst way today. Seth just slips into the woods like my dad heading for milk, except the blood moon is glowing creepy, and when he's gone, everyone's left cooked. Welcome to the Forest of Affection. Yeah, it sounds like a play I'd get banned from, but for Shannon, that's exactly where the nightmare kicks off. Her parents order her to stay home while they go search, but Shannon has main character energy. She can't just sit still. She storms straight into the woods because she's convinced she knows best, like every rule-bending kid before her classic, and it's about to get dangerous. She stumbles on this creepy, isolated mansion that screams final boss lair, like it's waiting for her to step inside and lose. Even with fear clawing at her, Shannon still manages to look absolutely insane. And yeah, I know exactly what you're all staring at right now. This spot is off limits because some mage lives here, but Shannon barrels right past the rules like they don't exist. She steps inside and the whole place screams danger, like a horror movie is seconds away from kicking the door down. The place is spotless, like cleaner than my search history, spotless. And that's the first red flag something supernatural is messing with reality. She blasts into screaming for Seth, and in the process, she's probably rousing every last ghost in the building. She spots him sprawled on the table like he's about to get surgery, and there's no way he's just taking a nap. Trap sprung. His pulse is sprinting. Shannon is freaking out, and she's scrambling for a way to pull her brother out alive. Suddenly, a giant eyeball bursts out of the darkness, and I swear my brain just screams Elden Ring. This is pure full-throttle cinema. Look at the size of that beast. It's locked onto her like a spotlight, reading every breath and judging her whole existence. The door slams shut, and Shannon's trapped with a giant floating eye staring him down. Bro is down bad, big time. The eye starts talking and demands, right to her face, which one gets saved like it's forcing her to hand out the plot armor. Shannon throws herself at the eye and begs it to save her brother because she's the real deal, even while terror is screaming inside her chest. And then the eye locks on and blasts a dark beam straight into her chest. Nope, not that kind of beam we're joking about on this channel. She jolts awake in bed, and Seth's sitting there totally fine, so she can't help but believe it was all just some wild fever dream. But then things start getting weird, like the creepy kind of weird, not the fun weird we actually crave. A fly lands near her, then it just keels over dead. On the spot, bro basically forgot what breathing even is. Then the frogs start dying, then the family horse croaks too. And at that point, Shannon is basically a walking biohazard. Her parents don't believe a word she says because they're basically NPCs, and so she bolts from the village before her accidental powers end up wiping out everyone. The moment she steps outside, the world bites back. Low-level thugs snatch her up and haul her off to be sold into slavery, and she's completely finished. Her first master is some old geezer who looks like he'll actually be kind. And sure enough, he's there to teach her how the world really works. But 6 months later, the dude's in a coffin-ripped bozo. The curse never misses. The next master topples off a cliff, and the one after that gets wiped out by illness. Shannon's basically a walking elf, and anyone who even touches her ends up in trouble. One swallows poison, and the next thing you know, a monster drags the other away, and when it finally hits her, she's branded the Grim Reaper and has fully surrendered to life. She finally lands in a cell, begging to be left alone. Then bam, a bunny girl shows up, and out of nowhere, some priceless culture crashes the party. She struts around like she's tough to chase everyone off, but the truth is she's just trying to shield them from the nasty energy only she can feel. People are already labeling her a reaper bitch, and this dude is trembling like crazy because he can't stand the power in her aura. Then Locke finally shows up like a full-on gigachad, strutting in like her reputation doesn't even matter. She tells him, "Stay close and you'll die." But Locke's got main character nerves. He's clinging to that Riz energy and refusing to back up. He promises her he'll prove why he can't die, and then starts calling up something absolutely massive. He slams a legendary fin rear onto her head just to show off pure absolute cinema. Look at how huge that wolf is. Shannon's jaw drops in total shock, while the bunny girl just chills in the background because nobody saw that twist coming. Locke's out here, calmly scratching a legendary beast behind the ears, like it's a golden retriever. Pure Chad energy. Shannon finally snaps. She realizes she's been swallowing her feelings for far too long, and the pressure is crashing in. She breaks down into tears and blurts out the truth. She wants to live, and for once, she finally wants to lean on someone. The emotional shock hits like a truck. She drops and faints right on the spot. A bunny girl snatches her in the panel. And dude, the way this guy is drawn is wild. Mommy, sorry. Locke tells them, let her rest for a while. She's been through enough already. Lucky the wolf isn't scary at all. He's a giant softy, and he frets that his bark might have been too loud for the waifu. Out of nowhere, a massive bird slams down from the sky like it couldn't survive the group's overpowering aura. The bird straight up passed out just from hearing Lucky howl. Yeah, that's straight up top-tier power scaling. That bird's finally ready to make friends, and Locke's just out here stacking monsters one by one like it's Pokemon right on easy mode. All right, Lucky's already wondering if that bird tastes good until Locke snaps him back to reality. We don't chow down on our teammates. Shannon finally jolts awake, looking way better, but you can tell she's still got that confused, lost-in-the-moment look on her face. She shoots straight into a deep bow and tears out an apology, fully admitting she went full drama queen earlier. She asks if she can jump into Locke's party, and honestly, who wouldn't want in on that Chad squad? Locke flashes her that perfect protagonist grin and pulls her into the team like she's always been destined for it. They seal the deal with a fist bump, but Lucky can't wait. He swings in his massive paw to join the moment. Shannon finally figures out the wolf is nothing but a big fluffy machine, and she starts showering him with the rubs he's been begging for. But Lucky snaps into serious mode and warns Locke that Shannon is strapped with a nasty curse. It's a brutal curse that sucks the life right out of everyone near her, and if it keeps going, it'll finally drain her dry too. Locke demands to know how to break it because there's no way he's letting his brand new waifu disappear. Lucky shoots back that he can't do it himself. He's a wolf, not exactly built for delicate touches. So Lucky goes to borrow it, pauses for a split second with that locked head stare way more aggressive than it ever needs to be. He straight up clamps the MC's head in his mouth. If my dog did that, I'd be dialing the police instantly. A gigantic wave of knowledge crashes into Locke's mind, and suddenly, boom, he's got the cheat codes to break the curse. Right when it looks like everything's finally going our way, the guild chief barges in and kills the vibe instantly. He tells Locke, I can't let you break that curse. And bam, our anime just slammed us with a massive cliffhanger. Boys, right off the bat, the guild chief, Titus, plays the ultimate buzzkill, snapping at Locke that he can't just start raking cursed magic across the staff because Shannon is technically a guild slave still. Just look at that bunny girl in the back. The guild's got taste for who they hired. That Titus looks like a walking NPC, but the moment he speaks, he's laying down orders, while Shannon's on the verge of breaking down. Honestly, it's a sin to keep an elf this elite locked up in chains. Locke's getting heated, but Titus just grins and tells him he's letting his emotions run wild. Then he actually has the nerve to compare our MC to that pathetic loser, Isaac. Titus basically tells Locke, dude, you look like you need a nap. You've been doing way too much. Then boom, he pulls the ultimate Giga Chat move. He asks Locke if he wants to cut to the chase and just buy Shannon straight from the guild. Our boy's frozen in shock, and Senna's staring at him like she just hit the waifu lottery, straight up stunned. Titus tells Locke, if you buy me, the guild rules vanish, and then you can break my curse however you want. Locke snaps, so what's the guild even for? And Titus fires back with pure, absolute cinema. The guild exists to make adventurers happy. He's basically playing the ultimate wingman right now, and it's working perfectly. Titus practically lays on the compliments thick, telling Shannon she's a sweet girl who's been through more than most. He can't stop thinking they'd be perfect together like a real power couple, shoulder to shoulder. Locke can still taste how his old party tossed him aside, and that's when it hits. He's finally found people who don't just use him, but actually care. He turns to Shannon and asks what she wants, and she shrinks into shyness, blurting that she's just a slave, like she doesn't even get the right to choose. Then she locks eyes with him and straight up says she wants to go with him. Bro, the riz is absolutely off the chart. Locke agrees to take her, and the bunny girl hits him with a price tag that's the exact amount of his quest reward, like the story just shoved. Plot armor straight onto his wallet. All right, no more games. Locke tightens his grip, ready to smash that nasty curse wide open. He rips his hand into full power, and Shannon just eats it up, fully trusting him like it's the most natural thing in the world. Out of nowhere, a gigantic black void-eyed thing snaps into view. And this isn't just a curse, it's a full-on demon crawling into reality. He lunges for the lock, trying to yank it and pull the other guy down with him. Our boy is struggling hard, looking like he's one bad step away from being fully cooked. But he pushes through anyway and straight up obliterates that trash like a total boss. Titus is rattled, blurting out that was the curse of a Magian. Turns out an ancient demon once ruled the world using summoning magic. Yeah, that's the kind of nightmare Locke is going to have to deal with. Yeah, Shannon's officially in the squad now, and she looks absolutely stunning. That the curse is finally gone. They step right back into Locke's secret pocket dimension, hidden inside his bracelet, and Shannon's reaction to what she sees is downright hilarious. She's never laid eyes on anything like this, while Locke just nonchalantly shows off his legendary gear like it's no big deal. Even Lucky the Wolf is acting like he's your best bro, though. Deep down, he's probably just plotting his next meal. They spot a rare sky bird wheeling through the clouds, and Shannon snaps at Locke that he's basically a freak of nature, because somehow he befriends every rare creature out there, and yeah, she straight up calls him abnormal. Lucky suddenly breaks into tears because he's starving. Yeah, the classic hungry dog move. He leans in and tells Locke the ants built a whole dungeon under the house while they were out. They step outside, and right in front of them, a gigantic hole has ripped open in the ground, like it showed up out of nowhere. Suddenly, a tiny lolly girl bursts out, yells, "Locke Papa!" And Shannon just stares at him like he's a complete degenerate. Lucky doesn't help one bit. He just blurts that Locke is into that kind of thing, and now Shannon's staring like, yeah, this is exactly why bro's a menace. Locke's freaking out, scrambling to explain that it's all a massive misunderstanding. Shannon just can't figure out that ant girl. But Patra, she's built different, she's a real leader, and her negotiation skills are on a whole other level. She basically slaps a translation power straight onto Shannon just by touching her. And this ant is way more useful than most MCs in this whole genre. Now Shannon finally gets what the wolf and the ants are saying, and boom, she's instant besties with the tiny one. Locke decides to call her Patra, and she goes absolutely wild with excitement. Then out of nowhere, a whole squad of identical ant girls swarms in. Locke can't tell the difference at all. They look identical, down to the last detail. He drops the most ridiculous NPC name spree, Orange A, B, C, D, and E, like he's just speed running the roster. They get hit with devastation for just a split second, then boom, straight into a full-on festival. Like nothing happened. They're built different. Patra struts through the underground dungeon and flexes packing meat into pro-level cold storage, then setting up a whole room for demon rocks. Like it's nothing, honestly. These ants run logistics better than half the government agencies out there. Locke's jaw drops, and he decides it's finally time to fire up the grill and cook that meat. They rush to camp to grab supplies, but Locke suddenly realizes he left his cookware behind. He's itching to whip up fried chicken with cabbage, but the merchant hits him with the worst news: they're completely out of stock. Right when Locke's spiraling over his missing cabbage, some all too familiar trash shows up out of nowhere. Isaac's over here with his harem of midwives, acting like the protagonist, only to realize he's about to get absolutely cooked by our boy Locke. Today I'm taking you straight into a wild story where the MC is a total Chad, yet he's stuck surrounded by some of the biggest NPCs I've ever seen. We kick off in the middle of a packed market where this bandana-wearing clown, Isaac, is trying to flex on our boy Locke. This absolute beta actually dares to tell Locke that if he drops to his knees and begs, he might let him back into the party. Yeah, Delulu's on a whole other level right now. Right as I'm about to reach through the screen and slap this guy, his wild wife storms in while Shannon steps up like, "Touch my man and you're done." She's got top-tier elf riz, and Isaac's trash talk doesn't faze her one bit. She fires back like, "Who do you think you are?" Locke finally snaps and tells this loser to quit bugging them. He's officially done with their mid-tier party. Isaac snaps the second rejection hits because his tiny ego can't take the loss, so he swings at a girl for it. And yeah, this man is officially cooked. Balak isn't a simp. He's a full-on giga chat, and that punch lands on him like nothing absolute cinema, boys. Locke hurls that, "I'll end your whole career" stare at him, and right away you see Isaac start to sweat, the beads soaking right through his headband. Instead of eating the L, Isaac turns around and starts glazing his own party, sneering that Shannon's an E-class loser just because she's not in his precious elite squad. Then another girl jumps in, snarls that Locke is trash. Seriously, this party's NPC energy is basically at critical mass. Shannon's not playing along. She loses it on Locke, yelling that he's not something you can just use. And honestly, we love a protective waifu. Isaac slings the classic "weak dogs bark the loudest" line at her, even though he's the same guy whose punch just got parried by a support class. Then we finally roll up and meet the rest of the circus, especially Kara, a girl who looks like she dumped all her skill points into pure toxic hatred. Kara locks eyes with Shannon and starts roasting her outfit. Excuse me? Because Shannon is serving full adventurer energy, while Kara somehow looks like she got stuck in the background. She goes in even harder on the fashion roast, trashing Shannon's clothes as lame, and the jealousy practically screams off her. It's honestly hilarious. Locke snaps at her to mind her own business, because clothes don't mean strength, and Kara hits him with the most punchable F face I've ever seen. She throws a full-on tantrum like a faucet just exploded, because Locke didn't pick her for the top-tier party. Stay mad, sweetheart. Finally, we get Amy, the one girl with real class, stepping up, because she actually has the brains to apologize for her trash teammates. She actually bows to Locke. Yeah, real respect. And now I gotta eat my words about that party being mid. Emmy might be the real deal. She's begging for one final showdown to test how strong they really are before they split for good. And honestly, that's just respect. Isaac's still stuck in the back, spewing salt like a little brat, while Locke just wants to break free from all that toxicity and finally live his best life. Locke knows they can't afford to lose to these clowns, so he's locking in hard, and yeah, pun fully intended. They ride back to their base under a gorgeous moon, readying themselves because the absolute carry is about to go nuclear and lock in for real. We snap to the kitchen. Locke's got an apron on, and suddenly it feels like anyone who can cook has infinite riz. Then, boom lucky, the giant Finari sneezes, and cornflowers go flying everywhere, and even that legendary beast of the forest can't help but have a total clumsy doggo moment. The whole squad's cracking up as Locke wraps up the meal, and man, those little bee girls are so ridiculously precious, like they don't belong in this world. Behold Locke's deluxe edition fried chicken one bite, and you'll be craving it like crazy for a snack. Everyone digs in and boom, it's a flavor explosion. Shannon's eyes go wide like she's staring straight at the face of God, all from a piece of poultry. Locke orders them to eat slow since it's scorching, but with food this gassy, you can't go slow even if you try. Look at Shannon's face, she just clocked it. Her man isn't just cooking, he's a full-on master chef, and you can practically watch her fall for him in real time. All right, it's strategy time. Everyone's rushing to the fresh verdure dungeon, where the journey usually eats up a whole week. But Locke's built different. She's plotting a straight shot, shortcut through the swamp, and forced to reach it in half a day. Meanwhile, Isaac and his NPC crew are grinding down the long road in a carriage like they own the place. Meanwhile, they're already smugly acting like they've won. Then Locke realizes the shortcut won't come easy, but he's got a secret weapon, and the other side never sees it coming. Stuffed with that top-tier chicken, the squad's finally ready to roll out. Now it's time to light up these losers and show them what a real party looks like. Shannon hops onto Lucky's back, and the grin on her face screams pure joy, like imagine straddling a giant fluffy cloud and getting to ride it for real. Lucky is blasting through the woods at full throttle, So you, Tamafin Rear, get a clear road, zero traffic, and maximum speed. Even the local monsters are trembling in their boots, because once Lucky's aura hits, they refuse to get anywhere near him. Then out of nowhere, Locke hears a creepy sound spilling out from the bushes. It sounds like someone's crying, and Shannon immediately panics. She's sure a monster's attacking someone, but the truth is way crazier and way more random. They screech to a stop in a clearing, and there it is, a tiny gargoyle just waiting like a bad omen. This guy's hunched over, bawling his eyes out like he just got sucker punched by the most brutal sad anime ending. Yeah, that's the mood, all right? Locke's completely thrown off, like a gargoyle that cries instead of turning people to stone. This world is seriously trippy. Lucky snaps, decides he's done, and starts charging a monster attack, bro. It's just a baby gargoyle, chill out. Shannon snaps to it. Lucky isn't just blowing wind magic around, he's unleashing the delete the forest level power. That magic circle that just popped up is absolutely gigantic. Lucky's seconds away from detonating a nuke on this crying statue. Locke lets out a quick, smug thought, then the horror hits. If Lucky pulls that trigger, the whole capital city stretching that way gets vaporized in an instant. The spell keeps swelling out of control, and Locke is freaking out. Lucky, my guy, because we already warned you about collateral damage. Locke roars at him to stop, but it's too late. The spell is already past the point of no return, and if it detonates, the city is done. Lucky wears the "I just ruined everything" look as his spell traps him. No way to undo it, and Locke realizes he's got to pull off something completely insane to save everyone. Locke hurtles forward and fires off his own magic to shove the blast off course. Yet the crushing pressure pounds the ground until it starts to crack. He's forcing that energy into one sharp point, then flinging it upward. Instead, this is elite mage level chess right here. The energy is bursting out of the screen. The visuals are a straight up 10/10. This is absolute cinema. Locke is yelling at the top of his lungs as he shoves that beam of light away from the city, and the sheer mana he's burning right now has to be absolutely insane. He's clenching a disaster class spell in his bare hands, like it's nothing if that isn't pure send help, chat energy. I don't know what is. He pleads with his magic power to cling on for just a few more seconds, because the strain is crushing him, fam. The beam finally snaps apart, rockets into the sky, narrowly misses the capital, and sends every poor NPC sprinting in panic for miles. The dust finally eases up, and right where the forest stood, a huge crater gapes open. Locke's wheezing and shaking from the effort, but he pulled it off. He just saved the city, using nothing but his own dog. Kate, what a twisted day. Lucky's over there covering his eyes with his paws, totally mortified. He knows he's being a bad boy right now. Look at him, this giant legendary wolf is sitting there acting like a puppy that just chewed up your favorite shoe, and somehow you just can't stay mad at him. He peeks through his paws to see if Locke's still alive. Lucky, you didn't kill your master this time. Shannon comes barreling in to check on them and thank the stars. Everyone's okay, even if the landscape is absolutely destroyed. She spots it. Locke's arm is scorched to the bone from the mana feedback. And yeah, our boy really threw his life on the line. Locke just yanks out a healing potion and downs it like a total legend. Why go to a hospital when you've got top-tier alchemy? The potion kicks in instantly, and Shannon's jaw drops in pure awe, while meanwhile Lucky keeps sobbing and apologizing, convinced he's a complete failure. Locke swoops in and smothers him with the biggest head pats ever because he knows Lucky was just trying to protect them. And yeah, this is straight up too wholesome, man. Lucky is crying happy tears because his master finally isn't mad, and Locke tells him they just need to tighten up his disaster class control. Lucky bursts into a huge howl, signaling he's ready to train his hardest and become the ultimate good boy. And we finish on that crying gargoyle, still stuck in place, staring at the chaos like, what the hell just happened? Same little guy, same. We kick things off with Locke sprinting into the middle of nowhere only to find a gargoyle having a full-on mental breakdown. And the audacity of a monster falling apart like a simp is honestly hilarious. This poor guy blurts out that he got fired from the Demon Lord's army. Yeah, that's a certified "you're cooked" moment right there. Imagine being so mid you're literally built from leftover trash, and your one job for a whole century is playing janitor in the castle. But the new management didn't want some broom-slinging monster, so they tried to ship him off, and now he's just out in the woods, aimlessly wandering like a total NPC. Bro's down bad because humans despise demons, So he's got nowhere to run and nobody who can truly love him, and it's straight up tragic. Look at Shannon. She's breaking down over this rockman's tears. And man, she's got a heart of gold, plus assets that definitely don't hurt either, if you know what I mean. Locke is totally baffled because in the Demon Lord's elite crew, gargoyles are usually absolute chads, not some bottom-tier janitors. Because the gargoyle is basically homeless, our MC swings into legend mode and invites him to join the squad, and the gargoyle starts wailing like he's just won the lottery. Locke tells him that scrubbing for a whole 100 years is a serious flex, and you can practically watch the light return to this monster's eyes. A pop-up message blasts onto the screen. The sealed gargoyle wants to be your friend, and I swear you're already thinking the same thing, because that sealed tag feels like straight-up plot armor waiting to explode later. They dig into him, trying to uncover what secret power is hiding inside his bones, but that gargoyle is just as clueless, like some background extra with no idea what's going on. The system snaps into action and transforms him into a sacred beast. Then boom, Locke gets a notification he can expand his garden, like some wild mobile base builder leveling up right in his hands. Locke slams the upgrade button to expand the cabin, because even a cultured gentleman needs more space as his harem grows. As they trek deeper, they suddenly trip over this massive cabbage patch right in the middle of the forest, totally normal. Definitely not suspicious at all. Night's rolling in and they waste no time set up camp right there, because Locke knows you never walk away from free loot in the wild. Next morning, they sprint straight for the village the gargoyle pointed out, hunting for more wafers and ready to cause some trouble. They roll into Chushino village, and this place looks like it's been through absolute hell. They stumble on some old man snoring away his entire life, and Shannon swings into action, trying to wake him up with pure top-tier waifu energy. The old man jolts awake, spots Shannon, and swears he must have died because she looks so angelic he's convinced he's finally in heaven. This old geezer tries to sneak in a kiss, but that giant dog won't hear it. Wham! He gets slammed into the dirt. The old man immediately assumes they're bandits, but Locke has to step in and snap him out of it. These guys aren't criminals, they're just adventurers passing through. Once he realizes this isn't a robbery, he grabs their attention and tells them to head straight to the village chief to get the full story on what's really going on in the area. The village looks calm at first, but something's off, like the whole place is holding its breath for disaster. Everyone here looks bone-deep hungry, and they huddle in whispers like they can't believe they've finally got newcomers. And yes, they've never seen a Chad like this before. They track down the chief. Onagami then, Locke sweeps in and introduces the whole squad, including Shannon and the absolute unit, Lucky. That older Warren guy who showed up earlier starts bragging like he's the best, and the chief immediately cuts him off, basically telling him to shut up because he's acting like a clown. The chief tries to smooth it all over and apologize for the chaos, but you can tell Locke isn't even fazed. He's already hunting for a way to flip this whole mess into a win. Turns out, a pack of goblins stormed in, raided the village, and gulped up every last bite of food, so now the whole place is left starving. A couple young guys tried to throw down, but they got wiped out on the spot, and now the entire village is on its knees begging for a hero. These goblins aren't run-of-the-mill fodder at all. They're cunning, and the village is so broke, it can't even fork over a coin to the guild for protection. Locke finally snaps. He can't keep playing the simp and saving everybody for free, or he'll end up broke just like these NPCs. He demands a map and the goblin nest's exact location, because you just know he's cooking up some seriously genius plans. Locke studies the map like a championship gamer, hunting the cleanest route to grab the win and save everyone's day. He tells them about the cabbage patch they stumbled on, so for the next Tuesday, starvation isn't winning. The whole village is hyped, but Locke snaps at them, fix the real root cause, or they'll get raided again, and this time it won't be so easy to survive. Locke just dropped a bombshell. He'll build up the village and guard them with his life. But yeah, he's asking for 20 of the future revenue, because this dude is a full-on business mogul. The chief is drenched in sweat, 20 is a mountain of gold, and he's terrified he can't pull off that executive call. Locke clocks the hesitation and slashes the offer to 10, but only if every last person in the village shows up and puts in the work. He tells them it's just 10 of the profit, and in return, he'll take care of the goblins and make sure nobody goes hungry. The villagers start whispering in panic, trapped between a rock and a hard place, and with their trade routes choked off, they've got nowhere to turn. The chief needs a little time to rally the whole village. He's checking if they've got the nerve to fight for survival. Luck isn't worried one bit. He's certain he's handing them a deal they can't refuse unless they'd rather stay stuck as losers forever. After a quick breather, the chief returns and slams down his answer while Locke just waits, all calm and in full control, like a total boss. He straight up admits the village is split because some folks keep side-eyeing a guy who's smart enough to use his brain. Locke tells them, "I'll take every bit of the danger myself, that your job is just to stay afloat and not end up broke." Then Warren, the old guy from before, steps in and declares he doesn't believe a single word that Locke spits out. Warren's just out here getting by the hard way, grumbling that if he wasn't injured, he'd go wipe Lin solo, pure classic NPC energy. Locke spots the injured guys and decides it's finally time to flex, showing off that MC Riz like only he can. He yanks out a custom healing potion and offers it to Warren, but Warren recoils like it's deadly poison. To prove it's legit, Shannon takes a big gulp first. Seriously, look at her. She makes downing a potion look like it's straight from a commercial. She suddenly starts glowing, blurts that it tastes incredible, and says it makes her feel lighter. Honestly, it's the perfect sales pitch for Locke. Even Lucky the dog is craving a taste. And if that giant holy beast is down on its knees begging for a sip, you already know it's absolutely legendary. Lucky's totally feeling it after that drink, strutting like it's 100 safe and somehow even better than he expected. Warren finally cracks, chugs the potion, and even with that curiosity blazing, he still tries to play the tough guy. Then boom, his brain gets fried by how insanely elite this brew tastes, like the flavors hit him from every angle. He blurts out, "That's so delicious." And just like that, his tough guy act shatters in one heartbeat. He swears it tastes like fresh, squeezed apple juice, not those rotten water potions he's been stuck choking down. Bro starts getting all poetic, saying the flavor drags him straight back to his first love, and the glazing is hitting record levels right this second. Then bam, his injuries vanish, and he's springing around like he's 20 again, a walking miracle bottled up. Locke promises to heal the rest of the injured villagers the same way if they'll just team up and help him out. Warren is totally sold now. He grabs Locke's hand, jabs a grin through it, and vows the village will back them in 100. The chief whips his head around and challenges everyone. "Who else wants a round, huh? Or are you finally ready to sign the deal?" The deal's locked in, the whole squad's fired up, and they've got just 6 days to wipe out every goblin before the deadline. Stay with me, boys, because this is about to get absolutely wild. Just look at these NPCs. One bowl of soup hits, and their brains immediately short-circuit like they've seen magic. The whole squad is losing their minds because the flavor hits like pure cinema. So even the big wolf is out here down bad for a bite. Our boy Locke is out here proudly polishing his own cooking, flexing that it's way better than horse feed like a straight-up Chad. He even tucked in healing potions to ease the old man's aching joints. Bro's basically a walking cheat code. Lord Locke orders the resident elf mom, Shinonan, to babysit the Antlolis while he and the others dash off to scoop up even more loot. Just look at Shen all shy like that. She's secretly freaking out, wondering if she's got enough riz to pull this off on her own. Locke's plan is simple: smash in a road, pump the economy back up, and basically play SimCity with magic right now. Bro slams a gigantic buff spell, and the absolute nerve of that mana flex leaves everyone glowing bright like living glow sticks. The old-timers suddenly snap into action, cracking into handstands and sprinting around like they've unlocked infinite stamina. Shanann stares at him like, "Mommy, sorry, Mommy," wow, because the power of his support magic is absolutely off the chart. The construction arc is about to kick off, and the entire squad is buzzing, ready to lock in and grind. Gargoyles and wolves are busting their butts in the front lines, while the ant girls float around looking cute, basically the game's adorable NPC. Locke hauls those massive pillars like they're nothing, and Bro's plot armor is basically just his gym routine showing up in the story. The sun's slipping into the horizon, the road's weirdly spotless. Turns out the wolf is the real MVP, clearing the whole path like a hero. Look at the squad, pure good vibes everywhere. Everyone's grinning, and the waifu count is climbing nonstop. Night drops over the mini garden, and everything looks calm for half a breath, because we both know that peace never sticks around. Shanann strolls in like a total snack, sipping tea, and you can tell she's so down bad for our MC. She refuses to hit the bed until her master does pure loyal waifu energy, and honestly, we're obsessed. Locke tells her, "You're not a slave," and she immediately panics. Her pulse is absolutely sprinting, blazing into triple digits as we speak. The way she stares at him, if that's not the look of someone about to risk everything, then I've got no idea what real courage even looks like. Under a sky full of stars, they shared a sweet, bouncy moment, and when they finally clicked, the chemistry was off the chart. Like Locke is back at it, cooking up a plan to dump cabbages into the market nonstop, because the capital's apparently starving. Shanann just keeps nodding. If that man asked, she'd follow him straight into a volcano. No questions. Pure, absolute loyalty. Flashback to that beta party where they kicked him out. Locke clenches his fists and decides he'll win big just to shove it in those losers' faces. That poor girl finally gave up, toppled onto the table, and passed out mid-sit, so innocent it's almost painful to watch. Locke stares at her with that "I'm about to riz you up" grin. Yeah, he's 100 a man of culture. He stretches his hand toward the legendary head pat, and honestly, this is the exact fan service us boys live for. Absolute cinema. He's thanking her right there while she's lost in dreamland, and the whole vibe is insanely, brutally, unbelievably dark. That dome makes the house feel dead quiet, but our MC can't sit still for a second. He's a relentless grinder. Check out the monster squad, snoring their heads off, while that gargoyle desperately needs his beauty sleep. Locke slips out like a ninja, spots a lurking shadow outside, and suddenly it's time for some late-night side quests. Lucky the wolf was waiting for him, and it felt like the wolf already knew. Like his master couldn't sit still, even if you dosed him with caffeine. They're hunting rainbow dragonflies at night because they're way easier to snare out there. Work smarter, not harder. Locke isn't scared of goblins at all. He's got a giant wolf by his side and enough plot armor to shrug off a nuke. Lucky stares at him like, "Bro, are you serious right now?" Still, the second he's in, he's totally down to go along for the ride. Full moon's blazing, the vibe's locked in, and they're sprinting into the woods for some midnight loot. Look at them go, scooping up dragonflies like they're training for a Pokemon battle. This is pure peak adventure energy. Morning rolls in, and before the day even starts, someone's already in the kitchen, and you can practically smell the trouble brewing. Locke snaps awake, convinced his elf waifu is whipping up breakfast. Then reality hits him like a truck. He bounds downstairs, all smiles, ready to help, convinced he's about to steal the cutest little morning moment ever. Surprise, it's the gargoyle, and he's way too pumped to see his master this soon. I'm losing it. Wait, the gargoyle's rocking a heart-shaped apron, and this is straight-up peak culture right here. Locke's totally shattered. He's spiraling into a full mental breakdown because his waifu breakfast turned out to be a massive lie. Shanann finally barges in, and Locke scrambles to pretend he wasn't just losing his mind and yelling at a stone monster in an apron. She's out there practicing her swings, going full warrior mom mode, and you better respect that nonstop grind. Gargoyle Khan is just chilling in the background while Locke spirals, questioning his entire existence. Honestly, it's comedy gold. Shanann discovers he slipped out without her, and she hits him with that pout like, "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed." He swears he'll take her next time, and just like that, boom, everything's Gucci, as he whips up a monster-sized breakfast like it's no big deal. That cabbage shipment is ready to blast off this cruise about to rake in money and yank this village out of poverty. The wagon slams onto the brand new road, and Locke's miracle hits hard. He really built that highway in just 2 days, and it rides smoother than anyone expected. He's out here teaching the villagers how to hunt dragonflies. Bro straight up turned it into a full-on fishing lesson. Road done now, the whole village is throwing a non-stop celebration like they just hit the lottery because, yeah, they basically did. Those ant girls are getting head pats for all their hard work, and Locke's out here as the ultimate monster dad. And finally, the villagers get it. Monsters aren't the villains they feared, and they're starting to build your infrastructure together. The village head is bowing and practically worshiping Locke because he's only taking a 10-cut man's a full-on giga chad. He keeps it humble, then calmly tells them to send the payments through the guild like a real pro. We slam into a quick montage of them stacking even more loot, and Locke's out here basically speedrunning the entire local economy. One more massive feast with the squad, and honestly, life feels perfect when you've got a giant wolf at your side and a gargoyle in an apron serving the vibe. Then the narrator casually drops that he didn't know yet bomb, and you just know the whole situation is about to explode. The former party's back, and they look absolutely seething. No doubt they're plotting some low-key betrayal, like it's all part of the plan. Yo, homies, we're back with another banger. Locke's living the dream, while his old party's out there drowning their own salt like it's the only way to cope. We kick off the day with the whole squad hitting morning training, because you don't become a Chad on luck, you earn it with the grind. But wait, who's this little guy clinging to Locke's shoulder, calling him Papa? Bro's got that instant father energy, like the kind of riz you can feel in your bone. Locke is totally rattled, like he just spotted his bank account after the biggest Steam sale ever. Turns out that bird used to be a giant of the skies until it snatched a rare snack, and now it's been shrunk down into a tiny pocket-sized menace. And look at this, it is basically a feathered plushie, but don't let that cute face trick you. It's got more plot armor than the MCs. Out of nowhere, the bird slumps like it just clocked it's gone. Mid-tier, and before that can even register, Locke suddenly catches a whiff of something so rotten, it makes your stomach twist. And this legendary Fenrir is out here right now. Somehow it's lucky, because the dude's reeking like a dumpster fire in the dead middle of July. Locke straight up asks when he last hit the showers, and this absolute menace actually says yesterday with a straight face. Then he scrambles back to maybe the day before. Bro, no cap, just own it. Admit you're a stinky boy. Lucky tries to brag that he licks himself clean. And yeah, that's gross, but Locke shuts it down fast. All right, minigame time? Whoever snags this smelly giga-chat gets to shower him, and the whole squad is desperate for that challenge. Lucky's acting untouchable like these NPCs couldn't even lay a hand on him. After the parley victory, Locke slams the squad with a massive buff, and suddenly they're glowing way brighter than my whole future. Lucky keeps preening and rubbing himself down, convinced he's so fast he'll never get caught. First up, Patra, the queen of the ants, and let me tell you, she looks like a straight-up menace in that outfit. She tries to barrel through him, but Lucky's already hit stepping, dancing out of trouble like he's starring in a Madden highlight reel. He thinks he's untouchable until the oldest trick in the book snaps shut and cooks him alive. Boom, right out of nowhere, a whole swarm of mini-patries erupts onto the scene, and it's an all-out ambush. They swaddle him in silk like a damn Christmas gift, and for one breath, it looks like the dog is finally done for. The whole squad is partying like they just snagged the Super Bowl, and Locke can't hide how proud he is of his daughter. Locke starts running his mouth, telling Lucky to stop fighting and just accept his fate and take the so. But Lucky is a legendary beast for a reason. He flexes once, and the silk snaps like it's cheap headphones. Patra eats the L, then clocks the truth. Lucky isn't just lucky, he's built different. Next up, Gargoyle Kun, the guy who looks like he lives at the gym but somehow always ghosts leg day. He's out here bragging like he's got 100 years of experience. But the way he acts, you'd think he's the main character in his own story. He barrels in with pure menace, dead set on grabbing the bag. And just like that, he got yanked and smashed into the next dimension, leaving his whole job and status behind. Now here's where it gets wild. Shannon steps up, and I swear that elf's got me staring like, Lord of mercy, the Riz is unreal. This is a clash between the elites, and Lucky knows he can't afford to doze off for even a second. They're moving so fast it feels like straight-up cinema. Shannon's out here driving that sword forward without the slightest hesitation. Lucky is laughing it off, but you can see the sweat starting to creep out. Shannon flips into overdrive, unleashing a rapid storm of attacks that feels like a 10-10 score in her favor. Yeah, we're all locked in, waiting to see what the plot hits next. Lucky is juking and slipping like he's in the Matrix, and he even admits she's got moves that actually hit hard. Suddenly, her aim snaps into focus so close she clips his ear, and the big dog finally realizes she's not some NPC. She shoves him hard into the rocks, and for a second it looks like the waifu might actually pull it off. She presses a sword to his throat and orders, "It's bath time." And I can't lie, if she told me what to do, I'd probably listen. But Psych Lucky is right on her heels in a blink. And if this were a real brawl, her head would have been rolling already. She got completely outplayed. And Shannon shrugs off the loss like a champ, because under Locke's guidance, she's getting stronger fast. Then Lockvus Lucky, the main actor, bursts onto the scene, and the stakes hit an all-time high. Locke rips out his daggers, like he's finally ready to pull off something badass for the first time. Then bam! A cloud of sparkles erupts in the air, and you just know some hilariously cheesy MC stunt is about to hit. Lucky starts sniffing the air, because the smell of flowers hits him and the confusion is written all over his face. That bird's back, perching on Lucky's head like it pays rent and runs the whole show. That tiny little guy delivered a sleeping flower, and Lucky's starting to feel like he's been up pulling an all-nighter. The end is here, yeah. The big bad wolf is done for, fully knocked out and snoozing. Locke steals the win through pure tactical genius or by straight-up dirty cheating. But either way, the victory is his. All right, squad's locked in time to scrub that dog until he's shining like a literal star. Meanwhile, while everyone's busy having fun, we cut to the trash squad. Isaac is losing it, pounding the walls of their carriage like a salty, pathetic loser. That red-haired mommy me and the blonde girl are already done with his non-stop beta energy. Isaac is fuming over Locke betraying them, like the nerve it takes is straight up unreal. Amy cuts him off instantly, reminding him that they were the ones who kicked Locke out because they'd decided he was nothing but dead weight. We get hit with a flashback. Locke's stuck being their pack mule, hauling all their junk on his back while they swoop in and take all the credit. But Isaac is struggling hard, begging to prove he's an S-rank hero, yet all of us know he's solidly mid at best. Emmy's officially had it. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him she's done helping with the brutal parts of the quest. They're bickering like a divorced couple stuck on a road trip. Seriously, the whole vibe feels rotting in real time. The blonde girl jumps into the roasting, firing back at Isaac and demanding, "Why do you act so high and mighty when you're clearly failing?" Emmy drops a full-on bombshell. This mission ends, and the party's done for good. She's gone chasing something better, hoping she can finally lock onto a real Chad. But Isaac just stares at the ground, crushed by his own ego. And honestly, you can't help loving every second of it. They step into the dungeon, and even the scenery looks like it's laughing in their faces. Isaac tries to play it cool, leaning toward the driver and ordering him to keep the change. But the driver is a total gigachad and shuts him down, saying it isn't even close because they already made him drive way past his limit. Isaac has to cough up even more money, and it's basically over. He's broke to the bone now, officially cooked. They crowd before the verdant leaves dungeon, all wide-eyed and helpless, like lambs marching straight toward the blade. They've only got 4 days left, and the way they're staring at themselves, you can tell they're second-guessing every life choice they ever made. They step into the dark, and I'll spot you $10 if they survive without breaking down and crying for Locke. While those losers are getting crushed, we slam back into the wholesome vibes. Locke and the girls are all piled up together, wrapped in a fluffy, lucky charm, soaking in the sweet fruits of their win. This is the life, homies. What's up, homies? Welcome back, where we crown the Chads and roast the frauds. Today, we're diving into a team of mid-tier built different adventurers who are about to get absolutely cooked. We kick off with Isaac leading the fraud squad straight into the dungeon of verdant leaves. Yeah, the same guy who probably buys more hair gel than real gear. Look at these waifus, M.I. and Kara already stressed out to the bone, stuck with a leader who's got zero riz and even less power. Then they crash into some orangus, basically overgrown crocs, and the girls practically start spiraling into a full midlife crisis on the spot. Isaac's over here griping because he can't score any rare spawns, while Bro is straight up hunting shiny Pokemon in a dungeon. He's not even high enough to enter pure clown energy. That man's completely baffled. Everything's empty. No eggs anywhere. And I'm even offering you guys $10 if you can guess why. Spoiler, a real MC was probably here like 5 minutes ago. So now he's out here praising himself like crazy, convinced the guild is sabotaging him just because he's too strong, and the audacity of believing the only threat around here is himself. Suddenly, a wild gun pops up out of nowhere. Isaac goes full final boss mode, like he just spotted the endgame, but it turns out it's only a green NPC rocking a stick. He whips out this giant sword just to play the Giga Chad and chops a dumb goblin in half. Cool move, bro. But try that on something that isn't living proof that common sense died. Uh-oh, this party's getting packed, and then a gobbling knight barges in. Isaac's face drops because he realizes it's not him. Yeah, this is what you get when you skip the tutorial. Look at this goblin knight. He's straight up rocking Chad energy, armor on, that massive sword in hand, and the "I'm about to end this man's career" vibe is hitting way harder than our so-called hero. The squad is boxed in with no way out at this point. They're just a snack bar for the greenskins. And if I were the girls, I'd be hunting the nearest exit or praying for a stronger leader before this turns into a massacre. Isaac tries to pull off a jump attack like he's in an Elden Ring montage, but the Goblin Knight just shuts him down straight up, blocks it like it's nothing, bro. Got parried in real life. And honestly, you love to see it. Isaac's going toe-to-toe as the clash rages, but sweat pours off him because without the real MC's divine protection, he's basically a C-rank scrub wearing a fancy headband. But seriously, look at him squirming while the narrator straight up drags them, telling everyone they're nothing without Locke. And wow, imagine being so pathetic that even the words on the screen are coming for you. His hands shake like crazy. He's down bad, sobbing in silence, because it just hit him. He's not the main character. He's the side guy in someone else's story. This is pure cinema. He's getting outplayed by a nobody, and the damage to his ego is wrecking him worse than his health bar. The salt is real. Right when the beta soul needs saving, Mage Waifu Kara steps in and hurls a flame lance straight up. Momi Mami. Either way, she's carrying the whole team right now. The Goblin Knight is officially toast, but just look at Isaac in the corner. The trauma is written all over his face. And suddenly he's acting like he had everything under control the whole time. Nah, I'm not losing to some small fry. Dude, we literally just watched you shake with pure fear. Stop the cap. They're surrounded again straight out of a zombie movie, except with even more twitchy ears and zero hygiene. These guys are grinding through a quest they clearly weren't built for. The girls are busting their butts, while Isaac just stands there looking like he's about to explode. If useless had a face, it'd be his. Finally, they sweep the area clean, all gasping like they just sprinted a marathon thick, lead-heavy boots and all, while Kara looks like a straight-up snack even after the fire. Late into the night, they figure the boss is gone and start sprucing everything up. Kara's looking absolutely majestic, so don't lose focus, boys. We still have a whole mountain of plot to crush. Isaac's itching to keep fighting wyverns, bro. You barely survived spotting one goblin with a dental problem, and now you want to throw yourself at dragons. This dude's acting like he's on a one-way mission to get everybody wiped. They stumble on the wyvern nest, and it's stuffed to the brim, like the whole place is daring you to die. This quest is basically a suicide mission, and just look at all those scaly monsters lined up and itching to ruin someone's day. They're crouched in the bushes like clueless NPCs, scrambling for a plan. Isaac's genius idea is, I'll sprint in, start screaming, and you guys do the heavy lifting. Absolute top-tier strategy. Kara stares at him like, you've got to be kidding. Still, she's loyal as hell, so she signs on with the plan anyway because, honestly, she deserves a way better team than this. He barges in like full-on Leroy Jenkins. Here I come, and if you're not careful, you're one careless move away from a straight trip to the graveyard, buddy. Wyverns slam down from the sky, and Isaac is already wearing full-on regret like it's painted across his face. Kara blasts out a scorching fire arrow barrage, boom, boom, boom. This is the real deal, a full-on fire show, and honestly, she's the only reason they're still standing and not wiped out. Wyverns are smashing to the ground, and Isaac is desperately swinging his sword at the ones that are already barely hanging on straight, up peak vulture energy. Isaac lands a lucky slash wow. That's it. You actually did something for once. Want a sticker or a juice box? But hold up, there's one more twist. It sneaks right up behind the girls. And that's exactly why you need a real tank, who can pull aggro instead of acting like a clueless simp. The girls get absolutely wrecked when a tail smacks them. Isaac's out here dropping the ball on his one job, and it's downright painful to watch as someone finally decides these girls deserve a real Chad. Emmy, the healer, finally snaps. She tears into him, firing back that Locke would have kept them safe. And yeah, you know, it's truly over the moment she starts comparing him to her ex-party member. Isaac starts shaping Locke's got nothing to do with it, and you're basically handing her the proof right there. He dodges responsibility like it's his favorite sport. Amy's had it. She storms out of the party, Ren and all, turns to him like, I'm done, and you're an absolute wreck. I'm not quoting her word for word, but yeah, I get the sentiment. Kara isn't sticking around either. Both of them bail, leaving him stranded in the dungeon like a total disaster. This is the ultimate get-wrecked scene, and yeah, bro is officially maidenless. They straight up storm off to find Locke, because in Isaac's eyes, he's the better man, while Isaac just stands there trembling with rage. And yeah, you can see the thug shake, pure salt in his bones. And there's Locke out here living his best life, probably kicking back with some thick elves while Isaac is losing his mind. Isaac gets hit with a flashback, his dad calling him a disappointment. Like it wasn't even a surprise. Damn, even from day one, his own father clocked he was a total fraud. He's boxed in by wyverns, and his brain won't stop screaming, Locke, like he's completely obsessed. This is the peak of down bad behavior. He snaps into full crash-out mode like if he's failing, everybody's going down with him because that school threat look is blazing in his eyes now. He rockets into the final move screaming, I'll beat you. Then he starts yelling at the ground like it's Locke's face. And yeah, this guy is completely beyond Saba. He slams down a grand cross bam, a colossal blast of light erupts, and sure, it's flashy, but you can tell right away this is pure desperation. Look at that smug face, he thinks he's the main character now. Meanwhile, the girls just stand back and watch, probably scratching their heads like, why is he going so extra? Boom, one blast, and the entire mountain turns to vapor. And that's not just destruction, it's disaster for a guy who's probably living paycheck to paycheck. Locke and his elf, waifu Shannon, spot the cross out near the village, and in this shot, Shannon looks absolutely unreal. Like, the level is wild, and now she's staring at it, wondering if Isaac caused all of this. Locke decides to go investigate with Shannon and his giant wolf, Lucky, tagging right along. I swear, Locke's party is unbeatable. A hot elf and a massive dog. That's an instant win. They roll up to the scene, and the mountain is flat like Isaac absolutely annihilated the place. It looks straight up like a nuclear test site. The fraud squad stumbles out of the smoke, looking wrecked, like they got thrown through a blender, coughing, wheezing, and acting like total losers. Isaac's acting all tough, bragging that he vaporized everything, but the second you look at him, he's wobbling like he can barely stand, basically a walking L. Shannon isn't buying a word of it. She comes in hot, roasting them like crazy, because there's no way they pulled this off solo, not with her sharp eye for the kind of fraud that reeks. Isaac pitches cheating buy supplies at the Capitol, lie through the quest like it's nothing, and this guy's got zero honor, a simp, a fraud, and a full-on cheater. Locke, the kind of guy who can't help himself, charges into the cave anyway just to prove he's not living that lazy life. If Isaac calls them losers and then storms off, just wow, the irony hits like a truck. The guy who cheated, got caught, and wiped out his own party is standing there calling the MJ loser? Absolute cinema. Locke stumbles on the dead Goblin Knight, then starts piecing together the truth because Isaac is still off in the background throwing a full-on tantrum. Shannon finally clocks it. The Goblin Knight was the boss of the mob Isaac fought, and now she and the others are basically piecing together the mystery behind Isaac's loss. They peer into the cave, and it's absolute chaos then. Hold up, is that a flicker of hope staring back at them? Shannon digs up some broken scales, total trash just like Isaac's whole career, but Locke doesn't even flinch. And then luck hits hard. He stumbles on a whole stash of wyvern eggs, a massive W, while Isaac is over there blowing things up, and Locke just walks straight into a gold mine. Locke decides to haul the eggs back to his mini monster garden, and bro's out here starting a full-on dragon farm, pure Chad level energy. Back in the village, the locals are going wild. They're treating Locke like he's a god. And yeah, compared to that other guy, he honestly might as well be. Locke tells him the dungeon was never cursed. It was just wrongly labeled on some ancient map. And now Locke's out here cracking geography like it's a puzzle, while Isaac's probably still back in a bar somewhere, getting himself all worked up. They sink time into building up the village, and you see Locke out there working side by side tending cabbages like it's nothing. Yet somehow he can still fight dragons. That's wife material. Period. Then Locke casually slams together a massive stone fortress for the whole village, turning a farm into a stronghold like it's nothing. What is this man even doing? Because he's clearly playing by a totally different rulebook. The villagers are straight up losing it. Yahoo, they're safer than a vault now. And Locke, he's the ultimate protector. Now it's time for a tear-soaked goodbye. Every single person in the village is bowing low. And yeah, that's how you know you've truly peaked as an MC. They even renamed the whole place Shoshino Cabbage Village. Weird as hell, sure. But when a Chad builds you a castle, you don't argue, you call it whatever he says. Everyone's out there waving like it's a final farewell, and the squad's already marching out with bright, honest smiles. Yeah, This is exactly the wholesome reset we needed after all that Isaac toxicity. Locke shoots a look back with pure determination. He's locked in for whatever hits next. And that jawline is an absolute giga chat. The final T's are rolling up on Kronto to settle things with Isaac. Yeah, this is it, boys. The score gets wiped clean, and the final conclusion is about to hit. Yo, my cultured kings, what's good? We're back in the royal capital. The air is buzzing, and the plot's about to get wild. Locke's rolling into town with his elf waifu, and yeah, she's serving, looks so hard today. They're strolling through the market when this merchant pops out of nowhere and starts waving them down like he just spotted his favorite streamer go live. Turns out Locke is a straight-up business genius. He's got these NPCs cranking out cabbage soup and rolling nonstop. And suddenly this fantasy adventure is a full-blown cooking simulator, with Locke raking in serious cash. The merchant's buzzing with pure hype because every lock he touches turns to gold. Then he sells it all at full price and it's gone before he even has to lift a finger. He dumps a massive bag of gold in the guy's hands, and Locke just stays cool like it's nothing. Then he tells him to blow the extra cash on a magic cow. While everyone else is stuck in some generic RPG grind, Locke's out here playing SimCity with magic. Look at that smile on our elf girl, Shannon. She's totally down bad for a guy who can actually manage a budget. And yeah, you should be next because she looks at him like you just fixed the economy. Locke basically says everything's set for the big reveal, and the look in his eyes screams that he's about to destroy some guy's entire career. They sprint to the Adventurers Guild, and you can feel that dark, ominous energy crawling over your skin. This is it, the final showdown, and Locke goes in and makes sure the door is sealed tight, no backing out. Inside, it's the largest mob of haters ever gathered, and Isaac plus his crew are just standing there like they're about to drop the most mid-rap album of the year. Meanwhile, in the back, we're all noticing the bunny girl receptionist because the culture in this guild is absolutely on. Isaac, the absolute beta, pops off right away. Yo, you're late, bro. You're irrelevant. Now sit down. Locke doesn't say a single word. He just strides up, dumps his loot on the counter, and calls it done. Isaac instantly panics, thinking Locke's about to forfeit because the quest never got finished. And honestly, the delusion is unreal. That red-haired clown wants to settle it right now. So cocky he's acting like he already won, straight up admiring his own ego in real time. The bunny girl strides up to appraise the goods. Look at those ears. Pure cinema. Meanwhile, Isaac's stuck in the corner, side-eyeing Locke like, yeah, sure you're a show-off, because he already knows Locke is about to get cooked. The entire guild's glued to the screen right now because this is where the NPCs finally clock who the real main character is. Yeah, Isaac is straight up demanding that they lock him down and apologize, talk about audacity. He really acts like he's the main character. The bunny girl starts flipping through the results. Isaac's party snagged 10 wings, 3 eggs, and 15 emeralds. Honestly, that's not half bad for a bunch of frog. Then boom, she drops the bombshell. The winner is Locke. Isaac's face starts glitching like the universe just broke, and he can't process how the script flipped on him. She starts rattling off Locke's haul: 60 wings, 45 emeralds, 30 wyvern scales, and 10 nails. My boy didn't just win. He straight up committed a statistical massacre. Isaac snaps into full salt mode, yanks Locke by the collar, and erupts about cheating in a guild that's totally rigged. Then he just screams, "Relax, bro, you're just trash." Locke stays stone calm as a cucumber and shoots Isaac a straight-up question. How'd you get those materials without buying them off the market? The trap's been sprung, boy. Locke pins the material in place with a village symbol, and then bam! Isaac's soul rips straight out of his body because he's been caught red-handed in full 4K. Flashback time. Locke already knew Isaac would sweep the market just to shut him down, so he told Shannon to slip the right hints at the entrance, and then he played Isaac like a fiddle. The truth finally slams into place. Locke already had the supplies, then sold them straight to the vendor Isaac bought from, and get this, he had Isaac pay him just to watch himself lose the competition. That is straight-up gigachad energy. Locke lays into him, calling him greedy and wasting all his money for nothing. Isaac is trembling, and he blurts out how Locke even managed to reach the dungeon so fast. Then Locke breaks down the idea of a shortcut because for an S-rank crew of NPCs, apparently pulling out the map is just too much work. Even the girls in Isaac's party are starting to turn on him now. Kara, the blonde with the twin tails, straight up admits she knew about that shortcut too, and that betrayal feels downright delicious. Isaac is straight up losing it. Why didn't you speak up? Or wait, maybe because you're a toxic teammate, bro. Nope. Kara goes in on him and calls him an idiot. Like, why would we risk our lives just to feed your ego? And yeah, she's spitting pure facts. Isaac keeps hounding Locke, calling him a loser, dude. Look in the mirror, you're the one who's cooked. But the girls finally call it quits, because they realize Isaac was the only one who cared this much about some petty little win, and right now, the whole party is collapsing in real time. Locke drops another bombshell. He thanks Isaac for wiping out every goblin in the area, and Isaac is so furious he looks like he's 1 second away from popping a vein. Locke tells everyone that Isaac carried the whole mission for free, so Locke didn't have to hire a single adventurer, and that bunny girl in the corner is staring like the rest of us, soaking up every second of this chaos. While Isaac was busy acting like a total meathead, Locke and Shannon slipped in silently, grabbing the materials they needed. Work smarter, not harder. Homies. Isaac finally snaps, lunges in to throw a punch, and somehow he's totally lost the plot. But wait right then. A guildmaster bursts in and shuts down the punch like it's nothing, then casually reveals the accomplice kid already spilled every secret, and just like that, it's finished. The guildmaster tells Isaac his career's over. Right then, the villain finally realizes he's the background character in someone else's story. Isaac slams down to his knees. Defeat hits like a final verdict, and no plot armor is left to rescue you now, kid. And just like that, the fake S-rank party's reign crumbles. Locke stands tall as the trash gets swept clean out of the way. The whole squad gets dragged in for questioning. Justice is cracking down, and honestly, it hits better than Shannon's famous cabbage rolls. Kara and Emmy get kicked down to C rank after they eat the abandoned a teammate penalty. And yeah, that's a big hit, but they still look insanely good in those outfits, so I can't help but give them a pass. Kara tries to charm Locke into forming a new party, but Locke just gives her a polite look and shuts it down immediately so fast it stuns her, because she really thought her assets would sway him. Guess what? Not today, sister. Kid barrels straight for Dungeon's crimes while the girls blow out the old drama and decide to restart from scratch character development in my trashy manga. Honestly, it's way more likely than you'd bet. Isaac's stuck in the mines now like some low-level NPC, going from S-rank to Minecraft speedrun in no time, while Locke's kicked back under a tree like he owns the whole kingdom. His Fenrir bro shows up to check on him, and seriously, just picture having a giant, fluffy best friend that could steal your whole heart. Oh. Locke's getting all emotional, getting lost in the past, and remembering his old friends. Turns out even a chat can hit you right in the feels. He finally clocks it. Ever since day one, they've been side by side, yet somehow they never truly saw each other. Damn. Locke, that hits hard, like painfully deep. Then he glances at his new family monsters and all, plus those cute girls, and his chest loosens, because he finally realizes he's landed somewhere better. Now he rises to his feet, slams the door on his regrets, and charges forward with his real friends by his side. He's finally using his power for the people who truly matter. And that kind of character growth is exactly what we live for. The Fenrir is 100 locked in for this cause. Look at that noble beast. That's the real deal. No question. They slam a bro fist or a bro paw, and either way, it's pure cinematic magic, because that bond is unbreakable. Shannon waves them over for lunch, and once again there are cabbage rolls. Meanwhile, Locke's out here winning at life, even if his diet is begging for a little variety. But hold up, everything shifts. The air turns cold, and something evil slinks through the dark like it owns the place. You know it's real when the screen suddenly goes black. An ominous surge is charging straight for the capital. This thing's not staying around for long, boy. A mysterious skull crawls out of the dark. Wait, is that a lich or a demon king? Either way, Locke's run is officially smashed, and you'd better be ready for the next one, because this is about to go absolutely feral. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Let's jump straight into the chaos where these ogres are straight up terrorizing the local NPCs, and these low-level adventurers are getting absolutely cooked, because the home team is about to get wiped. Look at these absolute units. Seriously, the adventurers are shaking, because they already know their wrists can't handle that kind of muscle. It's an absolute nightmare. Ogres crash through the front lines, smashing like it's whack-a-mole with human lives. And this isn't a battle anymore. It's a full-on slaughter of poor extras. The second the defense line snaps, the whole place goes rancid with panic. Everyone's praying for a miracle. Because at this rate, the kingdom is about to turn into an all-you-can-eat buffet. The higher-ups are bickering over glory in the night, but come on, no one cares about politics when a giant fist is about to smash your face. And these dudes are way more obsessed with their reputation than their HP bars. This ogre is seconds away from turning these two into a pancake. And yeah, right now, they look like they've already resigned to their fate. Because who does this monster think he is, looming over them like some final boss nightmare? But wait, out of nowhere, Locke steps in riding a gigantic white wolf like a straight-up gigachad, not even breaking a sweat, while the other simps are already losing it and bawling like they need their mommies. That wolf is absolutely unhinged, ripping through the ogres like they're nothing. And before you can even process it, you're basically dog food in 3 seconds, even if you're some big-shot monster. Locke finally locks in, and you can see terror spark in the ogre's eyes the moment they realize they've run into the main character, while even the NPCs stare at him like he's a gun who just dropped from the heavens. That wolf's speed is unreal, like someone hit a cheat code. Look at the way it moves, pure, non-stop cinematic magic. Locke shrugs it off like it's no big deal, acting like he's only in the middle of some quest. Meanwhile, the adventurers are instantly sucking up, ready to jump in and help just to keep him on their good side. Now it's counterattack time, and our guy barrels forward with a grin, like he's daring the world to try him, and suddenly, everyone around him feels like they really might win. And check out Emmy, hurling a flame lance like she's the goddess of fire. Yeah, I see exactly what you're staring at. And her magic isn't the only top-tier thing stealing the spotlight in this frame. Locke shoots her a quick thanks, and yeah, this chemistry is already sizzling out of control. Don't drop your guard, Locke, or you'll end up losing more than just the loot. Now Patra's stepping up and taking charge. She's got that tiny but tough vibe, like a full-on general commanding an ant army, and I am totally in for some humanoid ant action. The whole squad lines up, and even Gargoyle Khan slides in to join the chaos, straight-up crossover energy, where every single one of them finally pulls their weight. Locke throws out some support magic and buffs the entire team. Boom, everyone's suddenly feeling unstoppable. Like total chads, just look at him glowing. That's pure top-tier support power. The whole party bursts in like a storm, and the ogres get crushed into chaos. 1 minute they're the hunters, the next they're running for their lives. That wolf is literally ripping heads clean off. Brutal, doesn't even cover it. And yeah, this is the kind of high-octane violence us boys live for. Yet another ogre gets carved into shredded strips before it even gets to squeal. And our boy's pet is outworking a whole army of knights. Locke just stands there, trash-talking. Rank monsters like they're nothing but a warm-up. And the disrespect is so real, I honestly can't get enough of it. Patra is flexing serious leadership, and these tiny ants are getting it done side by side, taking down those giants in the most wholesome way. Shannon and Patri's teamwork is straight-up fire. They're zipping through the ogres like it's nothing, like they're on easy mode. Gargoyle Khan is doing everything he can to hold the line, but you can see the stress creeping across his face. Hey, don't sweat it, little guy. The big bros are right there to back you up. He fires off a wind bullet, and it straight up face plants, no damage at all. Pure disaster. He stares at his hands like, bro, I'm finished. Locke and the wolf are straight up smirking at him since his powers are still sealed. And honestly, this is a brutal life. Turn a former monster into a mascot and watch the world laugh. And just like that, the battlefield goes silent, then explodes in cheers. Locke just stands there like it's another Tuesday, while everyone else is staring at him like he's a hero. But Locke isn't just standing around, he's using his brain, staring at the kingdom gates like, why are ogres showing up out of nowhere? Something's seriously off, and it's definitely not just the elf girl's lunch. The Saintess finally arrives pure as snow, stepping in to heal the wounded like an angel, but we both know she's really here to chase that cloud. She straight up tells them to buy her new clothes instead of even thanking her. And yeah, this girl's a total gold digger. But damn, with looks like that, she's probably getting away with it. After all the grind is finished, the Order of the Knights finally rolls in classic move from those guys, showing up way too late just to steal the spotlight. Marcus, the so-called leader, has that stuck-up noble look like he's already decided he's above everyone else. And yeah, you can tell by his face that he's about to be a total nightmare. He bursts into barking orders, insisting they check the corpse's translation. We're taking your loot and your glory. so stay mad. The adventurers are raging on the spot, but Marcus doesn't even flinch. He's got that I'm the law swagger, the kind that begs for someone to humble him ASAP. Back at the guild, Titus is fuming. He's slamming tables and screaming at Marcus because it looks like he's straight up robbing them in broad daylight. Marcus just sits there, playing bureaucrat and spouting, "It's for investigation." Like that makes it okay while he hits you with major mid-tier villain energy. He tells them straight up, the money they got was peanuts because it wasn't even a real quest. Man's audacity is honestly unreal. Titus snatches him by the collar, and for a heartbeat, I think we're about to watch a full-on brawl. Then Marcus cowardly swings the Order of the Knights card like a bully trying to scare him off. Thankfully, this thick bunny girl secretary steps in and cuts the tension before it explodes honestly. I'd let her clap those hands at me any day, if you know what I mean. Locke just stands there, watching the whole kingdom get puppeteered by straight-up clowns, and you can practically feel how brutal this world is for a man with taste. Titus starts laying it out. If things keep going like this, the country's going to lose every last adventurer. And yeah, he's dropping straight-up facts, but the guys running the show are so wrapped up in their own ego, they can't even hear him over the noise. He breaks down every magical item and pile of loot adventurers drag back, like it's the real heartbeat of the whole economy, and then casually admits the knights are basically just glorified security guards. Turns out Titus and Marcus have history for days. So yeah, that's why the tension between them is nuclear. And I'm absolutely eating up this old-school rivals drama. Titus leans in and asks Locke for a personal favor, and you already know what that means. Quest time. Our boy is about to get paid, and let's hope it's way better than just gratitude. He's asking Locke to dig into a string of stolen magic stones that keep vanishing lately. This is a full-on mystery job, so grab your detective hats, boys. Locke takes the deal then. Grr tears through the air, and nope, it's not some monster at all. It's that elf girl's stomach growling like it wants a sacrifice. She's blushing so hard, she's basically glowing like a tomato. And it's honestly the cutest thing I've seen all day, seriously. Even the shopkeeper's staring like, wow, she must be starving. They rush into the local food stalls and start chowing down on sizzling skewered pork. And the smiles on their faces are pure gold, honestly. Nothing hits better after a brutal day of ogre slaying. Locke is totally geeking out over how that fatty meat practically melts. The second it hits your mouth, seriously, I'll spot you $10 if you somehow didn't get hungry just staring at this page. That elf girl finally gets what she wants and slips him a heart-melting thank you. So listen, if Locke isn't married to her by the end of this series, I'm calling the police. Next stop, weapon shop. You can't jump into a mystery mission without upgrading that gear, even if you're already a walking cheat code. The shop is crammed to the brim with swords and armor, like a fantasy war zone playground for anyone who lives for high-stakes violence. Mateo, the shopkeeper, is a total beast with some seriously sick tattoos, and he looks like the type who'd forge a sword with his bare hands. He starts tearing into Locke's old party, blasting them as fools for never valuing the support magic he gave them, because seeing someone finally recognize our boy's real potential is pure gold. They trade stories about divine blessings and S-rank gear, and you can tell Locke's not new to this town. He's got a brutal past, because he isn't just a tamer anymore. He's the kind of legend already halfway to becoming one. Locke's trying to score weapons for the Aunt Kids quietly, one of the sweetest moves ever. And the moment they get their very first gear, you can see the pure excitement light up their faces. Mateo clocks Patra like, yep, queen of the orange ants, and spots Gargoyle Khan, an elite demon. And you can see the shock hit him hard, honestly. I'd be freaking out too if some kid-sized queen stomped into my shop. He tells them to grab whatever sparks their interest. Then boom, it's shopping montage time, and you just know these kids are about to pick the most dangerous stuff imaginable. Look at these guys go. One swings a mace, another knocks an arrow, and suddenly it's full-blown chaos in the best way possible, with the cutest little menaces you've ever seen. Locke decides he doesn't need a thing for himself. His current gear is already cracked, and he's basically a walking Chad who knows he's OP. Patra isn't even sure she can use magic, but she's determined to back everyone the way Papa Locke did. Seriously, my heart is melting right now, guys. Locke ruffles her hair with a sweet head pat and swears they'll train together. And honestly, stuff like this is pure wholesome fire. The kind of tameness that keeps me going. Everything's perfect until some random blonde knight barges in like he pays the bills, strutting around like the whole place is his. Yeah, his hair alone screams that he's a total loser. This absolute trash human kicks Patra like it's nothing pure audacity and then boots a whole child just because she's in the way. Locke rockets to her side, and the knight just looms there like it's disgusted, bro. You just signed your death warrant, and you don't even realize it yet. He's labeling them monsters and claiming they're an eyesore like he's some unstoppable supreme being. And I swear, rage is burning through me right now. Somebody needs to put him in his place. The knight cracks up as Locke locks eyes with him like a weapon and tells him right to his face that he's just an uncultured tamer. But trust me, everyone knows whose teeth are about to get wrecked. Next chapter. Look at this bowl cut NPC acting like some kind of main character while Locke is just trying to live his best life. This missile guy really thinks he's a Giga Chad, but he's out here kicking little girls in a shop. And that's just not it. Locke immediately bolts over to check on Patra because he's a real one, unlike this bowl-cut scrub who probably hasn't even felt a woman's touch. Bro's actually worried, and just wait until you see what happens next. Patra's built different. She pops in with a casual ta-da, like getting nailed in the face is nothing. And honestly, she's so pure, it's unreal. Plus, yeah, I'm already down bad for how cute she is while she tries to protect everybody. Turns out that little ant girl wasn't attacking at all. She was drilling that kick like a surprise ambush technique, and honestly, that's peak cinema level cope. Locke's just relieved he dodged a whole case today. That missile gets totally ignored, and he snaps like his ego can't take a single hit so wild that the main cast treats him like nothing more than background noise. The whole squad just stares at him like he's a total ruffian or a full-on pervert because he kicked a kid, and even the demon bro and our mommy elf are left scratching their heads like, why is this clown still talking? Bro starts hyping himself up, claiming he's a high-class noble and the future leader of the Knights. Then he even calls himself Missile. But the only thing he's launching is a straight one-way ticket to getting cooked. All right, Locke has had it with these betas running their mouths, and he snaps at him to apologize to Patra right now. I love seeing the main character finally grow some backbone, boys. Then the Missile makes the fatal mistake of trying to boss our thick elf around like she's just some background NPC, and you can practically see Riz's total absence as he tries to flex his noble status. The silence in this panel screams as the mommy elf finally clicks. This guy really just chose death. Now she's staring at him like he's straight up trash that should be hauled off. That absolute idiot actually called her an old hag. He's done, totally cooked, and even the demon in the back knows there's no coming back from this. She's not even raging about the age comment. She's stunned because some peasant just called Locke a beast guy, and the loyalty on display is unreal. She's absolutely down bad for the MC, and honestly, we love to see it. The blade's already out, and that sharp shing sound screams that someone's about to get their life snuffed. She's ready to school this pest the hard way. And yeah, mommy can teach me anything she wants. Suddenly, a hulking Giga Chat looms behind that bowl-cut brat, and you can feel the whole vibe flipping in real time. This big guy looks like he'd chew down 3 missiles for breakfast. Missile thinks his savior finally showed up, but the captain looks like he's about to drop a world-class beatdown right in front of everyone, and even the whole squad can only stand there watching the chaos unfold. He got slapped so viciously his speech bugged out like even his words panicked, and that I'm Thurry moment is pure peak comedy. That's the definition of fucked around and found out, and I'm loving every second of it. The captain's a real one. He bows and apologizes for his subordinate's smooth behavior, while Patra's in the back ripping into it, muttering that the kick was weak, and that hit him with ultimate emotional damage. The captain's fully aware that Locke is an S-rank beast tamer, and he's not about to let his men start scrapping with walking nukes, so he's handling things smartly while Locke just stands there with his arms crossed, looking cool as hell. Missile is still down on his knees, bawling his eyes out, while the big guys trade stories about stolen combustible stones. It's basically a classic RPG side quest, except the waifus are way better. The shopkeeper basically spills the whole story himself, saying they've been losing stones every single week, total mystery, and Locke's about to crank up those main character brain cells and hunt the truth. The captain drops the bombshell. The stones aren't just stolen out in the open, they're getting ripped from the knight's own storehouse. Whoever's behind it, they've got plot armor strong enough to bend reality. The knights ride off, and the quest suddenly lands on Locke's shoulders. He looks totally thrown off, but with a crew of elites behind him, this feels like a free win. Our elf mommy is still looking absolutely unreal as she watches those knights march off, and she's genuinely shocked. The captain isn't a total tool. Turns out he's actually pretty decent, unlike his subordinate. She's wondering if the captain's really a good person, but you know how these stories go. The nice ones are almost always hiding something unhinged. And seriously, just look at her hair. That character design is 1010 levels of wild. Locke decides to hit the crime scene like a pro. He wants to see the exact spot where those stones were pried loose. And that's what kicks Detective Riz into action. They slip into the storage room packed with weapons, yet the thief isn't after any of it. Only those spicy rocks. It's a totally bizarre flex, but hey, to each their own. Right away, the camera zooms in on a steel door and a heavy chest. Every tiny detail is screaming. This room was built to be untouchable. Locke notices two entrances and instantly clocks how the thief could have slipped in. Unseen Bro's not just swinging at the problem, he's solving it with pure logic. And it's so damn satisfying. He can't figure out why the thief skipped the expensive swords and grabbed only the stones. Either they're totally obsessed with rock, or they're cooking up something way more explosive. The shopkeeper swings open a chest locked up tighter than my wallet. After a steam sale, no one's even tried the stones. So that thief clearly picked his targets on purpose. All right, time to bring in the big hitters. Locke is about to summon one of his familiars to track down the culprit. And trust me, this is about to get messy. Fluff boy. He calls in Lucky, the giant Fenrir, and the poor wolf gets totally squashed in this tiny room. Like stuffing a whole truck into a closet, absolute cinema. Lucky stares at Locke like, bro, why am I even here? And the look on his face is pure mood. Locke just keeps apologizing, all polite and regal, like the king he is. The shopkeeper's losing his mind as a literal legend stands in his workshop, and Lucky's just being a polite doggo. Nice to meet you, while filling up 90 of the room. Lucky hunts for the scent, but the workshop reeks with a dozen other smells, and he can't help feeling useless until a giant wolf whimpers, and it hits his heart like a punch. The shopkeeper gets all choked up the moment Locke slips on that summoning bracelet. And yeah, the guy swears Locke used to be a total walking disaster back in the day. The whole started from the bottom glow-up classic. Locke gets absolutely grilled for his old self, clumsy, careless, and full of humiliating disasters, while Patra and the elf mommy quietly eavesdrop. And yeah, nobody's safe once the past starts spilling secrets. The shopkeeper is cracking up, while Locke's face burns with pure embarrassment. This is wholesome gold, even if our MC's ego just got absolutely wrecked. So the shopkeeper won't let the bowl-cut kid's mess slide. He's about to set Glock and Patra up with a special gift. And yeah, it comes with free loot. Now we're talking. That's a mithril breastplate. Look at that glittering shine. The defense stats are probably absurd, and after this, Patra's going to be an unstoppable little tank. Locke tries to play it cool as a beta, refuses the gift, and complains it's too expensive. But then reality hits. Just grab the legendary gear, say thanks, and stop being a simp for fake morality. Then we get hit with a gut punch backstory, a sick noble kid who couldn't even wear the armor. So you know the shopkeeper's a total Chad, handing over a masterpiece instead of trying to sell it. He refuses to let that armor rot away. So instead, he pushes to get it used. And that shopkeeper NPC's growth is so raw, I'm legit about to cry, man. Locke finally gives in, and they agree to return in just a few days for the final tweaks. Quest updated, gear locked in, and now we're right back to the action. The very next day, the Ant Girl army marches straight into the forest, staring down a roaring horde of wild boars. These tiny warriors are seconds away from going feral, and I'm right here, ready to revel in the coming chaos. One ant just straight up decapitates a B-rank monster, and it's like it doesn't even light a flame. Locke's absolutely rattled because these kids are basically walking killing machines now. They whip out bows, spears, and clubs with zero hesitation, like a crew of kindergartners just dropped into Dynasty Warriors, and it's pure cinematic chaos. Locke can't believe how fast they mastered those weapons because their insane adaptation power lets them evolve on the fly and turn into the ultimate support squad. He realizes handing them those weapons was a game-breaking buff, And now they're bouncing around, mowing down everything in sight while Ak just stands there, watching like a proud dad. Subjugation complete. Now the monster pile is towering, and the girls are partying like they won the world locks, frantically checking to make sure nobody's hurt. And everyone's just chilling, straight up vibing. One little ant starts shaking her head and yelling, "Lock Papa!" And I swear my heart is melting. Boys, this is way too wholesome for a trashy recap. Locke finally gets it. She tilts her head up within those huge eyes, frozen on the spot, just waiting to snatch her reward. And boom, head pat time. Locke's out here handing out those legendary good girl pats, while the ant girl is literally glowing like a living spotlight. The whole squad instantly swarms him for their turn, and it turns into full-on chaos. They're sprawled in the grass, grinning like they just won life peak man of culture energy, pure blissful happiness after the massacre. But hold up, this is a cliffhanger. A sacred beast, a wyvern, is getting ready to be born, and our boy is about to land his very own dragon, Familiar. Stay tuned, because things are about to go nuclear. Today, we're jumping right back into the life of the luckiest man alive, and we kick things off with a total shocker, because these mystery eggs finally start to crack open for real. Look at these tiny baby wyverns bursting out, already more useful than half the NPCs in this town, and Locke is standing there like a proud dad, absolutely glowing. The whole squad is buzzing because their family just dropped a massive expansion pack, and the vibes are so immaculate they're basically floating in the air. Our boy just snagged a holy wyvern as his familiar talk about a colossal power-up for the whole party. Honestly, this is the kind of insane luck you can't even believe. Now Locke's in his own dimension, firing up SimCity, slamming down banana tree upgrades, and grinding minds because he knows the real truth: you can't build dreams without resources. The whole landscape starts to warp out of nowhere, then boom, a steaming hot spring and a hidden mine just materialize like a magic trick. Pure cinema. Now that he's got a personal mine in his corner, he's plotting to forge his own legendary gear, because this guy is straight up speed running the endgame. Once the upgrades are done, Locke and his elf buddy waifu Shannon lock in and sprint back to the guild to grab the bag for their final quest. They're back on Lucky, the giant wolf, and Locke's already plotting dinner. Those thick boar steaks are about to hit the grill. But suddenly, Lucky jerks to a stop. His instincts scream that something's off in the air. They end up locked onto this creepy graveyard, then a floating ball of fire hovers overhead. And yeah, that's a red flag bigger than anything I've ever seen. Lucky totally ignores the ghost and drives it straight into the creepy zone like nothing can stop him. They roll up to the graves, then the fire dies out on the spot, vanishing like a ghost, and it leaves everyone staring in total confusion. First, check out Shannon gripping Locke's arm like her life depends on it. She's terrified, and she's totally desperate for protection right now. She blurts out that ghosts scare the life out of her, and that bashful red-faced panic lands like a critical hit straight to the heart. Locke fires off the legendary head pat right on Riz to shut her panic down, telling her, "You're safe with me," because that absolute Chad, the definition of calm. They spot one grave in particular, the great sage de Morts, and you can practically feel it. This is about to be premium. Plot armor lore. Apparently, this de Morty lady was an absolute legend. She pretty much forged the entire country from nothing. They say she was unbelievably stunning and genuinely kind, and the moment you catch that silhouette, you can feel how strong that culture really was back then. This absolute shadette somehow strolled into the Demon Lord's castle alone and bullied them into signing a peace treaty, pure face-melting audacity. Locke side-eyes everything, convinced it's just an overhyped fairy tale, while the girls get boxed into neat little stereotypes. The sun's sliding toward the horizon, so they scramble out fast before the real monsters crash the party. They finally make it back to the guild, only to spot some bowl-cut NPC flipping out behind the counter like a bomb about to explode. This stuck-up noble keeps harassing the bunny girl receptionist like a total beta because the world won't bend his way. He tries to palm his trash quest off onto Locke like he's nothing but some errand boy, pure disrespect. No question. It's a sewer cleanup quest for 30 gold coins, and even Locke can't believe what a total lowball that is. So this clown goes and calls the bunny girl useless and ugly bros, basically begging to get cooked. And yeah, he royally screwed up, because the bunny girl's leaking pure murderous menace, and she's about to wipe this man's whole career off the map. She flashes that terrifying customer service smile like, "I'll bury you," and the noble is straight up trembling like he can't breathe. He bails out of there at lightning speed like a simp getting shut down, and the bunny girl instantly flips back to pure sweetness. She's boiling with rage on the inside as Locke scans the quest only to realize he's not just going in, he's walking straight into the literal trenches. So the whole squad dives into the sewers, and trust me, the smell is straight up disgusting cinema. Locke blasts his magic out and pinpoints the combustible stones they're hunting, and suddenly it's crystal clear he's the only one doing real work. Shannon decides to scout another area just to be helpful, and that's exactly when the fan service hits. Because the plot always picks that moment, she tries to show off her balance by twirling on the slippery floor like a ballerina, but the moment her feet slip, she's completely cooked and drops hard into a fall. Locke glides like a legend and snatches her in midair, catching her like a princess pose. Yeah, boys, this is peak romance. Shannon stared up at him like he'd just unlocked her entire future. And yeah, she's completely bricked up with love. Locke fires off a sharp little lecture about not getting too cocky, but he keeps her tight in his arms, and the riz, it's through the roof. Look at her, she's melting because he's right in her face and her brain can't even function anymore. That doki heartbeat is exploding, and the sexual tension in this sewer is so high it's basically choking on methane. They finally turn around because the place reeks like garbage, but Shannon's clearly got feelings she can't quite hide for her savior. Then Locke drops the ultimate follow-up. He invites her to join him in the hot springs, and I swear this man's a certified giga chad while Shannon is absolutely melting. Relexia, yo, what's up? My cultured kings, we're back again. And today your boy's out here racking up baby dragons like they're straight up Pokemon. The MC is flexing his beast Tamer, Riz on these wyverns, all while jawing with a gargoyle bro who looks like he hasn't blinked since the Sengoku era. This wing giga chat just claimed he can haul the entire squad on his back like an absolute unit. And look, Shannon's already down bad, spiraling over a hot springs trip, and with our boy Mommy, sorry Mommy, she's pretending to act normal, but everyone can tell she's itching to go all in for the MC's plot armor. They launch straight into the sky, and I'm not even kidding. I let that gargoyle haul me along too, just to be that close to those assets. Shannon's out here living her best life while the gargoyle grinds through all the heavy lifting, because honestly, that friend zone is the final boss. Nightfall hits, and the city turns into pure cinema. Every light blazing like it's guiding you straight to some legendary gotcha pole. They're flying over the kingdom like they pay the rent. There must be awesome, having a mount that doesn't come with a 50D LC price tag. MC is soaking in the view so relaxed he doesn't even notice the waifu locked onto him, staring with "let's make a family" eyes. Gargoyle Bro's fighting back tears because he's finally being useful for something other than standing motionless for 1,000 years. People are already yapping about seals teaming up and flying together in the future. And yeah, it's probably talk, but we're here for the plot twists, not the chatter. The MC is daydreaming so hard he's picturing a familiar that can haul his huge ego and even his dog at the same time. Then they toss out the name Griffin like it's a mythical raid boss, straight up like they're about to recruit him. Finally, here's the part we've all been waiting for. The water's bubbling like crazy, and you already know what that means, boy. It's hot spring season, and the culture's about to explode sky high. Oh Lord, have mercy, look at those towering mountain peaks on Shannon. The artist absolutely nailed the vibe right down to the details. Those tiny ant girls are just vibing in the water, while we're all out here absolutely freaked out, staring at the background like, what the heck? And Shannon's trying to play it cool, but that bikini is hanging on like it's one wrong breath from snapping. Because yeah, she's absolutely the best girl of the season. Even the gargoyles kick back for a soak like he's melting into a puddle of pure, blissful relaxation. I'll pay you $10 if you can stare at this page and not tell me she's a top-tier waifu. Look at that curve. Even Lucky the big wolf is out here chasing his own happiness. While Dogo is so relaxed he looks like he's lounging on a trust fund, Shannon and the kid are running wild, while the MC just slumps there acting like a total beta. Meanwhile, Brogo goes straight up and talks to her. Lucky turns all mushy about getting rescued from that dungeon. Yeah, we get it, man. You're a good boy. The MC slaps the big guy on the shoulder because even a beast tamer has to show love to his main tank. The wolf is glowing with pure joy, or maybe it's just the steam rising off the water, making it look that way. Then someone cannonballs right in and wipes out the whole vibe. Yeah, you already know it's one of those chibis unleashing chaos like it's their job. Next day, little Aunt Patra shows up in a brand new outfit, looking so ready to steal the spotlight, she might as well be getting her own spin-off series. The blacksmith, Chad, forged tiny armor for the Ant Squad because even the NPCs need a defense boost. This guy's a walking legend. He makes gear for kids just for the joy of it, giving off pure big brother dad energy. The girls are buzzing with excitement, but the blacksmith walks away with not a single coin because the nerve of this guy is wild, and somehow he's still insanely wholesome. The Emsu won't take no for an answer. He shoves a pouch of gold into his hands, and it's probably more than that guy earns in a whole year. He says he quit his S-rank party, and straight up, if they think they can replace him, those guys are already done for. Suddenly, the whole situation implodes, and someone starts screaming like they just got ripped off in a gotcha game, straight up losing their 50-50. Turns out, someone snatched a stash of explosive rocks, and this town's security is so bad it's basically trash. Lucky catches the scent, and now it's go time. The big dog has to hit the trail and start tracking. Get him, boy. MC tells the waifus to back up right now because things are about to go full dangerous, and he refuses to let a single scratch touch them. They're blazing through the streets like it's the Olympic finals, and that wolf is not letting a single person slip away. Our boy's locked in. He's got that main character stare that screams, "You picked the wrong Tamer." They stumble into a spooky tomb, and just like that, boom, the universal boss fight is coming. Alarm blares in their faces. Lucky claims the smell just cuts off right here, if you ask me. That's way too suspicious for comfort. MC kneels by the grave, scanning every inch like he's in a point-and-click adventure, hunting for the one secret switch hidden in plain sight. He's getting this creepy vibe like a ghost is seconds away from leaping out and wrecking his whole day. The skybird digs out a rare flower, then starts sprinkling holy dust over the grave. It all lights up like a full-blown rave. The ground starts trembling under our feet, all right. Buckle up, boys. We're going in. A secret staircase suddenly unfolds in front of us, dropping straight into the pitch-black dark. Yeah, that's where we're cutting it off for now. Stay cultured, fam. Yo, boys, welcome back. Today we're jumping into a wild tale where our MC thinks he's playing detective, but he's really about to cross paths with a legendary mommy who's been way too comfortable on Earth. It all kicks off when he and his huge wolves stumble into a graveyard and spot a secret staircase hiding right in the middle of it. If this was real life, you'd bolt. But nah, our boy's got main character energy and he's walking straight into it. Turns out the entrance was sealed behind some elite illusion magic, and the opening was so tight only a beta MC could squeeze through while his huge pack of wolf chads got left sprawled on the other side. Our boy charges in solo like it's Dark Souls, orders the wolf to stay right where it is. Yeah, that's basically don't move. And I'm telling you, the second he steps forward, deep trash is coming for him. Inside, it's so pitch black, he yanks out a basic light spell because bro really needs to stop playing and get some damn night vision, like yesterday. He starts down these ominous stairs, heart racing, thinking, are the stolen stones really down here? Bet you $10 there's a boss fight waiting at the bottom. He bursts into a gigantic stone chamber that screams, raid boss, like nothing else seriously. Who in their right mind builds a basement this massive under a tomb? Right when he's soaking in the architecture, a voice cuts through the air. Hey, welcome party, fellas. Out of the shadows steps a literal skeleton in a dress. And when you see that drip on her, this lich is staying classy even in death. Our MC looks totally done for he realizes he's staring at a lich, and he knows he's nowhere near strong enough for this fight. The lich is legit stunned that some human actually cracked her secret basement, and now she's itching to know who in the hell has the nerve to blow up her piece. MC realizes this skeleton isn't ordinary at all. It's Demorta, the legendary sage. And bro, he's absolutely losing it because she's supposed to be super dead. Suddenly, this wild little pixie darts in tiny, fiery, and cracking the MC's toothpick right away. Put that away or I'll turn you into a juicy puddle. And I swear, I love her energy, small as a spark. Pure menace. The lich snaps at Pixie Lala to chill out, but Lala's already drowning in devotion to her skeletal master. And that loyalty is pure cinema. MC finally spills it. He's here to hunt down the stolen combustible stones, And though he's trying to act professional, sweat's pouring off him like he's seconds away from blowing his cover. Look at Lala's face, boys. She's giving off major "I totally did it" energy, like a guy caught red-handed, clearing his browser history. She's the one who pulled the whole thing on. And yep, she folds instantly, then starts blurting out apologies like a simp, straight up admitting she's been the one grabbing all the goods. Damore opened his mouth to start chewing her out, but Lala cut him off fast, because she wasn't doing it to cause trouble. She was doing it so the lich's mana wouldn't drop to zero. The lich straight up admits it. No stones, no chance, her life is just going to fizzle out into nothing. And yeah, it's a gut punch, but then, bam, we slam into a flashback where she used to be an absolute menace. Back in those wild old days, the world wasn't even close to what it is today. Look at this Damore that used to be thick as hell, stacked with top-tier assets, and she wasn't just a sage, she was a licensed professional drunk who could outdrink the devil himself. She's straight up in a drinking contest with the demon lord. Look at his face. He's getting absolutely demolished by a human girl, and that mommy sage is pulling pure Chad energy like it's nothing. She wins, then she marches straight up to the demon lord and lays it out. A deal is a deal, and that war is done. Imagine ending a world war just because you're the champ at chugging beer. The demon lord sulks like a total loser because a girl just beat him, and now he's whining that the demons never even wanted to kick off a war in the first place. Turns out the humans were basically NPCs rushing around and chopping down every last tree, so the monsters got left starving, and the demons were only trying to scavenge some food. Damore steps up and offers to teach the demons how to grow their own food. This isn't just mommy energy, she's a full-on diplomat with the ultimate riz. The demon lord finally snaps, this is real, and from there it's the start of something beautiful, or at least the beginning of an epic hangover that'll never end. The war finally ends, everyone dives into a feast, and Damore wastes no time, heading back to her lab to tear into some pure, nerdy research. She picks up an apprentice named Lydia, and wow, she's already rocking that high-tier waifu energy. Kind, sweet, always smiling, and you just know she's about to cause trouble later. Damore liked Lydia because she was the social one. She could actually hold conversations while Damore was busy getting way too drunk on sake. They were channeling magic to make crops shoot up faster, pure wholesome vibes, and yeah, you can feel that plot twist creeping closer. Lydia starts digging for answers about the forbidden research, pushing hard to uncover the undead treasures, and that's when the red flag starts screaming. Lydia decides the best hustle is an undead army, so she can basically turn the dead into free labor, like she's inventing magical capitalism on the spot. Damore slams the whole thing down on the spot. She declares the research is way too dangerous and it must never be completed, like she's got full Dami-Mami power. She warns that if anyone gets their hands on undead magic, the world's balance gets shattered, like it's going to be cooked alive, and no single person should ever hold that kind of power. Lydia absolutely loses it, pitching a full-blown tantrum like she's determined to burn the world down, skipping food like it's nothing, chasing only one goal, something so shocking it blows everyone's minds. And yeah, she's got that villain origin, Dory energy. She yells she's going to carve her name into history, and you apprentice sit down and chug your juice. But Lydia was pure venom. She snatched the research papers and slipped into the night, and Damore was left standing there, gutted and convinced he'd failed for good. Damore spent the rest of her life hunting that traitor, but she never once found her. Then she finally died, and yeah, the tale still doesn't end there. Her magic was so busted, it refused to let her stay dead. Her soul sank into the soil and crawled back up as a lich, basically shouting, I'm not taking the L. She spent her undead years digging for a way to shut down Lydia's magic, because the moment that venomous snake came back, she refused to be caught defenseless. But being a skeleton is brutal. Her mana was draining fast, and she was about to hit her breaking point. She was done ready to vanish for good, turning into dust right there. She even collapsed onto the floor to die for real this time. That's when she ran straight into Lala. This tiny pixie zipped into her tomb like she'd just come to claim it. Yeah, Lala was absolutely terrified, like a talking skeleton is not exactly the cute fairy kind of vibe. Damore stayed cool. She warmly welcomed the tiny guest, but the second she looked at Pixie's wing, something felt off. Lala goes full defensive mode, convinced her wing is the reason everyone's staring and judging poor girl is drowning in insecurities. She's crushed with shame because she can't even fly right at this point. She's basically a ground-type fairy. Damore tells her to find the bright side, At least she's not a literal pile of bones. She's out here trying to be a supportive, skeletal mommy. Dumorty flicks her magic and boom, she unveils her human form to the pixie. And even as a ghost, that smile is pure top-tier riz. They introduce themselves and boom, instant connection, like sparks in the dark. Lala finally found someone who didn't judge her busted wing. They instantly clicked and turned into best friends and yeah, it's weirdly wholesome considering she's a necrotic sorceress. When Demorta told Lala she was seconds from dying with no mana left, the pixie went full ride or die and started snatching magic stones to keep her alive. Back in the present, Demore tries to swallow every blame on her own. She grabs the mic's attention and straight up tells the MC, "Yeah, I'm the thief," shielding her tiny friend like an absolute chab. And Lala snaps, she barges in and declares she's the thief, and suddenly they're scrambling over one thing who's going to jail. They start roasting each other like a sport to save each other's lives. Lala fires back by calling her an old skeletal hag, and the disrespect is downright nuclear. Lala just wants her first friend to keep breathing, so yeah, I'm totally not crying, you are absolute cinema. MC realizes one thing: if he hands them over, they're both headed straight for the guillotine. Because in this kingdom, magic theft is no joke. Our boy decides to go full Chad, clocks that these two are good people caught in a bad spot, and then spots the weird part: they didn't steal the stones. They only took one. Hold up, if they only snagged one stone, then who the heck lifted that whole mountain of stones from the knights? Oh boy, the plot just got thicker. There's another thief loose, and they're way more dangerous than a pixie and a skeleton combined. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the graveyard. Something's going down outside, and it's so obvious you can smell the plot armor. They look out, and the whole kingdom is blazing like a war zone. Bro, the city is getting absolutely cooked, and we're stopping right on a massive cliffhanger. So smash that like button and subscribe to find out what happens next. Yo, what's up? My cultured brother's back again with a full-on banger because Locke's finally done playing nice, and he's about to teach these NPCs what happens when you mess with a beast tamer with a whole harem of monsters. First scene. The kingdom looks straight up cooked flames everywhere, while our MC and his massive wolf just chill next to a skeleton lady who's packing more riz than the entire royal guard combined. That skeletal mommy Demort wants to tag along, and I'm not gonna lie, if she's bringing that much real, raw energy to the team, how could we possibly say no? Meanwhile, the city's in full meltdown, monsters are going wild, and these low-level NPCs are getting absolutely crushed by 5 werewolves and goblins. It's a straight-up skill issue. The local guards are yelling at everyone to run, but be real, they look like they're one step away from being the first course on the menu. For one heart-stopping moment, a guard thinks he's him and lands a punch, but the monster just gets back up like it's wearing plot armor. Meanwhile, bro's body is trembling, straight up scared out of his mind. Right when he's about to meet his maker, a filthy goblin-looking freak rockets in for the kill he's done for. Boy, hold up, this is absolute cinema. A gigantic hammer drops out of nowhere and splats that monster flat, like a pancake boom. Then comes the bunny girl knight. Just look at those ears and that armor. Oh my God, mommy, sorry, mommy. She's dragging the whole defense on her back like it's nothing, while the rest of the adventurers are nowhere in sight. Talk about carrying the squad. And then Locke finally arrives, and Rika's staring at him like he's the last slice of pizza left at the party. Yeah, she's absolutely down bad for him. She quickly breaks down the mess those knights totally screwed up, and every monster corpse they were guarding has rotted into undead horrors. Only holy magic can put them down, but right now the city's mana bar is basically on empty. Reinforcements are still miles out, so the city turns into a full-on feast for the walking dead. Rika charges right back into the chaos like an absolute Chad, while Locke and the skeleton lady are left scrambling to figure out what comes next. Once Locke clocks that this whole disaster traces back to a girl named Lydia, everything clicks. She's been swiping combustible stones to fuel this undead army like a deadly toxic X, with necromancy stitched into her soul. She's turning the stones into power for the monsters straight up, using them like a battery. The audacity of this woman is unreal. Locke finally snaps and calls his whole squad, no more holding back. Boys, it's go time. Forget everything else. Look at this lineup. Pixies, an elf waifu, a demon bro, and those tiny ant girls that are way too cute to handle. It's basically a gotcha pull, except somehow every single card hits like an SSR. Demorta, the skeleton mommy, decides to flex and dumps a whole Hellfire castle on the battlefield. This fire pillar is so massive that if it doesn't obliterate you, you'd swear you're just an NPC. Locke rolls out his brand new undead ally to the squad, and the Pixie Lala is just chilling like it's totally normal. Everyone's baffled, but come on, when the magic looks this sick, you don't go asking why. After that insane flex, Demorty's head starts spinning, so Locke swings out a literal mountain of top-tier magic stones, and bro's still out here flexing his wealth like a full-on gigachad. Demore claims that with these stones, she can cloak the whole kingdom in a holy barrier and burn the world down to reset it, basically a tactical nuke aimed straight at the zombies. Locke tells the squad, just buy me time while I chant, and then boom, it is time for the classic Protect the Mage mission. The whole squad barrels in. Shannon the elf hacks through ghouls like it's butter, and yeah, fellas, this is peak action. Even those tiny ant girls, the Patras, are out here throwing hands and getting things done. They're small, yeah, but they've got that dog in them. Look at this tiny powerhouse go. She's straight up bullying a goblin twice her size, and it's honestly so satisfying to watch. You love to see it. Locke spots something wild. The undead don't just get hurt, they vanish the moment his familiars strike them, and finally real progress hits. Turns out only the familiars' attacks are really landing, while the regular adventurers are just flailing around like they're swinging toothpicks at a tank. Pathetic. Locke roars at Shannon to rally the other adventurers, tell their familiars to move. Dudes out here thinking in 4D, while everyone else is stuck playing checkers. Shannon suddenly realizes her power can bless everyone's attacks with holy energy. Waifu buff unlocked. Just when the squad finally starts winning, a ray of hope shows up, and it turns out they're not just fighting the enemy, they're literally hauling away all the trash. Their teamwork is unreal, like a perfect rhythm, and they're cutting down those monster numbers one by one like they're getting a fresh haircut. Right when everything starts turning around, they hear the thunder of horses or the cavalry finally here. It's the Knight's command. Finally, the real government is stepping in to back him up. But wait, look at the leader's face. He's got that, my browser history just got leaked panic. Locke clocks it instantly. Something's seriously wrong, because the knights start raising their bows and lining them up on him. They fire off pure betrayal, then start shooting at the very people saving this city. These guys are straight up clowns. Arrows are raining from above, and Locke's jaw drops in pure shock, so buckle up, because this is top 10 anime betrayals right here. The arrows slam into the ground with a heavy thud, but not a single person gets hurt, because Lucky is a straight up monster. He hardened his fur with magic and became a literal meat shield for the whole squad. What a total Chad Wolf. If Locke tries to talk some sense into them, insisting they're allies, the Knight Leader just stares back like he's hollowed out, completely soulless. Those red eyes. Yeah, this whole order is brainwashed, and they're nothing but puppets now, trapped by the command to wipe them all out. Locke tells the crew to just knock them out. He's way too nice, honestly. If it were me, I'd be cooking up some night kebabs and sending them straight to sleep. The demon bro blasts them back with wind magic, trying to blow them away and clear some breathing room. It hits for a second, but these guys just keep crawling back up like they've got infinite continues, and honestly, it's starting to get seriously annoying. Patra, the sweet ant, is gearing up to defend her Papa Locke because she's too pure for this cruel world. One of the knights creeps in with a sword like he's got this. Then bro really believed he could sneak up on the MC. Whack, Patra smashes him in the jaw with her staff right on cue like some NPC who didn't see it come. The knight starts sobbing like a baby, screaming that she's a stupid ant, and Patra just snaps back to Locke. Stay on guard because she's the real MVP. Whoa, hold up. The knight's speaking and he's not just guessing. He knows exactly who they are. Locke clocks that the guy's eyes are normal again. And it's like a classic face-to-face vibe. Check right to the brainwashing. And boom, it cracks. Locke snaps to the truth, magic fizzles. But raw, blunt force trauma knocks mind control out cold science. Shannon snaps, stop the spells, throw hands. And then basically dares everyone to clock the knights right in the face, calling it the best battle plan ever. Locke leans in and tells the baffled knight, you weren't fighting those undead puppeteers, were. Meanwhile, bro is spiraling into a full-on midlife crisis right in the middle of a war zone. Knight Millsell refuses to back off, he declares, loud and proud. that he's a knight and his job is to protect the people. And the whole thing screams that side character energy, where someone ends up dying heroically. He barrels into the chaos, roaring with pure fury, dead set on stealing the spotlight like he's the main character. He charges straight at the massive ogre, and he hurls his full strength into one brutal sword swing. He lands the strike and flashes that cocky grin like he just conquered the whole world. But the ogre doesn't even blink, just stares like, that's it. Then he slams him so brutally, it feels like he got launched into next week. Rest in peace, my guy. He's down for the count, coughing up blood, because that's what you get when you try to muscle your way into a boss fight as a level 10 knight. The ogre swings his fist for the kill, and Milsil instantly realizes that he's done for aw shit, right? Boom, the ground rips open as the ogre drives its fist down like a wrecking ball. Everyone's standing there, stunned and frozen, like the knight itself just got smashed into something thick and wrong. But look at this little Patures right there, clutching that massive thing back with her bare hands like it's nothing. She's basically a lowly Hulk. The knight's stretching upward. Wait, am I dreaming? Or did some tiny toddler just save my life? Patra locks eyes with the ogre, tells the knight he's pathetic and should sprint for his life, then roars her savage trash talk while she keeps bench pressing a monster like it's nothing. Locke comes sprinting in, eyes blazing with worry, because even an A-rank monster like her can't keep eating hits from an ogre like that. He's mowing through the little guys, desperate to reach his daughter before everything spirals out of control. The ogre is tilting, lining up his brutal move. Both fists fly up for a double-handed overhead smash, like it's the delete button about to wipe everything out. Patra just tilts her head up, ice calm, like she's about to deflect a whole disaster. Is she really going to tank this? The impact is straight up unhinged, like the ground is literally detonating. Did she make it out alive? Is our fearless ant girl? Okay, right now we're all hanging on a massive cliffhanger. Boys, so you'd better smash that subscribe button and find out if she's still in one piece. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings today? We're jumping back into the tale of that beast tamer who got straight up kicked out of his party only to go from exile to building his own harem of mythical beasts and absolute bangers of waifus. We open with this gorgeous color splash spread, and I'm telling you right now, if that main girl doesn't end up a top-tier waifu, I'm going to be genuinely shocked. Then everything flips downhill in a heartbeat as that giant ogre tries to smash our tiny bug girl, Patra, into a literal pancake. This absolute beast of a monster slams the hammer down with pure villain energy because it's got to know it is seconds away from getting cooked. And poor Locke is fully spiraling because it looks like his precious daughter just got dragged straight into the Shadow Realm. Even the side characters freeze in terror when that gigantic fist slams down, cracking the ground into rubble. Locke suddenly gets hit with those gut-punching, tragic flashbacks Patra as the absolute cutest thing alive, and her tiny voice calling him, Papa. Guys, if she's dead, I'm done. I'm unsubscribing from life, because this level of cuteness is so protected by plot armor, it's basically invincible. Locke is ripping through the air with full-body screams of grief, pleading for his daughter's safety like nothing matters more. But hold up, look at the sky. We've got legendary backup sliding in, and it's straight-up cinematic magic. Patra's alive, still chilling, as a wyvern carries her across the sky while Locke is falling apart, wrecked by tears. Lucky the wolf grabs Locke and snaps, quit acting like a beta and pull yourself together. This fight isn't done. That tiny bug daughter is cringing and apologizing to her papa for scaring him, while somehow looking like the sweetest cinnamon roll alive. And check out these wyverns overnight. They got a massive buff and straight up evolved into absolute Chad. Our demon bro breaks it down. Holy beastification is basically a cheat code, the real hack for leveling up your pets fast. Even our elf mommy is seriously impressed because, let's be real, she looks straight up lethal in that combat gear. Locke snaps Patra out of her tears, switches back to full Chad mode, and shoves her a potion so they can finally mount up for the air raid. The entire squad mounts up on these dragons, and dude, this hype level is going through the roof. A full aerial beatdown reigns on the undead NPCs, and even the elf waifu swears they look just like legendary dragon knights. Then Marcus, the knight's leader, throws himself into the chaos like he's the main character. He slams into the lock, and the hit detonates like a massive explosion. Locke gets shoved back hard because this Marcus guy is on a whole other level. He's not some random mob, not even close. Marcus starts yapping that the knights are about to wipe out every adventurer like, the confidence is so loud it screams small dick energy. He's slashing that blade with total lethal intent, and he tells Locke point blank that he's already a dead man. And yeah, the sword fight is brutal, but right now Marcus is clearly the one with the muscle in his combat stats. Now Locke is scrambling to keep pace with this ruthless high-speed attack, and it looks like he's moments away from getting absolutely cooked. And Marcus is smugly bragging about how sane he is. But come on, when someone talks this much, you already know they're not right in the head. The rest of the party hangs back on the sidelines, and they absolutely roast this guy for being obsessed with the guild chief. This Marcus NPC struts around like he owns the world, all because the king slapped him with a shiny title. He's going full edgelord mode, eyes blacked out, like he's sprinted past all reason and is now down to his last 2 brain cells. He barrels in for the final strike, roaring die. But he totally misses one huge detail that changes everything. Lucky the wolf snaps, cuts through the noise, and orders him to shut the hell up. Lucky just flicked his tail, and the knight commander got launched straight into a wall like pure trap. Our elf mommy steps in to check on Locke, making sure her man is still standing after that brutal beatdown. Marcus is sprawled on the ground, twitching like a bug that just got blasted with raid. It's honestly humiliating. Even Locke's baffled, because after that tail slap, Marcus starts moving like a glitchy, broken animatronic. Suddenly the vibe flips, and this clown starts performing like he's locked into a Shakespeare stage, pure dramatic fire. The riz has shifted. Locke's eyes widen because this isn't the same guy he was just tearing into. The villain drops the bombshell. She's Lydia, the legendary sage's apprentice, and she's been piloting Marcus like a full-on mecha this whole time. She launches into her usual villain monologue, bragging about her research and how the undead are the real power behind everything. She's talking like she'll sacrifice the entire country just to feed her experiments. Pure top-tier villain hate. Locke snaps at her for stealing the combustible stones, and she just bursts into a laugh like that cold, remorseless sociopath is made of steel. She struts around like stealing the Night Order makes her a genius, but Locke just stares at her like she's a total joke. She screams orders to her undead army to wipe out everyone, but not a single one moves. That silence screams, and Locke's face says it loud. This lady is absolutely delusional. She clocks that her plan blew up in her face, flashes a fake, "See you soon," and storms off pure, ultimate sore loser energy. Lucky can't track her scent, Big L, then boom, a brand new challenger steps into the ring. A giant skeleton in a dress rolls up with a fairy, and I'm totally locked in for this absolute level of weird. This skeleton swaggered in, vibe-checked every undead left standing, and turned them all to dust. Then this absolute legend straight up says he just wants a glass of beer, and that's the moment it hits. He's the ultimate giga chat of this whole series. That skeleton's got Lydia's location locked in, and he orders the squad to tail him straight into the final boss room. We end on this insane watchtower under a blazing full moon, and you already know the next chapter is about to go full cinematic. The whole crew's gearing up to roll right up to that tower and finally smash the mission, and I'll spot you $10 if you can guess how many more waifus Locke's gonna add to his stash after this. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? We're back with another absolute banger. Last time, Locke was out here catching waifus like Pokemon, but today it's getting spooky. Our crew is posted in front of this massive, compensating four-something tower under a full moon. And just look at the lineup. The MC, a thick blonde knight, a lollybee, and a straight-up skeleton mommy like absolute cinema from the jump. Mommy's skeleton senses start tingling. She's here, and you just know the chaos is about to explode. Meanwhile, our MC looks deadly serious, probably because he clocked that he hasn't added a new girl to the harem in at least 5 whole minutes. Locke orders the NPCs to back off in the monster garden while he drags the main girls inside because man's got one rule: keep the inventory spotless before a boss fight. He charges at the front door like a clueless beta, but Demorta steps in and shows him exactly how a real Chad handles business. Yeah, bro, don't unbuy it. That's just a prop, and that's why she's slinging high-tier magic circles. Picture this: you're the MC and a heap of bones outrises you, pure audacity. Boom, right out of nowhere, a secret staircase spits into existence, And that's why you always bring a skeleton mommy to Dungeon Boys. She's got the whole dungeon mapped in her bones. As they drop down, the whole place reeks like a gamer's room after a 48-hour grind. And Mortis starts grilling them about disciple Lydia. Turns out being undead for 100 years does nothing for your skincare routine. They finally hit the bottom, and oh my God, have mercy. Look at this villain's aesthetic. Lydia's out here dressed like a full course meal while she's reading her evil diary, and I swear to you, I can fix her. She's got that I'll step on you energy, and I'm absolutely loving it. Lydia's jaw drops. They actually clawed their way through to her army of zombies. Locke just grins like, yep, we cooked him, so what's next? The confidence on this man keeps skyrocketing. And honestly, you love to see it. Lydia acts all high and mighty, but you can tell she's craving attention, like bad. Demorta bursts from the shadows like a final boss and growls, long time no see. And the tension in the air is so heavy you could slice through it with a spirit sword. And Lydia's like, wait, who are you? So Demorta starts jogging her memory with a blast of Hellfire Castle. And honestly, this is straight up top-tier ancient magic. Lydia may look shady, but she's not a total fraud. She fires back with a water dragon, and suddenly it turns into a full-on elemental mom's showdown. The entire room erupts in steaming chaos like fireworks, but 1,000 times crazier than anything I've ever seen. Lydia's huffing and panting as it finally clicks. She's up against her old master again, and Demort keeps grilling her, taunting that she could have been a Giga Chat if she wasn't stuck in mid-tier. Lydia starts spiraling into a full-on mental breakdown, screaming, shut up, like her Discord account just got banned, and the whole cultivated vibe is vanishing in seconds. Then she goes for Eternal Darkness. Drain sounds insanely edgy, right? But D. Morty's built different. She shuts it down like it's nothing, then straight up calls you a stupid kid to your face, absolute savage. They're trading locking beams like it's Dragon Ball Z. The rest of the party just stands there waiting, wondering, should we jump in or just watch this whole thing blow up? Lydia's up there fuming and grumbling about how many years have gone by, while our little girl Patra creeps up behind her. Just look at that expression, the one that screams she's seconds away from ending a career. Bonk Patra whips her staff straight into her head, and the disrespect hits so hard, it's basically legendary. Lydia starts sobbing, furious that it's so unfair, like imagine you're some legendary ancient mage, and a random bee comes in and claps you. And yeah, you're officially cooked, Sid. Locke in that night looked downright shaken, because Patra has absolutely zero chill when her anger hits seriously. It's always the cute ones you gotta watch. Lydia blasts out illusion clones trying to slip away, then freezes and snaps. Which one of these is the real me? She smirks. The original, honey, the real deal. Patra shrugs it off and steps in, then swings that staff like she's been doing it her whole life. Bunk. Locke drops the ultimate roast. Lydia's real smell is so foul they could spot her with their eyes shut. And the moment her stench hits, it shatters the illusion magic like a joke, because she's not just down bad, she's beyond embarrassing. Patra's going full don't make my papa sad mode. She's the ultimate daughter. No joke. Demort lays a hand on her shoulder and promises, leave it to me. She steps in, ready to own what went wrong with her failed student. She snaps that they've overstayed their welcome, then starts channeling holy magic made of ice. Because if she unleashes that, she reveals she's undead, and one hit means she's toast. Lydia is losing it. Are you trying to kill yourself? She snaps. Because Demort is done holding back and is about to storm out in full blaze of glory mode. Let's die together, she says, and the whole thing turns brutally dark in seconds. Lala, the tiny fairy, is sobbing her heart out, begging, don't make me go. And honestly, I'm not the one crying, yeah, you're the one. But hold up, Locke, our MC rockets in and smashes the magic aside with his bare hand. Yeah, that's straight up plot armor. And this man is a certified Chad. He whips the blast off course and slams it into Lydia right in the plot. Just look at that impact. That's gotta hurt like hell. Demort! Locke snaps that she doesn't have to throw herself away for some loser like Lydia because the Riz is absolutely off the charts. Lydia is sprawled on the ground, defeated and fuming like a salty league player. Because of course she's the villain, she snaps. That wasn't even my real body. Then vanishes like an NPC doing exactly what they always do. The Mort is left speechless because she just realized she nearly tossed her whole life away for nothing, only for a voice to cut in. "You saved me," she says, glaring at another wife who's already pulled off the same feat and added to the collection. Lala's beaming so hard, you'd think the whole universe just cheered because her mommy didn't turn into dust. But Demortis slams the truth down. She still has to split because her magic is completely out. And yeah, that heartbreak hits hard, boys. Yeah, Lala's basically pleading for her to stay, and it's punching straight into my heart. Then Locke hits the ultimate man of culture move. "How about I become your familiar?" he asks. And it's basically a proposal right in front of the whole squad. He tells her to grab every magic stone she wants. Still, Lydia has to be hunted down. No excuses. And somehow that promise gives her a reason to keep living. Demorta tells Locke her dark energy could mess with his holy magic. And Locke just shrugs like, "I'm built different, don't sweat it." She shoots him a, "Are you really sure you're okay with this?" And he hits her with that fearless protagonist stare that makes every girl in the room melt. We catch a wild glimpse of Demord in her human form. Her name's Lift, and holy crap, she's a top-tier baddie. She signs the contract, and the system kicks off the holy beautification process, honestly. I don't get the wording, but it sounds like a ridiculous, game-breaking upgrade. Locke finally gets to level up his monster garden and slams in an upgrade to the C-bet he's planning to make everyone show up in swimsuits later, because this dude is playing 4D chess. Turns out Lala became a familiar too because she was already stuck to Lit anyway, all for the price of one tune. And look at that, Lich snaps back into her human form. And man, she's absolutely stunning. Boys, I'm saying it right now, I'd 10-10 let her cast ancient magic on me. Me and the squad are finally reunited, and we're charging straight into the next adventure. They push back toward town where everything's been shattered by chaos and now the rebuild is underway. Locke finally catches up with Rika, the bunny girl. Every single time she shows up, she's like a feast for your eyes. But the second they step into the guild, the air feels rancid and there are some seriously tough dudes camped at the table, staring like they're about to unleash the most aggressive diss track of 2024. Locke's sweating bullets because the vibe is anything but friendly. So tell me, what's about to go down? Are these guys the new villains or just walking high-level simps? Stay tuned for the next one to find out. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings, back again with a guaranteed banger. Today we're diving into a story where the MC finally starts winning for real. And look at this squad, straight up Riz overload, bro. We kick things off in a room where the tension is so thick you can practically chew it. And everyone's sitting there stiff as boards like they're waiting for the principal to march in and announce they're expelled. Locke barges in, and even Rika the bunny girl with the absolute top-tier assets looks totally stressed out. And yeah, I see what you're staring at, and the armor is doing god-tier work today. Rika throws him a thumbs up and clicks the door shut like they're seconds from something spicy. Then he just stands there like an absolute NPC. Bro, get it together. Turns out this headband dude, Titus, is actually cool. For once he's straight up thanking Locke for swinging by, even though Locke's slammed with work, and honestly, finally, some respect for the carry. Then Marcus, the Knight's leader, full-on face planted into a bow when he realized he was done for, shouting apologies because he nearly yeeted our MC straight into the Shadow Realm, acting like a mindless puppet the whole time. Locke is totally playing it meek, telling him it's fine, but if somebody tried to pack me up, I'd demand a legendary item as compensation. No jokes. Marcus lays it all out. Last night's whole order was getting brainwashed, and he's got zero memory of ever being a villain. Imagine that level of plot armor, where someone just goes, "I forgot," and somehow everyone's like, "Yeah, sure, cool." It all kicked off 6 months back, and when this mysterious mom named Lydia popped up like, "I'm here to ruin your life," and she's staring right through you, daring you to look under that hood. Marcus claims her sweet perfume hit him like a spell, and he was so down bad he straight up betrayed the entire kingdom. She talked them into believing adventurers were the real trash, then tricked the knight into handing over every last bit of monster loot. She's basically a top-tier gaslighter wearing a pretty little mask. Marcus is out here scrambling to apologize to everyone he messed with, and he's trying hard to shut down those "I'm a fraud" allegations happening right now. Titus is freaking out because Marcus is usually the prideful giga-chat of the group, and seeing him lower his head is straight-up cinema. Apology accepted, bro. Now drop the petty, bickering, and let's finally get something done for real. They team up to rebuild the city, and seeing these two absolute chads finally lock in with a handshake is the character growth we didn't know we were starving for. With the knights and adventurers finally throwing their weight together, the city just might survive this. Now the search for Lydia is in full swing, and trust me, when she finally steps out, it's going to hit like a punch to the gut. But Marcus still has to swallow the L for his screw-ups once the city gets fixed. Then Rika bursts in with that awful face, and you can practically feel chaos gearing up. That washed-up former hero loser slipped away in the chaos. Yeah, and you know this simp is coming back later to wreck the vibes. A month later, the grind is finally over, and now it's time for the beach episode we've all been craving. Just look at the culture boys' wafers in bikinis, flying monsters, and pure unfiltered vibes. This is exactly what we live for. The whole squad's out here just chilling, and Locke's stuck in the middle of these thick queens, yet he's still got that I'm trying to solve 2-2 look on his face. Ria's out here straight up serving goddess energy in that bikini. If you're not completely down bad for the elf girl right now, you're watching the wrong recap. She meets Locke's gaze with those save me eyes, and for once he finally clocks it. She's been acting way more cheerful lately, progress, baby. She credits Locke for her happiness, and for the first time, the Riz is actually starting to hit look at that grin, that straight-up top-tier waifu energy. Locke straight up blushing. Yeah, he's probably a simp, but at least he's got taste. That huge wolf, Fenrir, barrels in right on cue because he's a walking wingman and tells everyone the reconstruction is going great, all thanks to the whole crew. And because they've been grinding nonstop, it's time to throw a massive BBQ, so even the gargoyle shows up in a hard apron, flipping steaks like it's the main event. Absolute cinema. Everybody's digging in, and Patra's out there living her best life. Meanwhile, a gargoyle's pitching yummy meat like it's comedy gold. And yeah, that's exactly the trashy content I'm here for. Look at Ria go. She's got skewers in both hands, demolishing them like a champ. Because honestly, a girl who can eat is a girl worth protecting. Homies. Locke's got this tiny bird pal perched on his head. And yeah, it's adorable, but don't get fooled, because that thing is almost definitely a legendary beast wearing a disguise. Locke is elbow deep in the grilling seafood, racking his brain for a name for the little guy, and I'll spot you $10 if you can nail the name he finally chooses. This absolute menace suggests Yakitori bro stared at his pet and straight up named it after grilled chicken. And now that bird looks totally cooked. He starts rattling off different cuts of chicken like he's reading a restaurant menu. Locke's an absolute savage for it, and that poor bird looks straight up traumatized. He finally picks seal because it hit him. He'd been a total jerk. The bird's practically bouncing with joy since it looks like it's off the menu for good. Hold up, who's this thick mommy in the black bikini? She's serving, looks in absolute power like it's effortless. Mommy turn. Turns out, it's the skeleton lady using illusion magic. 1 second she's all spooky and scary, and the next she's an absolute waifu. She says she figured a human form would look better. But girl, you didn't just please the eye. You basically hijacked and brick-built the whole fan base into silence. Locke's sitting there like, wait, how is a skeleton even eating? But who cares about the logic when the story is delivering this hard? That sauce is so wildly good, they've all lost their minds. Locke's out here spilling his secret recipe like he's Gordon Ramsay of the fantasy world. The vibes are immaculate. Our waifus are diving into the water like it's pure destiny, and everyone's just losing it, laughing and living their best life. Like this is the calm before the storm, I'm telling you. Even the tiny kids are out there splashing in a full-on water fight, pure wholesome chaos, and honestly, it's exactly the kind of fresh air we needed after all that brainwashing nightmare. Locke decides to go fishing with the giant wolf Fenrir, just him, and that massive beast, perched on a rock like gods of peace. And yeah, this is peak male performance. Fenrir watches fishing and decides it looks too easy, so he's ready to jump in and try it. And honestly, I have no idea how a wolf's gonna hold a rod, but I'm all in. This absolute Chad wolf struts around like, my tail's so irresistible I don't need bait. And the pure audacity is honestly hilarious. They're just soaking up the sun, vibing hard with the perfect weather. Honestly, if I had a giant wolf I could lean on, I'd never get up off this beach. Every Locke is passed out cold on the fluffiest pillow ever made. And this is the calmest, most relaxed our boy has felt since the series began. Suddenly, it actually snaps onto the wolf's tail. Fenrir jolts hard because it's working for real. Locke orders him to rip it out, and the wolf swings that giant tail like a crane fishing for trouble. Something huge is about to burst onto the scene. They're locked on the water, holding their breath because the moment they reel it in, they're praying it isn't just a catch, but a straight-up legendary monster. It's not a fish, it's got a scaly tail. Locke's staring like, what is happening? But yeah, we all know exactly where this is headed. It's a freaking mermaid. And instead of freaking out, she's locked in on one thing, how insanely fluffy that wolf's tail is. Guess what? Boys, the harem just scored a brand new member. Yo, what's up? My cultured kings, I am back with more peak fiction. Kaido and his massive wolf are just vibing on the beach when they suddenly spot something weird, buried in the sand. And yeah, this is a total troublemaking waifu. This mermaid's messing with the rules, pressing her face into Locke's tail like she's never seen anything this good in her life. Locke's not buying it. He's sure this fish lady's a total predator. And Kaido's like, nah, just chuck her back in the drink. She's relentless, though she's sprinting after those taillights, determined to snag that final piece of loot from the raid. And yeah, Fwafty, I'm telling you, it's the same girl. Locke's had it straight up done with the harassment. He slams a giant beam into the air and blasts her back down onto the ocean floor, shouting, "Be gone!" Absolute cinema. Look at that splash. Locke's a total certified Giga Chad, and he doesn't even simp for the first mermaid he spots. The rest of the harem floods in, stunned, asking what that massive bang was, while Kaido acts like nothing happened, casually taking out the trash. But wait, she's back. This mermaid has zero quit in her, and she rockets out of the water like a torpedo because the fluff is calling her name. She swears she's not suspicious, but her eyes scream the truth. She's just itching to sneak a little taste of that fluffy goodness. Look at that face. She's absolutely losing it for a wolf tail. I'm telling you, the ocean messes with people in the wildest ways. Once Locke stops messing around, he whips out another get lost beam, while Bra just spams her ultimate on some level 1 NPC like it's nothing. And she's still crawling back because the audacity of this mermaid is basically legendary. She's dead set on getting that fluff or going down trying. Locke's freaking out right now when the waifu's thirst turns deadly. Even the strongest monsters start trembling like they're about to break. Finally, Sand steps in, our demon. Mommy is done playing. She starts charging up a dark sun like she's ready to obliterate this girl's whole career. In this place, the Sand hands her a cruel choice: go home or get turned into a fried fish platter. So yeah, that dummy mommy is exactly the kind of threat you do not play with. The mermaid wastes no time. She calls for backup and unleashes the big guns. Come out, Leviathan. The water erupts in a violent explosion. This isn't some regular fight. It's fish boys squared up against a world boss level threat crawling out of the chaos. Look at the size of this dude, absolute unit. He makes Locke look like a total puppy. Everybody's trembling like they're in the crosshairs because this is the king of the sea, and if they get burned here, it's game over. The mermaid is flattering her guardians so intensely it's basically a spell. Show them your power. And she swears she's finally about to win. And then the Leviathan bows like a gentleman. Nice to meet you. Bro really is the most polite sea monster ever. The mermaid's losing it. She's itching for a fight, but her dragon just stands there acting like a total gentleman. Leviathan's trying to make a point that friendships are forged through fists, but he's saying it with way too much calm for something that intense. All right, he's about to flex real power. And honestly, with this guy, a little probably means wiping out a whole continent. He bursts into a powerful chant of sea magic, and the ocean starts whipping into wild spirals like it's possessed. That water dragon storm blew in, and the art here is straight up insane, pure hype from start to finish. It's a deadly whirlpool, and this is the safe version. Bro's just out here flexing like it's a flex arena, roasting everyone. Not about to be shown up, Sand decides to flex her real power too, because she's not letting some overgrown lizard steal her spotlight. She calls forth a colossal skeleton specter. This is peak necromancy from Riz, no question. But then the Leviathan spots that ghost, and the thing starts shrieking like a terrified little girl, totally freaking out. A monster. He straight up dives back into the water and disappears, bro. That's peak cowardice. How do you end up the king of the sea and still freak out over a skeleton? Sand just stood there, frozen in disbelief like, seriously, She totally clocked this guy as a full-on beta. Locke snaps the truth Sam outplayed him, using his one chink in the armor, the ghosts, to destroy him in the mental battle without throwing a single punch. The mermaid pivots fast, begging for friendship. Kato snaps back with a cold, no thank you, and that savage level 100 energy hits hard. She starts panicking, then boom, it hits. She isn't just scared. Her village needs help. And suddenly the whole story flips. Boys, please, our village needs you. She's begging right now because that fluffy obsession was just a distraction. Then boom, those nasty fishmen burst out of nowhere and started wrecking everything. With the ghost finally gone, Leviathan pops his head back up to actually explain. And wow, he looks ridiculously goofy. Just 3 days ago, their underwater mermaid village got stormed straight up, raided by a gang of fish thugs. We slam into a quick biology lesson. Mermaids are the waifus, and fishmen are the ugly NPCs built like creepy shark and squid lookalikes. For 100 years, that village lived in total peace. So when danger finally hit, they had zero battle experience, and they got crushed in an instant. Even Leviathan, the guardian deity, ended up getting captured, because when it comes to fighting, he's straight up useless. It's like seeing a dragon lose to a shark with a stick. Yep, this mermaid, May, was the only one who slipped away, darted to the land, and begged the land dwellers for help. Kato's ready to help, but there's a huge snag: no one can breathe underwater. And yeah, that's kind of a deal breaker. Leviathan yanks out some air grass, basically plot armor in plant form, so he can breathe straight through the ocean like it's nothing. Chomp this, and suddenly water pressure and oxygen don't stand a chance. Just RPG logic. Ridiculously simple. He swears they'll get all the grass they want so long as they save the village. And just like that, the quest gets accepted. Even the tiny kids are begging to jump in, and Kaido's worried, but he just can't refuse those pleading eyes. The whole squad's locked in and ready to roll, boys. It's finally time to dive into the deep and start the underwater adventure. May is sobbing tears of pure relief. She finally found the heroes who can save her people. And just like that, she's back to full-on menace mode, darting straight for Locke's tail like it's an all-you-can-fluffy buffet. Locke hurls her into the air one final time, then it's straight to the mermaid village. So stick with me, because things are about to get soaked. Yo, what's good? My cultured king's back with another absolute banger. Our MC is diving straight into the deep blue, surrounded by waifus in bikinis like the plot demanded it. Look at the way these mermaid girls and boys are stacked. Bros living the dream out there, and I'm stuck behind a screen grinding videos for you deans. Our MC is trying to land his underwater riz, but every move in that water feels like running through a dream, pure struggle, while the girls glide by like it's effortless. Even the tiny chibi wyverns are grinding harder than the MC right now. Look at them go, absolute units in training. Gargoyle Khan blasts through the ocean on a wind magic rocket, basically turning himself into a torpedo, while the MC just paddles around like some clueless NPC who got dropped in the wrong quest. He's acting like he's got it under control, but it's pure fish out of water energy, like he's surrounded by water and still can't figure it out. Yeah, he's struggling. Rest in peace, big white wolf, because he's getting wrecked and drowning, while everyone else is out here soaking up the beach episode like it's nothing. My guy's out here crying underwater because he can't swim, and that's when you know the struggle is dead serious, because he's the best boy. They stumble into a spooky cave that spits them out at the mermaid village. And if a thick mommy queen isn't waiting at the end, I swear I'm going to lose it. Princess May leads the charge. Look at the view from back here, fellas. I know exactly what you're seeing, and honestly, I don't blame you one bit. Holy peak fiction. Just look at this village. It's basically Atlantis, but the characters are way cooler, and the whole scene is straight up cinema. I'll give you $10 if you can point to even one character here who isn't an absolute 10 out of 10, because this culture is overflowing with greatness. A giant shark just cruises through like it's nothing, no big deal, and the art budget is straight up insane. Look at the size of this place. May's dragging everyone through her place like, look, this is my home with full I'm a princess, deal with it energy. And yeah, she could absolutely crush me, and I'd still be impressed. Living in a giant shell sounds dope, until you realize you'd probably reek like calamari, even when you were only 7. But yeah, the look is straight up fire. Everything's glowing and gorgeous, like the perfect backdrop for some cultured fun, if only the MC wasn't such a spineless simp. She swears the village is wrapped in magic, invisible from the sky like plot armor, so the villains can't just bomb it from above. Suddenly, some psycho tries to roast the MC like a shish kebab. Watch out, bro. The peace and quiet instantly gets cooked. They plunge into the dark and May snaps, "Shut it! She's finally taking control. Mommy, sorry. Mommy." It's a straight-up shark man patrolling the waters. Look at those muscles. He's been grinding at the underwater gym and skipping absolutely zero fin days. They're plotting a stealth run through the back alleys like they're in Assassin's Creed. Then boom, you finally get some real tactical gameplay and she might just ruin the whole thing by blurting off at the guard, screaming like she's fearless. Yeah, her IQ's basically room temperature. She's totally cooked. The shark's sitting there like, are you kidding me? Is this girl for real? Because he's absolutely gobsmacked by the pure audacity of her move. She's out here living her main character fantasy like a spotlight just flipped on while the MC is basically dying from pure secondhand embarrassment. And this girl is the most useless NPC imaginable. She refuses to cower and take cheap sneak shots because there's a world of difference between being brave and being a full-on idiot. Sharkman isn't messing around. He barrels straight for the kill, and the MC has to step in and parry that spear like an absolute Chad. This Sharkman is tearing through the scene at lightning speed, basically. The Flash, except he's got way more teeth and a full-blown attitude problem. MC suddenly realizes he's too slow in the water. If he doesn't move right now, he'll be swimming into the same fate as fish food. He hooks up with his demon buddy for a ride, and just like that, hang on tight for some turbo, charged underwater, drifting, pure fast and furious chaos. They blast a windburst to skyrocket their speed, and man, that's the kind of hype action I live for. The MC launches himself at Sharkman with full force bam and absolutely wrecks him Nemo. This is what you get for messing with the squad. A massive blast tore everything apart, bubbles everywhere, and I'm telling you, that shark is either finished for good or he's got to be cooked after getting nailed like that. Forget it. Sharkman's a straight-up literal tank. He just stood there and ate every hit like it was a spa day. And now the MC's starting to look seriously nervous. Sharkman roars like a cannon. And yeah, this is 100 boss fight mode now, because he's staring like he's 1 second away from going full berserk. He starts hurling spear thrusts nonstop, like he's grinding in a fighting game, mashing the same one button over and over, pure spammer energy. MC is dodging for his life, because one slip and it's game over for our boy. Seriously? The tension is cutting through the air. Wait, MC is actually using his brain. He's predicting every move down to the exact centimeter. Bro just turned on the hacks. That spear sliced past his face by a hair. My heart's pounding out of my chest right now. Talk about a total close call. 70 centimeters to the left, like his brain just unlocked a cheat code. And now watch him go. He finally cracked it. Turns out the shark's not hunting at all. It's just looping the same moves like an NPC, glitching out with broken AI. Turns out the shark's totally brainwashed, just like those pathetic knights we saw earlier. And suddenly the whole story gets crazier by the second. Now it's crunch time. The ultimate counterattack is here. The MC is about to wipe this guy's whole career off the map with one massive genius move. He snatches the Sharkman and drops the hammer. Yeah, it's over for you, buddy. You got caught slipping by the big brain, MC. Shoot, use your tentacles. Wait, did he seriously just say that? This manga is getting Gary cultured way too fast, and I'm loving exactly where it's heading. They've got him tied up. The shark's practically squirming in misery. And yeah, he totally deserves it, because he's just a villain's pawn. They're scrambling to figure out who pulled off this brainwashing. Could it be some top-tier mage, or a brand new Giga Chat villain hiding just off screen? They snatched every guard and locked them down. Every single member of the squad is right here, looking sharp. Mission's nailed for now. She spots someone she knows and bolts into a sprint. So tell me it's another waifu. Please let it be another waifu. Oh, Mommy Madeline just slid into the chat. And wow, she's absolutely stacked. Look at those curves, boys. We're eating good tonight. Madeline breaks down in tears, and every drop turns into shiny pearls. I've never seen a crying session get so insanely profitable in my life. Turns out the most powerful mermaids cry pearl tears when emotions hit. And now I'm thinking, yeah, I need one of those. I'm talking billionaire in my future. Madeline serves the queen. She's thanking the MC right now. And honestly, I'm just staring because her design is absolutely top tier. Most of the mermaids got dragged straight into Fishman Village. Yeah, it's basically a prison break arc now, so let's go. She hands the MC out a pearl as a thank you, and I'm like, bro, just cashed out in jewelry for doing the bare minimum. That's a whole different life. She asked for help one more time, and with that look and that outfit, there was no chance anyone could say no. MC's absolutely down bad. Look at that midriff shot. This artist absolutely cooked it on purpose. Straight for the men of culture. They roll up to Fishman Village and, whoa, it's a gritty, rocky slum that makes Mermaid Paradise look like a dream. And yeah, this place screams, villains rule here. Too many guards to count, but hold up, what the heck is that in the distance? Something's off, and it does not belong here. A ship sitting underwater, and something's seriously off here. Plus, I don't just mean the guards, I mean the human tech. A human priest is chatting it up with a shark man, and yeah, you can feel it, that guy's a total snake. So don't you dare trust anyone in a robe like that. They spot the leader on a little boat, and the MC is seconds away from climbing in and detonating their entire illegal operation. Oh no, there's a mermaid locked in a cage, gagged like she can't even scream. And somehow this whole thing just shot from meh straight to wild on the cultured meter. So humans are out here selling mermaids. These villains aren't evil. They're garbage straight up. Now the MC better crank it into Giga Chad mode and rescue the waifus. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Pack in, because we're back. And right off the bat, we spot some scumbag NPCs trying to peddle mermaids like they're nothing. And look at our MC's face. He clocks this as mid-tier villain behavior instantly. The ship starts hauling ass, convinced it can escape the plot for real. Yeah, not on my watch, fam. That huge dragon is itching to wipe everything out on the spot. But the MC yanks him back and says, hold your horses. We've got to find the main base first. He shoots out his tiny bird seal to scout the area, and that little thing is basically a living drone with no lag at all. CL hangs over the ship like a venomous shadow, while the rest of the squad tightens up and gets ready to slam straight into Fishman Island. The mermaids are like, nope, let us handle the guards. And they're dead set on taking a good look at the girl's assets because honestly, I'm down bad for the one in the middle. She's got full-on main girl energy. The MC's out here being a total simp, panicking that it's way too dangerous for them, bro. They literally live in the ocean. They can handle a couple of fish. Suddenly, Demort shows up with a gigantic wolf and orders everyone to get out of the way. And wow, look at that outfit. She's the absolute definition of cultured. That wolf is way too hyped for what's about to hit. Demort's got that smug, I'm about to wipe these NPCs off the map energy. MC just shrugs like, all right, I trust that demon lady. And honestly, it's the smartest move he's made all day. Even the dragon looks at these two and pretty much admits, yeah, you're stronger than me. And trust me, that's the loudest power scaling flex imaginable. The squad barrels into the village, and the sharkmen have zero clue they're moments away from getting absolutely cooked. Demort and that wolf are gearing up for a mind-blowing combo of magic, so if you're not freaking out already, go check your pulse. The wolf snaps into Beyblade mode, spinning harder and harder as it gathers mana strong enough to redraw the whole map. They unleash a colossal energy beam, basically a nuke. And if you're anywhere in that area, you're getting hit, so repeat that to anyone in the zone. That beam crashes into the water, and you can practically feel the animation budget begging for mercy. The shark guards are totally stunned, like they just watched a ghost crawl out of the sea. Demorta slams them with the X-Band command, and yeah, I hear you, because she's pure cinema, no question. A giant magic circle blooms right on the surface of the water, and yeah, that's some next-level riz. She literally rips the ocean open like Moses, but she's serving it way hotter than the Bible ever did. Absolute cinema boys watch this. The sea gets ripped in half, and the sharks just flop on the sand like total losers. MC spots the opening and yells for everyone to rush in. This is a straight-up fish in a barrel moment. Hold up, why are the mermaids flopping too? They totally forgot they need water to actually move. That's a massive L for the waifus. The MC throws the tiny spirits in to do the real work, while he's out there pretending to watch like a total gaffer from the sidelines. It's straight-up carnage. Those shark men are getting stuffed and bundled like trash from yesterday. The shark leader is straight-up losing it. He truly believed he was the main character, right up until 5 minutes ago. MC strides up like he owns the place, and the shark freezes, shocked that a human is standing right in the middle of a dry ocean floor. The shark leader yanks out a mysterious dark orb, like he's about to jam in forbidden plot armor and dodge certain death. He slaps that orb on his crew to boost them, and suddenly they start bulging, veiny, and looking downright disgusting. It's a mid-tier boss transformation for sure. MC is totally stunned by the power-up. But let's be real, Nick, we've seen this kind of upgrade 1,000 times. That wolf doesn't care about your buffs. He just snaps and bites one of them. Instantly. No diff. The sharks pack way more power, but they move at a crawl while that bored-looking wolf shows up and absolutely smashes them. The leader clenches his teeth and yanks every last drop of magic back into the orb, straight for that final form power-up tro. He transforms into a buff giga shark beast. Yeah, he's still a beta compared to our boy, but he's swinging for the win and giving it everything he's got. He's bragging like he's invincible now. Here's the pro tip, never say it out loud, because that's the exact way you get one shot. He's seconds away from unleashing the orb's power, and for once he's acting like he might actually win. The moment it's in reach, poof, the little dragon rider streaks past and snatches it like candy, and it's pure speed blitz. Chaos. The shark's expression is priceless as he stares at his empty hand, like his brain just got disconnected mid-game. Papa, I nailed it. The kid's a bigger Chad than the villain, and Shark Man is officially cooked. MC grabs the orb and pushes deeper in. Then her gut tells her it feels way too familiar, like experimental tech she built back in her own lab. She swears it's all backed by her research, and the villain was straight up using what she left behind, trying to look tough off her scraps. Then oops, the Morch accidentally smashes the orb, and look at that shark's face, he's completely shattered. The magic is spilling out, and the shark is bawling like a simp who just got blocked on Discord. DeMorty basically tells him, I'll find you a better one soon. And I'm sitting here like, what nerve, what disrespect, I love her. Turns out the shark's name is Pedro, and the MC just blurts out, why were you acting like a full-on clown? Pedro kicks off his heart-crushing backstory because, yeah, turns out he was a total outcast in the shark world. In shark culture, your magic power is tied to how big your fin is, and Pedro's fin is tiny, like ridiculously tiny. So yeah, he's running on small fin energy, guys. 10 days ago, while he was out there alone on the beach, a creepy businessman and a hooded woman slid in out of nowhere and confronted him. They handed him the orb to prove himself, then used him like a guinea pig, testing their evil gadget to see if it actually worked. The mermaids are absolutely furious. Just because you got bullied doesn't mean you can kidnap Pedro's wife. He finally admits he was meant to trade the mermaids to those businessmen for the orb. He's apologizing now, but the harm is already locked in because he honestly thought he could buy respect with some glowing ball. Looks like the missing mermaids were hauled straight to Brandon City. So congrats. We just unlocked our next stop on this wild adventure. The MC straight up asks Demort if she can fix that orb, or at minimum, crack open the pieces and figure out what they mean. She admits it'll take time, but she won't back down. She can do it. Just look at her striking poses with those shards in hand. She's fully owning the moment, like she knows she's the main character. She leans in and drops a real-life lesson on Pedro True. Power doesn't come from some magical orb. It comes from what you are, even if it's a demon in saying it. Then she straight up tells the whole crew that the shark destroyed the orb himself so she won't get blamed. Absolute legend. Next stop, Brandon City. All right, boys, we're landing in Port City, Brandon, and our boy is already getting swarmed by a legit top-tier harem of elves and mermaids. The job's simple: track down the captured mermaids and rip them out of this dump. These mermaids aren't just fish. They can straight up turn into humans and slide around unnoticed, like some kind of ultimate cheat code for any man of culture. But half the squad is still staying in the water because, yep, apparently causing a scene is bad for business. Look at these outfits. Fellas, quick drying clothes for when they burst out of the ocean. And yeah, that's peak character design. I already know what you're staring at, and honestly, I don't blame you at all. While the ladies chat about sunken treasure like it's loose change, our boys bust in and birdside kick pee-pee down with the intel. The bird tracked down the secret hideout, so lock in, gear up, and hit the road. They roll up to this giant warehouse, and it screams something's off from a mile away. The whole squad is casing the area, and there's not a guard anywhere in sight. So either these villains are flat out broke, or they're cocky NPCs begging to get wiped out, and MC tells the waifus to stay back and goes in alone for a solo infiltration. Classic, I'm taking all the XP move. Bro, the door's left wide open, like they don't even care. The security here is toast, and I've seen tougher defense in a wet paper bag. He slips inside, and bam, this place turns into straight-up horror movie territory, with cages everywhere and pure, bone-chilling bad vibes. Monsters are piled on monsters in here, and I'm telling you, this place screams red flag from the rooftop. Look at these things. These designs look like they got shredded in a blender. And yeah, something's seriously off. Our boy stumbles onto a giant glowing magic circle carved into the floor, and the second it starts lighting up like a gamer's keyboard, you just know some seriously illegal research is about to go down. Yeah, this is a synthetic magic circle, and these villains are basically playing God, splicing monster biology like it's nothing, and the result looks downright horrifying. And just like that absolute cinema, a colossal tank packed with mermaids is sitting there perfectly still, like it's daring you to look away. And yeah, I'm down bad, but I mean, just look at that view. MC is trying to play hero and yells through the glass, but it's so thick the whole room can't hear a single word of his main character speech. He scrambles to the top, hunting for a way in, and honestly, he's putting in overtime for that mermaid harem. The lock is braced in magic, so his tiny dagger can't even make a dent. Then a voice snaps out of the shadows, telling him, "You're human. Meet Drackle the Dragon, God's grandson, in a legit giga chat, even locked up." He blurts out the key's location, and the MC immediately agrees to help free him. M doesn't even blink. He's got that do-it-now energy. He signs the deal instantly, but makes one demand: the mermaids come first. He snatches the key, pops the tank's lid, and boom, those mermaids are finally free, looking like they're about to cry with relief. But hold up, things just got wild. The mermaid queen isn't here because someone hauled her off to a live auction to sell her like some rare Pokemon. MC realizes the auction house is packed with risk-draining security, and then the worst part hits. These mermaids can't even transform to slip away on their own. Now it's back up a clock. He barks for his team, shoves the key into the Dragon Bro's hands, and makes it clear a deal's a deal. Dracula's finally busted out of that cage, and wow, just look at the size of this guy. He's grateful as hell, then swears he'll repay the debt. That's the kind of chat energy you can't fake. Then the Sharkmen break down and start begging for help too. Just look at their faces. They're absolutely terrified. Turns out they weren't mind-controlled at all. Their magic was just too strong. So instead, they got shoved onto merchants like regular NPCs. MC breaks everyone out. Then they all crowd onto the docks because here comes a whole squad of monsters, and Waif's about to kick off a full-on riot. Lucky the wolf is hot on the trail, zeroing in on the queen's scent like a hound on fire. Little May is bawling her eyes out because she wants to rescue her mama. She's so ready to throw hands, it's wild, considering she's literally still a child. Plot twist, this little brat isn't just any kid, she's actually a princess. And yeah, that royal blood runs in the family. MC finally caves and lets her tag along, then tells Madeline to get the gold ready because if they can't blast their way out, they'll just buy the queen back. Yep, money's the real plot armor. They follow the scent straight to this shady, sketchy-looking building. MC tells the girls to stay outside while he slips in to investigate, fully locked in on protecting his waifus, like the ultimate gentleman. He hands the princess a classic and vows he'll bring her back with a smile because the Riz is absolutely off the charts right now. He's standing right in front of the black market shop's doors. This is where the real chaos starts. He shoves the doors wide and bursts into the dark. Look at this shopkeeper, bro, is basically the human version of a basement, and that face screams, "I haven't seen sunlight since the last era." MC instantly calls him out for the stench. This guy's basically mining gold in his nose while he's talking, and it's downright disgusting. MC Flash drops a wad of cash, and the shopkeeper's whole vibe instantly flips. Yeah, money talks, and this NPC is all ears. He shoves the MC into the back room, flexing like crazy about his rare creatures, and my gut screams that this is going to go horribly wrong. The MC is on full high alert, convinced the mermaid queen just slipped back in. Then out of nowhere, a mysterious figure materializes in the hallway. "Hold up, mommy." "Sorry, mommy." Look at the hooded lady's assets. She's clutching a bird and talking about some weird smell. Even that nasty shopkeeper is drenched in sweat, yeah. You know she's the real deal when the local creep is terrified of her. She's prowling around, sniffing like there's a snack with her name on it. She steps straight into the MC's personal space, her eyes blazing like something inhuman. No doubt about it, she's not a normal human at all. That's pure, reckless audacity. She says he smells weird, and the mission is already crashing into the worst-case scenario. So tell me, is our boy done for? We'll know soon enough. Yo, my cultured kings, strap in, because we're back with another banger, as our boy dives headfirst into the city's underworld. Right off the bat, the MC freezes like a deer in the headlights when creepy eyes lock onto him from the dark. He gets hit with questions about somebody named Lydia, and our boy's just standing there clueless, acting like an NPC while the shadows close in. The air crackles with tension, and this mysterious hooded figure feels like it's drilling straight into his soul. But wait, hold up, mommy. She saw me. Look at the way she's staring. This sorceress is way too into it. She says she's picking up familiar magic on him, and if she's going to sniff around this closely, I'm not even going to complain. She slips through that door in a flash, acting like she's got way better stuff to do than deal with some beta. Turns out that was Risa the sorcerer. She's the mastermind forging all the high-tier magic tools in this place, and even the local shady merchant has no clue what her real endgame is. Our boy gets shoved through a door packed with a massive magic seal like, when a doorway looks that over the top, you already know the treasure inside is about to be straight-up cinema. And bam, check this out, for the first time ever in auction history, they're selling a literal mermaid queen trapped in a tank. I know exactly what you're all staring at, yeah. She's got that T-tier thickness. Look at those scales in that unreal body, and I'm sitting here getting worked up just thinking about the bid price. But then boom, emotional damage hits. Because that mermaid is actually May's mother, and the plot starts spiraling faster than the queen can even blink. The merchant won't stop bragging that she's leagues above everyone else and demands a whopping $300 million for it. Yeah, that's a mountain of money for one queenly fish lady. Turns out mermaids aren't just pretty faces they can throw hands, which is exactly why her price tag is so wildly astronomical. But here's the catch. Some loser named Grease is locking in on her, the rich merchant's dumbass son, and he's got that whatever I want energy. This dude is straight up trash. He hooks up with women, gets bored fast, then dumps them like yesterday's garbage, and that absolute zero riz is the real problem with him. That merchant tells our kid to just sit tight and wait for the price to drop after Grease gets bored. Yeah, it's a decent move if you're broke, but we both know that MC's got main character energy. He locks in his ticket for the slave auction, 6 days until it all explodes. And trust me, things are about to get wild. He storms back outside, and the squad, the wolf, and that elf girl are already waiting for him. He has to tell the little mermaid girl the truth. Her mama is safe for now. But in under a week, they're sending her straight to the auction block. They whip up a rescue plan for her, but the shop's wrapped in brutal defensive magic, so you can't just stride in and demand a refund. Then bam, they spot Drackle the Dragon Man getting marched away, and the question hits immediately, did he really get caught again? Because that's not just bad luck. That's straight up next level skill issue. Drackle is ripping into the illegal slave warehouses packed with demi-humans, but the guards just keep telling him to shut up. The guards are acting like mindless NPCs, shutting him down and refusing to even listen just because he's a demi-human. They start fawning over this guy named Chad, calling him a truly wonderful person and praising everything he's done for the town. But then the MC finally clicks. The truth is staring him in the face. It's Chat, and Chat's been pulling the strings behind the whole slave operation all along. The corruption is dead real, fam. Drackle rips into them for taking bribes, and the head guard's face looks like it's 1 second away from exploding. They yank the poor guy away and make his taste punishment. And you already know these guards aren't doing it for free, they're paid to play. The MC vows he'll save him soon, and you can practically see the grit blazing in his eyes because he's done letting rules turn him into a simp. He rounds up the entire harem to lay out what's happening, because they can't take down a heavy hitter like Chad without rock-solid proof. They split up on the spot, sending Chad and his idiot son Grease under the microscope, trying to find a way around this whole mess. The squad storms into the market, and wow, turns out these background characters in this town are seriously kind of great. They start buzzing around everyone, desperate to get the real scoop on Chad. Every soul in town can't stop raving about Chad glowing like he's a saint, while his PR team is sprinting to keep the hype going. But when it's time for his sunrise, everyone's like, yeah, he's a total jerk, and they don't pull any punches. The elf girl swears Grease is out here stealing other people's wives and daughters because, yeah, this man is a straight-up walking red flag. Suddenly, a feral stomach growl erupts. Turns out the wolf's starving, and honestly same. That elf girl's blushing hard, scrambling to pretend she wasn't the one behind it, too pure for this filthy little world, like she doesn't even belong here. It's lunchtime and the whole squad is buzzing because you can't swing for a revolution with an empty stomach. Then bam, a carriage rumbles to a stop, and a spoiled voice sneers at our boy, calling him a peasant with pure, outrageous audacity. This spoiled rich kid catches sight of the rare gray wolf, and right then, he decides he has to have it. Staring at Lucky like it's just a shiny new toy, MC shuts him down and says, the wolf's not for sale, so this rich brat starts tossing cash nonstop like he's turning the world into a money club. He slams down an offer for 20 times the market price and tells the MC to grab it, and he's dead sure money can buy his way into anything. Our boy won't budge, and that rich kid is freaking out because someone finally has the nerve to stand up to him. The villain finally steps out of the shadows, Graz, the son of the city's richest merchant. Look at that stereotypical nouveau riche smug face he's got. My dad will sue you energy. Bet you $10 the next chapter is when the MC absolutely annihilates him. Yo, homies, we're back with another banger watch. These rich dudes act like they run the world. Cause in our boys' universe, they're about to get exposed as straight-up NPCs. Check out this fat cat Grise is rolling around one, acting like he owns the whole world and literally flinging cash at folks like it's a Tuesday night strip club. Our boy Locke isn't having it. He storms up to this stuffed with gold rich guy and snaps that his wolf Lucky is his companion, not some piece of meat you can buy, no matter how much gold is spilled on the floor. Grease has the nerve to brag that this town has nothing his wallet can't handle, and acting like somehow he's got unlimited game. Look at these servants worshiping this man like he's a god. Meanwhile, Lucky the wolf just stares at them like total clowns. The entire crowd is screaming his name like he's a damn rock star. No joke, the whole town's basically hit with full-on simp mode. Locke lands a stone-cold inno and proves he's a total gigachat. He doesn't care about your pocket change. Grease gets so furious he snaps at everyone to shut up because his ego just got brutally humbled by some peasant. Then Lucky snaps and unleashes a dark aura that screams, I'll end your whole career proving who the real boss is. Earlier, the pressure gets so brutal that every guard and servant just keels over like they've just watched their money vanish into thin air. Grizz is completely rattled. This wolf isn't some pet. It's a straight-up force of nature that just wiped out his whole squad. And just like that, the big guy flips his attitude, praising the wolf's loyalty and offering him the finest steak in the land if he'd just eat up. He tells Locke to pick a number, multiply it by 100, and boom, tries to bribe his way out of a brutal beatdown with life-changing cash. Locke stays razor calm and makes a new offer. He tells the rich guy, I'll show you exactly where to find more beasts like Lucky. Grease shoots him a stare like he's trying to crack the truth. Did Locke just genius his way through? Or is he straight up surviving on pure plot armor? Locke drops the bombshell and declares he doesn't want cash. He wants the mermaid queen up for grabs at the next auction. And honestly, that's pure pro-gamer brilliance. Grease slams the idea down fast, roaring that mermaids are worth way more, and he's not about to trade away his best assets for some measly map. He drops the bombshell that he's got a huge plan cooking, and Locke starts to realize this isn't just some guy with a piggy bank bankroll. He's genuinely impressed that this broke drifter has the guts to challenge him. So yeah, the respect is climbing fast. He drags Locke and his elf waifu along, and you know we're never going to say no to even more screen time with that thick elf girl. They screech into this giant mansion like the price tag is so insane it could buy the whole starter town and still have change left over. The place spills with gold and towering statues, like a private museum built for people who have more money than hobbies. They stride down a hallway so brutally long, you'd need a GPS just to reach the bathroom. Meanwhile, Grease keeps flexing like he's showing off for the world. This guy dropped $1 billion on a bronze statue of himself. Like, that's not confidence. That's straight up self-worship at its most insane level. And get this, Locke's even got these rare white wolves just lounging around like pets. But once he clocks it, he realizes they're not pets at all. They're insanely rare monsters that people hunted nearly to extinction. Then they step into this feast like it's pure movie magic, lobsters everywhere, sizzling steaks on the table, and I swear I want to grab a fork through the screen. And Grace tells them to savor it because he's basically assuming they usually choke down literal trash, and that's a brutal top-tier roast for someone who's the one paying for dinner. Lucky and the elf girl are shoveling food like it's the best day ever, while Locke just sits there praying it isn't poison. Lucky checks the vibes and confirms they're clean, no poison at all, while Grice sneers that he's too high class for some cheap, basic villain stunt. The servants erupt into clapping and chanting his name again, and Locke sinks into pure exhaustion from the sheer size of the ego in this room. Finally, they sink into the VIP lounge to handle business now that everyone's plates are empty and the talk can get serious. Lucky heads to the garden to take a nap, while the humans and the elf waifu dive into the messy, gritty truth about the mermaids. Grease leans in and drops the bomb. He knows Lucky's a boss from a top-tier dungeon, and Pravin proves his intel network is straight-up cracked. He starts bragging that he's a merchant's son, basically screaming that all that knowledge, that's the real superpower. When someone asks what he wants with mermaids, he blurts that he plans to use them for training. And honestly, that sounds wildly sus to me. But then boom, a legend hits. Fishmen are coming to attack the town, and suddenly everything goes from worry to this is real. Another merchant, Chadia, yeah, like Chad for real, pulled out some ancient disaster device and literally predicted the attack before it hit. Grace pushes the Mermaid Queen to take charge of an underwater combat troop because he needs her to defend his investments and save the town. He swears it's all about minimizing damage, but come on, he's really just terrified his fancy mansion is going to get wet. He flaunts the device Chad's been using, and Grice immediately narrows his eyes because the whole setup reeks like a giant, no-good scam. Locke finally clocks it. There's a secret plan brewing, everything's moving, and the plot is about to get dangerously thick. He leans in and asks Grease if he knows Chad is actually tied to illegal human trafficking and those wild chimera experiments. Chad raked in the town's trust by doling out free food and healing like clockwork straight from the classic fake nice guy starter pack. The guards have all been bought off with bribes, so Grice can't lift a finger against him unless he has solid proof, or he'll get branded as the villain. Grease is straight up fuming because slave traders are running wild in his town, and that's proof he's secretly a total Chad in disguise. He realizes Locke isn't just some lucky kid, he's got real brains, clocking the lies like they're obvious. He laughs and admits he's still a total snotty brat, somehow keeping that rich guy swagger alive even when he's dead serious. That smug little grin says everything now that they're finally on the same page. The negotiations are about to get dramatically easier. The vibe snaps into full seriousness as they gear up to strike the fake Chad merchant. But Griez leans in and asks Locke if he'll team up to trap the guy right after they grab the evidence they need. Locke agrees but pushes harder. If Griez wins the bid for the Mermaid Queen, then he has to deliver her to him. Grizz is totally baffled. He can't wrap his head around how Locke thinks he can take on the Trainon and the Fishman threat. Then Locke drops the ultimate flex. He's got a whole harem of elite elf instructors and a literal dragon beast looming right behind him. Griez's face went priceless as it hit him. He wasn't dealing with some peasant. He was talking to a guy who's basically hauling a whole army in his pocket. The room goes dead silent as the rich guy starts ripping apart his whole life and the people he's been dealing with. Finally, he blurts out our boy's name, and for the first time, he fully sees him as an equal. He thrusts out his hand, saying, "Locke, you've got my full attention. This deal is sealed." And just like that, the rich guy teams up with the OP Tamer. Yeah, they're really working together now. Stay tuned, homies, because the next fight is about to be straight-up cinema. What's up, my fellow men of culture? Let's jump right back into a world where beast taming isn't just a hobby, it's a whole chase for the finest wives, and we kick things off with our boy looking like he's seconds away from cooking up something legendary. We kick things off on the beach, but this isn't a vacation. Our MC is digging for answers about some creepy, mysterious orbs. And yeah, I'm only staying for the view. Look at the Demoured boy's assets. She's out here in a bikini doing research. And she's got that top-tier mommy energy. She says she worked herself to death. And honestly, I'd let her put me through it any day. No jokes, she just unearthed something way worse. Those orbs aren't only for mind control, they're mana-gathering devices. And why do we need mana easy? It's to resurrect a demon that's supposed to end the world, because that's totally the villain's version of a normal Saturday morning. MC is rattled, but when you see Demord's face, she's all ice, no fear at all. That's a woman who knows exactly how to take control of a beast. So yeah, this demon is the one causing Shannon's curse. And our guy is finally piecing it together, but he can't stop getting wrecked by that view from behind. Yep, I see you, cameraman. MC tries to look all serious, but come on. We all know he's just thrilled to be on a beach with a baddie. If this demon snaps awake, the whole world gets scorched chaos, destruction, the works. They've got to track down whoever forged that orb and shut this whole operation down like now. The main suspect is this girl named Liza, and she works at Chad's shop, like seriously. Imagine being a villain and actually naming yourself Chad, then watching some random NPC with the nerve to call herself Giga Chad. Like that's a real flex is just insane. The MC tells Demort to dig deeper into demon lore while he sprints back to the city. He teams up with the Chad guy for a few days, hunting down intel together, though it totally reeks of him just trying to boost his own image. The day before the big auction, this Chad starts up a soup kitchen, like for real trying to storm onto the hero role and look good for the cameras. Look at these NPCs queuing up like it's a whole event for some mid-tier soup. MC and Shannon roll in with Lucky, their hulking wolf, and the whole town is bowing at Chad's feet like he's a saint. He even set up a free healing stain. And if you've read more than 2 manga in your life, you already know this is a huge red flag. Everyone's getting healed and suddenly acting like Chad is the Messiah, like he's risen for real. We spot a little girl named Nayuta, plus her brother, one bad leg, dragging as she stomps into the tent. Shannon clocks that Chad's got the whole town wrapped around his finger, way too suspicious to ignore. But yeah, the locals are completely hopeless for him. Suddenly, the guild notice board explodes off the wall. Chad's got a gut feeling he's sure a fishman attack is about to hit within days. And either bro's got plot armor stacked to the ceiling, or he's the one who's calling the fishmen in. All the adventurers are buzzing out of their minds. Chad-san dropped the word, and suddenly everyone's losing it. The glazing is next level. MC is sniffing that cap like he can smell it from a mile away. He barrels right into that little boy from earlier, and the kid is sobbing so hard he can barely breathe. Lucky lunges in to help, but his nonstop gigantic dog energy overwhelms the kid who's still crying. The kid erupts into terrified screams because he thinks he's seconds away from getting swallowed. Then Lucky hits him with, "Bro, I'm literally a god to your beast, calm down." MC tucks Lucky away, but the kid keeps wobbling and tripping. Then Shannon rushes in with elf mom energy. Like Riz. Yeah, she shuts him down in 2 seconds flat. Look at her go. That's wife material, stamped all over her. I swear. She even digs out some cookies if a thick elf slid snacks into my hands. I'd stop crying instantly too. Just look at that smile, pure absolute cinema. He's not just hungry. Something's seriously wrong, and it's about to blow up. Nayuta, his little sister, has vanished, straight up, and he can't find her anywhere. She staggered into the healing tent for her injured leg and somehow never crawled back out. The guy at the tent swore she'd already left, but there was zero sign of her anywhere. Then the MC finally clocked it. This Chad wasn't a cool catch at all. He was a predator. And just like that, Lucky snaps back into Shibi mode and sprints into the hunt. MC blurts out an apology for calling him a dog. Then they shift into full hunt mode, ready to track the scent. Lucky goes full Giga Chad, swells up huge, and leaps across the city rooftops like it's nothing. And that's why the beast Tamer boys. Because he's moving like a blur. And the kid finally gets it just how insanely cool a massive wolf looks in the flesh. They soar above the rooftops, scanning rooftops for the girl like she's the last piece of the puzzle. Shannon's weirdly amazing with kids. Then she casually drops that she had a younger brother once. And yeah, that's totally backstory I can smell. She grills the kid about his parents, and Daryl's answer hits fast, like a punch to the gut. Turns out the white wolves tore through their village, and their dad fought them off until he died, leaving them drowning in pure trauma. They were rushing to the capital to track down their relatives when Nayuta got hurt, so the MC's heart is breaking for them. But his eyes are locked on the target too. That "I'm about to torch this guy's whole career" look is blazing in his eyes. Lucky slams the brakes the second they spot where that scent is coming from. That place looks like a gigantic, jaw-dropping mansion expensive down to the last brick. And surprise, surprise, it's Chad Han's residence. This clown is snatching kids and locking them up in his mansion. The audacity is unbelievable. Lucky catches Nayuta's scent, and the stench of a whole pack of kids inside turns out this healer is a bottom-tier villain who's abducting orphans like a total loser. Guard spots them on the spot, and MC instantly realizes he can't just storm in. He needs a real plan first. They hustle back to base, and then, boom, Locke's in her pajamas, half awake and grumpy as hell, still totally adorable. Cultured viewers, we're eating good tonight. MC snaps into serious mode and tells her to watch the kid while he explains everything. Shannon rushes over and apologizes to the kid, admitting he didn't get his sister back right away. She vows to track down Nayuta, and the determination blazing in her eyes is straight-up top-tier waifu energy. The kid finally wipes his tears, fully trusts them now. Moonlight's up, the danger's real, and it's time to go quiet and deadly with stealth. Right as it hits, the MC links up with this shady informant girlhood on tight, but you can tell in seconds she's got impeccable taste. He's got it just the final bits of intel left to snatch. She blurts out that the target woman's tucked away at the western beach and that she got hurt when the undead flood hit. The MC drinks it all in like a legend, rocking that real Chad energy, the good kind, not the villain kind. The informant gives off straight-up, creepy shark teeth energy. But hey, we're not here to judge. The bait hits the water, and our MC stands there with his crew. Yes, a real shark man and even a mermaid. All right, time to slip into Chad's place, grab those kids, and get them out fast. Absolute cinema starts right now. All right, Maine for my cultured kings and queens. We're back with another trashy adventure recap where the plot's wild and the waifus are even wilder. We kick off right outside the lion's den as Shannon flashes her innocent maiden act to slip past the gate. Those two guard NPCs are really trying to play tough, grilling her like, who the hell do you think you are? While I'm just standing there with that big man energy. But Shannon fires off that love beam and boom, these two losers crumple instantly. They went from who are you to anything for you, mommy, in record time, offering her a look at what they've got if she sticks around with them later. Because yeah, they're all simps. Of course she isn't really buying into these betas. Then they immediately face plant into the dirt while she snatches the bag and locks down the keys. Our main character storms in to check on her, and Shannon just goes, oops, my bad, clutching the loot like it's nothing cold-blooded. I'm obsessed. They don't even hesitate once that lock snaps open. It's like the night just kicked off. MC tells her to watch her step. There could be traps everywhere. But with the luck this guy has, it's like the story itself gave him plot armor and locked it in forever. They spill into a yard so huge it feels like my future. And before they even catch their breath, red coyotes swarm in from every side. Like we just got dropped into a mid-tier boss fight. These B-class monsters look absolutely starved, like they're on the hunt for an MC-sized steak. MC's ready to throw hands. Then Patra, our resident bug girl, storms in and snatches the moment like a total boss. She talks to those overgrown puppies like she's their kindergarten teacher. And it's way too adorable to ignore. She starts off sweet, asking them nicely to let them through. Then she yanks off the mask and proves instantly that she's the real alpha. She lets that A-class orange power flare, and that queen-level aura locks these coyotes in place. Then it hits them. They're totally cooked. Look at those dogs kneeling down. This isn't just fear. They're straight up worshiping her pure cinema. Patra gets head pats because she's a good girl, and now she's even talking to the dogs. Yep, this girl's got that riz, and it works on every species. They storm into the basement and hit the darkest truth about this Chad saying he's been running a real trafficking ring under a fake healing station. And yeah, he's a certified villain. The guards downstairs are getting drunk, cackling about how easy it is to snatch kids, so yeah, I'm really hoping the smoke takes them. The MC and the squad lurk in the shadows, listening as they casually talk about selling synthesized beasts. But before the guards can even finish their beer, they start crumpling to the floor, sleepy in seconds. And it's definitely not the alcohol. Turns out CL, yeah, the bird is the real MVP, blasting him with a sleep flower to put him out cold with pure Giga Chad bird energy. They burst in and find the kids trapped in a cage, staring back with pure, soul-shattering trauma. Then the MC steps in with that, "Don't worry, I'm the hero" speech, and tracks down Ryland's sister, Nayuta. The kids are buzzing with excitement because they've finally found a way out of this hellhole. Nayuta's got a wild streak. She straight up calls her older brother a crybaby while she stands there unshaken and strong. The MC reaches out to hand her the keys, but this girl is built different. She snatches a pin and starts picking the lock right in front of her. She claims it's a lady's duty to master lockpicking. Yeah, I don't know what fancy school she means, but sign me up. She snaps the cage open, yells for everyone to brace themselves because they're about to move. If Patra's so blown away that she suddenly wants to learn how to be a lady, I'm not even gonna lie, this is getting weird, but I'm totally into it. Click, Patra pops those handcuffs off like a total pro. Now she's one step away from officially becoming a lady because someone just left her a girl's address inside a lockpick set. Everybody's free, but first, they've gotta survive those coyotes waiting outside. Patra grins and says she'll scare them off again, like it's no big deal. Nayuta decides it's time to teach everyone exactly how to look truly terrifying. Patra then drops the most legendary JoJo-level menacing stare I've ever seen. Seriously, look at those lines, guys. This is fiction. MC just stands there in shock. What did we even make? But if it works, so he turns around and heads back to Greece. They pass the kids to Greece, and for once, he's actually useful. Nayuta's still freaking out about her brother, but she's putting on a calm face and playing it cool. Grease leans into the MC and spills that he's got a game-changing plan for the lock case because things are about to blow wide open. Look at that sly smirk. This guy is totally plotting something wicked for tomorrow. The next day at 6 p.m., we roll up to this colossal tower that screams, "Final boss," the second we see it. Inside, it's a full-on auction arena where the elite rub shoulders with the trashy rich. NPCs are packed everywhere, lounging with wine in hand while they line up to sell lives gross as hell, and that's exactly why they're perfect for a heist. MC and Grise are planted in the VIP section, watching the rich high society scum swarm in like they own the place. Grease snaps to them that if they snag the bid for the mermaid, they'll finally land a face-to-face with the big boss, Chad. The auctioneer strides in with that step-right-up confidence and hurls the first slave into the spotlight. That dude's from the Dragon God race, and yeah, he's Dracula. MC clocks him instantly. This is the same guy who helped them before, and he tells Grease, "We have to beat him no matter what." Grease just casually flicks his hand up and tosses a 500 bid like it's pocket change, pure, unapologetic flex. MC's jaw drops at the price, but Grease shrugs and tells him that for a Dragon God, 500 is basically a clearance steal. Turns out the dragon race gets zero love because everyone's like, yeah, they're way too wild to deal with, but really people are just terrified of that chat energy. Grease soaks up all the attention, milking his spoiled rich kid reputation to stay hidden, but now the main event is here. The Jewel of the Sea is calling. And Lord, have mercy, just look at this plot. The Mermaid Queen finally shows up, and she's got a double dose of trouble. Look at those assets. Mommy. The bidding kicks off at a jaw-dropping $50 million, and MC's got that stone-faced seriousness. But we all know he's down bad for this rescue mission. Are they going to claim the queen or blow everything trying? Stick around because this is about to hit like absolute cinema. Yo, homies, we're back with another banger. Right under us, the scene kicks off at a high-stakes auction where the starting bid for a literal mermaid queen hits $50 million. Look at those assets, boys. Yeah, the plot's thickening fast, and you can practically feel the whole room sweating. Locke's got that serious face, but I can tell he's sneaking peeks from the side because that view. The curve's unreal, and the bidding hasn't even warmed up yet. Just when the NPCs think they've got a shot, our GigaChat friend Graz shoots up his finger and flicks out a smooth 100 million like it's pocket change, pure absolute king energy. Every person in that room looks straight up done. Just stare at their faces. They can't survive the audacity of this absolute unit, dropping a bag that massive. These betas scramble to beat him with 110 and 30 million plus another 30, yet Grise the Nafam instantly hammers back by dropping from 3 to million with a savage triple finger flex, a full-on total Chad move that's basically him glazing the auctioneer right on the spot. The room drops into dead silence because nobody else has bread like that, and the other bidders stare like they just clocked their broke. NPCs in some whale-sized world. She just got sold for 300 million, and our mermaid mommy is absolutely stunning in that tank while the auctioneer grins like he won the lottery. Grease plays the role of some spoiled, rich brat, but we both know that's just a cover. He's the real deal for stepping in and helping our boy, and the hidden Riz is bubbling under the surface. They head to the back to lock down the contract and pay the guy, but Locke stays on edge because he knows something's off. And no, it's not the mermaid. They step into the room to face that shady official, the kind of guy who looks like he's been awake since the first era. Yeah, the vibes are bad, homies. The merchant smiles through it all, keeps calling Grise's Sama like he's calm and classy. Then he has no idea he's about to get absolutely bodied with the most disrespectful verbal beatdown ever. Grease starts signing the papers with pure casual swagger, and the merchant can't stop sweating like he's seconds away from landing the biggest payday of his life. Look at this old man's grin. He's way too pleased with himself thinking he's the main character, and I swear he's about to get roasted way worse than a cheap steak. Grease slams on the brakes and calls him out, immediately wrecking the fake tale about fishmen raiding the town, so the entire scam gets exposed in front of everyone, and it's straight up Gloria. Then he drops a bombshell. Half the slaves up for sale are illegal, and the merchant's face goes pale fast because the vibe is gone. Grease rattles off crimes like he's reading a grocery list, and right then white wolves are sent to murder a duke. This merchant is so done, he's basically burnt to a crisp. He even whips out a magical device that can control demons, and the merchant tries to play dumb only for his resolve to be at absolute zero. And yeah, this old man is straight up pretending he doesn't know anything, like he's in on the act, while Grease just locks eyes with him, giving off that "I know what you did last summer" vibe. The merchant demands proof, smugly believing that being a trusted official makes him untouchable, like the kind of delusion you can't stop watching, because it's pure cinema. Suddenly the door slams open, and a voice barks, "Ask, and you shall receive. You old fossil, now brace yourself, here comes the hammer." A little girl steps in like she's witnessed the worst of the world, and the merchant's eyes bulge out of his head like they're straight-up cartoon characters. She's the witness, once a captive in his basement with the other orphans. And picture this, a top official gets called out and exposed by the very kid he kidnapped. The merchant tries to play it cool, claiming no one will ever believe an orphan over a pillar of the community. Meanwhile, bro is guzzling pure hopium like it's oxygen. Grease just stares at him like he's the biggest idiot in the whole room, and then snaps, "Guess you didn't notice. Get ready because this is the biggest plot twist of the day. This isn't some random orphan, she's Nayuda Louise, and she's the daughter of a ducal family, top-tier nobility. And you, absolute clown, you're finished." She steps forward and shatters the lie she's been kidnapped, and she's been locked away in the basement, and the merchant's entire life and future start flashing right before his eyes. She's rushing every detail to the country and blowing up the whole hit tied to her father. Now she's here for that delicious revenge, and I'm right there cheering it on. The merchant yells for proof, and the girl just smirks like, "Bet." Then she starts tugging up her shirt, and I already hear you guys like, "Oh no, stay classy, boys, because yeah, it's all for the plot." There it is, her family crest burned onto her stomach, sealed there forever as magical proof of where she comes from. And yeah, this is pure cinema. No way he can deny it. Grace tells him that noble families hide these marks with secret dyes slave traders can't even recognize. And now the merchant's got no cards left, no time left. Oh, and her brother is already at the capital spilling every secret to the king right now. Like, it's done, man. Start grabbing your things because they're tossing you into the absolute deepest dungeon. Grease drops the ultimate question: who will the country trust, some duke's daughter or a greasy slave trader? This roast is the one everybody's talking about. No cap. The merchant is drenched in sweat, trapped like prey, and staring at his only exit while it looks like his mind is about to shatter in stunning 4K. Then he bursts into maniacal laughter, like the world's most classic anime villain, like he can feel his secret base about to blow sky high. Yeah, this dude is officially unhinged. Look at that creepy eye this guy has officially snapped. He's seconds away from doing something brutally stupid, and I swear I can already hear the boss fight music rev up. He snaps his fingers and boom, a whole squad of guards swarms in around our heroes. And honestly, this is the kind of coward move that screams no honor. He's hiding behind NPCs like a total beta. He brags that he owns the whole town and every soldier in it like he's the boss. Then he leans on sheer numbers to stop our main squad, and honestly, it's kind of adorable. He tells Grease to bargain in the afterlife. Bold move for a guy who's practically in clap range of our main party. The guards snap their spears up and surge forward. Yeah, things look grim for the nobles until you see who's about to step in and clean up the problem. Locke just stares at our elf waifu Shannon and asks if she can handle it, then she nods like, I'm about to end these men's whole careers, and gets ready to go. Grease is freaking out about letting her take the fight solo, while Belloc just lounges like it's no big deal because he already knows Shannon is built different. And those guards are about to learn that the hard way. Shannon rockets in like a blur of speed and steel, and these guards are seconds away from realizing they're nothing but fodder in her personal highlight reel. She's already taking them down. Look at that speed. Those guys can barely even track her, and she's not even breaking a sweat. She's weaving around them like it's a rhythm game set to easy, and these NPCs never stood a chance against our cultured elf queen. Look at the way she locks in. She's gorgeous, terrifying, and somehow still pure-hearted in this fight. Honestly, I'd go 10-10 that she'd protect me any day. She's battering and slashing like a storm, turning the whole room into a wrecked graveyard for the merchant's ego and his payroll. And honestly, she's a monster. She stands there, smiling like it's over, while the last guards freeze and start questioning every choice that led them here. Pure, undeniable dominance. Locke tells her she's been training with Fenrir, so these human guards are basically sparring with fighting toddlers. And yeah, she's definitely not just some pretty face, homie. The second Locke calls her not just a cute girl, her whole boss act crumbles. She's instantly blushing like a wildfire, completely losing it. And yeah, she's down bad for him. She's giggling like a lovesick schoolgirl as they stride off, leaving the merchant behind in the dust. And that sweet little jab clearly did way more damage than the guards ever could. They finally link up with this guy, Dob, to grab the merchandise they came for, only now he looks like he's been through hell. And there she is, either the mermaid queen or the tank, and right beside her stands Drackle, this massive dragon man. Just look at her design, that's straight up culture on display. Locke frees Drackle from his chains, and wow, this is one big boy you do not want to cross if you still plan on keeping your life. Drackle is seething mad as hell that the mermaid fetched 300 million while he's stuck at just 500 gold, and his ego gets obliterated like it never had a chance. He's straight up sobbing over that low price tag, bro. You're free. Who cares if you're a budget dragon? Grab the win and keep it moving. Locke shrugs off the dragon's tantrum and snaps, help me carry the mermaid back to the sea on a schedule, remember? Suddenly, the mermaid mommy bursts out of the tank. Herself fed up with waiting, she's craving fresh air right now. Locke snags her in a full-on princess carry. Look at those scales and that blush. Yeah, our boy is absolutely crushing the Riz game today. She calls him master and demands he keeps carrying her like that. Our boy just secured the mermaid mommy's heart for real. Turns out she's May's mom. Yeah, a thick mermaid. Mommy just crashed the party. This is Ab's Cinema, boys. See you in the next one. Yo, what's good? My cultured kings, I am back with another banger where the plot gets wild and the waifus hit even harder. We kick off with this absolute urchin trying to slip away in his ship, while Locke and his brand new mermaid mommy stand there at the docks, watching it all go down. This beta male really struts like he's the main character, standing there like the battle's already over while gripping stolen goods. What nerve to tell our MC don't run like he's confident, but we all know who's already cooked. He even dragged out a witness to try and pin everything on our boy, acting like he's a genius mastermind, then smugly telling everyone to just give up. I'll give you $10 that this plan explodes in his face faster than he can blink. Look at that ugly mug, he's laughing because he thinks he can just erase the witness and walk away clean. Honestly, this guy's a total NPC, acting like he's the hero in his own mess. Then the ocean starts bubbling like it's boiling, and a whole army of shark-headed fins erupts from the waves. No lie, this animation budget just got hijacked to make those sharks look absolutely terrifying. Locke's dead serious, but Chad's out here puffing his ego like these fishmen are his own private hit squad. Then the smile hits, because he thinks he's about to wreck Locke's whole career. Little does he know, the tables turn and he's the one getting canceled. He starts barking orders like he's a total giga chad, telling the fishermen to dump all their rage on the humans while he himself looks so delusional, it's almost painful to watch, like he actually thinks he's got riz with the ocean dwellers. He roars for them to wipe out everyone, and the sharks start exploding out of the water like it's a Discovery Channel special, while Locke just lounges there with a mermaid in his arms, because this natural-born winner isn't even phased. The deck gets slammed by these shark bros, and for a heartbeat, it looks like our MC might actually have to break a sweat. Then you spot the setup, and something feels seriously wrong. The sharks crash down and swarm Chad on the spot, and the look on his face is straight up cinema. He's still going, acting like a clown, right as he realizes he's been totally betrayed. He starts spiraling into panic, snapping, "Where's my right-hand man, Pedro?" While the sharks pin him in place with those icy, lifeless stares. Oh, boys, you just gotta love it. The villain definitely didn't come served on a silver platter. Right when everything felt weirdly calm, a pack of mermaids bursts in like they've been summoned, telling him Pedro's already rotting away in a cell, and the power dynamic flips so violently that Chad basically watches his soul crawl out of his body. And just look, there's the mermaid princess shining like a dream, and Chad's trembling in his boots because he just figured out his loyal fishmen have been teaming up with the ladies this whole time. She jabs a finger at him, lays bare every bit of his trash, and rips open your plan to use the fisherman just so he can feed his greed. Then you snap, "Queen, no one touches the men of culture under my command," and walks away with it. The coward darts for an escape, yelling that it won't end here like he's the hero in a mid-tier shounen. And honestly, it's downright pathetic watching a grown man try to parkour away from a literal sea dragon. He trips over his own feet like a total scrub, face plants on the ground, and everyone just stares as he eats dirt. This karma is so satisfying, it's actually got me going. But the fun doesn't stop right in front of him. A colossal sea beast bursts up from the water, starving and feral like it hasn't eaten in a week. And Chad squeaks so hard that I swear he might have actually wet himself. Now he's on his knees, begging for his life. Talk about a 180 from the mastermind we saw 5 minutes ago. And the whole squad just stands there watching him get absolutely demolished by a giant lizard. Trash is finally gone, and Locke is right back at it, carrying Marrow, the mermaid queen, like it's no big deal. And yeah, the assets on this woman are absolutely legendary. She locks eyes with our boy with those "I'm down bad" stare. And honestly, can you blame her? She drops a bombshell she wants to follow Locke because, technically, she's his slave now, and Locke just stares in confusion. But come on, we all know he accidentally built the ultimate harem. She saunters up to the camera, flashes that grin, and drops the wild line, "Being a slave is a perfectly good reason to cling to his side." Then she straight up smacks him with the master. And yeah, we're watching absolute peak culture unfold right in front of us. She flashes him the most wholesome smile, telling him she just wants to be his friend while the suds churn behind her. And if this isn't a total sorry mommy moment, I honestly don't know what is. Then she straight up blurts, "Marry me right now." And just like that, Locke is losing his mind. But honestly, take the win and don't look back. The rest of the party just hangs in the back like, wait, is this really happening right now? And when she insists she's still single and ready to mingle, you can bet those wingmen in the back are losing it. Probably crying happy tears for our guy. Locke talked it down so she'll join the party for now, but we both know the endgame is inevitable. Marrow is officially the newest member of the squad, and that plot armor just hit a crazy upgrade. Now we're plunged into the dead of night on a lonely beach, where a mysterious, hooded figure stands perfectly still, because once the moon's blazing like that, and the air feels this edgy, you already know things are about to go seriously wrong. Turns out it's this girl named Riza, and she's clutching this creepy little voodoo doll, staring like she's one heartbeat away from launching a full villain arc. And tell me you don't love a girl with that kind of crazy in her eyes. Another girl, Lydia, storms in to confront her about the stolen research papers. And the tension is so thick it feels like it could slice pure classic mage standoff energy, and honestly, I'm obsessed. Riza doesn't even bother talking. She just thrusts her hand forward and starts powering up a giant magic circle, radiating that "I'm about to end your whole career" energy. And yeah, she looks straight up incredible while doing it. She unleashes a spell called Numerous Eternal Darkness, and suddenly it looks like an actual apocalypse is crashing down on Lydia. This is high-level magic, the kind you never see NPCs pulling off. Riza is cackling like she already won, but Lydia just stands there with total deadpan boredom, because when your ultimate move can't even make her blink, you know you're officially cooked. Lydia slips every single hit like she's playing Tuho on easy mode, leaving Risa completely rattled, because seriously, how do you dodge something like that? And the best part faces a classic, and it's glorious watching that arrogance melt. Now it's Lydia's turn. She launches a spell that turns Riza's magic into nothing but a bright little sparkler. And while everyone thinks she's hurt, she's really just baiting that girl straight into the trap. She hammers her with a torrent of hellfire, and the whole beach erupts like a blazing barbecue pit. Brisa shrieks as a real mage's overwhelming power smashes into her. Lydia just stands there, a blazing ball of fire in her hands, like she's the ultimate dami-mami of magic, while Riza lies on the ground, trembling and making these tiny eep sounds, just like Chad did earlier. Out of nowhere, a giant flaming skull erupts from the magic circle, and Riza looks like she's seconds away from a heart attack. This isn't magic, it's necromancy messing with your stuff. A spirit named Demorta shows up out of nowhere and then drops the bombshell she's Daya's master O, and yeah, she's also a lich. Ghostly or not, she still has that lethal step energy, and I'm not even gonna cap. The power gap is so absurd it's almost ridiculous, and Riza realizes she's been playing checkers while these two are already thinking 4 moves ahead. Then Demora strolls in and casually demands her papers back like she's a librarian collecting overdue books. Reza thrusts the bag into her hands without a word, looking utterly crushed and scarred, because when a lich mommy asks, you don't refuse, you hand it over and silently beg the universe to spare you. Demore grabs the bag and snaps into a full-on human form, and wow, the vibes are strong braid, outfit, and that great sage title to prove she means business. She starts dragging Riza for her misconduct, calling her out like, so you're the thief, huh? While Riza somehow looks absolutely stunning, the whole time honestly, being a villain has to be brutal when the heroes are this kind of vibe. She straight up asks why Risa wanted to bring that demon back in the first place, and you can practically see the poor girl's brain short-circuit as she struggles for words. The story is finally kicking into high gear, and trust me, it's not just the characters getting intense. Turns out Chad had the demonic orb the whole time. That's why he was acting like the top dog earlier, like he owned the place, and Riza, she's just a tiny fish in a giant death-ready pond. The more he hesitates, the more it looks like he's about to go merciful, demanding one last favor from Riza before she gets tossed into the Shadow Realm, or at the very least, straight into regular prison. Riza's already got that death sentence stare, like she can feel the execution coming, but the sage has totally different plans. She tells Riza she's got real talent and then begs her to research how to bring people happiness while she's stuck behind bars. It's the most wholesome go-to-jail speech I've ever heard. Riza's weirdly fired up by it, swears she'll give her all, like she just got recruited into a cult. And honestly, if a woman tricked me into chasing happiness inside a cell, I'd jump on that train too. A few days later, we find Chad stuck in a dark cell, finally paying for every crime against humanity. In fashion, he went from king of the seas to a dude who devours cold porridge in seconds. Like Riza's stuck in prison too, but she's grinning and chanting, I can do it, to herself like a total weirdo. Either the Hamas research is going great or she's completely snapped. Back with the main squad, they're tearing up, saying goodbye to the townspeople, then gearing up for the next adventure, pure we save the day by sunset cozy magic. Even the Sharkmen are finally patching things up with the mermaids like, everyone really can get along if you cut the toxic leaders out. But Pedro's still stuck in a cage because some people are just beyond saving. Locke gazes over the calm little town and smirks like he's right where he belongs, probably plotting how many more wafers he can cram into his collection while the sun blazes, birds chirp, and peace finally settles back into place. That chubby noble barges over to hand Locke all the credit, but our boy shuts it down, too humble to take it solo, and you can tell he's the good kind of Chad who knows it was a whole team doing work. He calls out how everyone pitched in, the little dragon included, plus the whole crew, pure power of friendship energy. A little cringe, but I'll allow it, because he's got a mermaid queen waiting just for him. Everyone's grinning, the crowd's roaring, and the energy is absolutely unreal as they get ready to leave. Locke fires off one last thank you, looking exactly like the hero he never meant to become. That noble guy is absolutely gushing about how amazing Locke is in every way, and honestly, he's dead right. Our boy's got that accidental riz plus real combat skills, the ultimate man of culture. But right when you think it's done, the story snaps to a suffocating, dark cave someone's breathing hard in the shadows. And you can feel the doom coming as the manga starts throwing stalactites and ominous shapes at you. A mysterious figure is straining to hold back a massive seal, panicking as sweat buckets down their face because whatever's trapped behind that magic circle is absolutely not here to mess around. The seal starts to split, and suddenly these giant crystal towers come into view like they're guarding something ancient and brutally powerful underneath. And yeah, this is exactly the kind of moment that blows a recap video up to 1 million views, boys. Inside the crystals, we spot a legendary dragon so huge it makes the earlier one look like a tiny goldfish. And it looks like it's about to snap awake after the longest nap imaginable. They realize there's no stopping it now, and the camera snaps to the dragon's eye as it ignites and starts to glow. This is that we're all done for moment, and I can't wait for the next arc. The last thing we see is the dragon ripping free, flashing one final message. I'm sorry, humanity. And trust me, that cliffhanger lands hard, because his harem is about to have the worst day imaginable. Yo, what's good, my cultured homies? We're back with another straight-up banger. Locke is out here living every guy's fantasy, all while acting like he's just some regular dude. It all kicks off on the beach where everything finally starts to cool down after that massive fight. Look at this spread, boys. Monster girls are cooking up a storm, the energy's flying, and the whole party's straight up feasting. Because that's what you get when an S-rank party rolls in with top-tier waifus. Then the mermaid queen, Mero, casually drops a literal nuke on everyone, locks eyes with Locke, and says she's basically his slave now she's joining the party. And that smile, yeah, she's totally down bad for him. The other girls are completely wrecked. Just look at their faces. They weren't prepared for a literal queen to barge into the harem race, and this mommy's pure audacity. Honestly, it's legendary. Mero's getting intense and fired up. And just look at what's in front of him. Meanwhile, Shannon's freaking out in the background because she knows the competition just got 10 times worse. Locke is over here playing beta, acting like he only said okay because she asked nicely, bro. A thick mermaid queen just offered to serve you. So take the W and stop being a simp for Lodge. Mero won't back off. She's ready to pour her entire life into him. And honestly, I'll spot you guys 10 if you can stare at her for 5 seconds without immediately clocking the chaos-level plot she's about to unleash on the team. Locke's cheeks are blazing red as she grips his hands like an NPC. Then she all but dares him to ask for anything he wants. And you already know exactly what the comments are thinking, right this second. Shannon jumps in out of nowhere like, me too. She refuses to let the queen hog all the credit, and the whole hand-holding session turns into boys showing off absolute lewd behavior. And just like that, they're all nodding along. Locke's got their support, no questions asked. Meanwhile, our guy's frozen in place like, how did my life turn into a high-stakes dating sim on a beach? Little Princess May and Madeline aren't letting that slide. She's like, Mom, you can't just dump the throne to chase some human crush. And honestly, Madeline's the only one with enough brain cells to see what's really happening. Then Mero hits us with the line of the century, Locke made me do all this and that, while paraphrasing gets screamed and Mommy's freaking out because the princess is way too triggered by what it all implies. Mero yanks her daughter into a tight hug, and the vibe in this panel hits hard. So wholesome it's unreal. Even the character design alone is going to make your eyes stick to the screen. Let's be real. She beams at her daughter and tells her, you did amazing, wrapping her up in that warm mom-level praise suite right up until you remember she's also trying to ditch her whole kingdom just for some boy. We throw a shout-out to the real MP's giant dragon and the ant girls, and yeah, this party is packed with so much firepower it could flatten a whole continent. The mother-daughter bonding keeps going strong, and Mero looks like the ultimate mommy right now. This art style is basically doing the heavy lifting for the emotions. She's teaching the princess how real friendship changes everything, and yeah, it's that classic shonen playbook. But the second a mermaid queen says it, you stop everything and lean in. The whole squad crowds around that wolf, the elf, and even the ants like someone threw open the gates of a bizarre, high-tier menagerie of waifus and monsters We dive into pure cinema flashbacks to the battle hit like a punch, and then Locke steps up. Yeah, he might come off as a simp, but the second the blades drop, he turns into a straight-up Chad. Marrow is dead sure that sticking Locke close is the fastest path for the princess to learn, because yeah, she's totally using education as a cover to stay right beside her crush. Respect the hustle. She's pushing her daughter to become a truly amazing queen, and that's peak character development, proving that even a man of culture series still has real soul. But Marrow finally admits the truth: she's no good for this, because she'd just end up ruining the kid, and that scares her. So she picks the adventurer road, which basically means, I'm dying to see what else Locke can do. She officially drops the responsibility into Madeline's hands, and Madeline just stares back like, are you seriously for real right now? Now Madeline's the real deal. She's got a steel hard heart, and she's the only one who can keep the princess in check, giving off total gigachad energy. The goodbye is getting gut-wrenching. Marrow vows to keep watch from the shadows, or if you mean Locke's side, she'll do it while she's in a bikini. But hold up, the girls are laughing their heads off, and that noble sacrifice act doesn't fool them for even one heartbeat. Marrow slams them with her aura face first, and yeah, she's busted the second she strikes that classic one eye closed anime girl look. Madeline clocks her instantly and starts roasting. She's like, oh, so you just want to get married, party, and be lazy, huh, you lazy queen? And yeah, the internal screaming is absolutely real. The chase is officially on Marrow as trying to bolt out of her royal duties, while Luck just stands there sweating like crazy. It's pure comedy gold. Boy. Grease the chubby noble is watching it all unfold, clocking that Locke's party is basically a parade of world-ending disasters and elite, dangerous beauties. And yeah, that realization hits like a gut punch. Locke is still trying to pull the I'm just a good-natured guy routine, but come on. You've got a mermaid queen and a Fenrir in your corner, and nobody's buying you're just some random dude anymore. Shannon's over here, absolutely baked out on juice, blushing so hard her face looks like it could literally pop any second. She's totally buzzed on grape juice, pure anime, trope magic, and then she starts fawning over Locke, praising him like he's the best guy on the planet. Under the moonlight, she goes full serious, laying it out, that if they tap into their full power, they can pull off anything. She spells it out. Locke doesn't want to hurt anyone. He always puts others first. And yeah, that's some seriously top-tier glazing, but damn it, our boy has earned it. She leans in so close, their faces almost touch, looking helpless, adorable, totally vulnerable. And I can already hear you all screaming, wait, is this it? Is it finally happening? The tension is absolutely unhinged. Faces are inches apart, and those heartbeats and sound effects feel like they're leaping straight off the page. And then nope, yay, boom. A giant water splash detonates out of nowhere, totally wrecking the moment, and I can practically feel the plot guys sweat as I'm just sitting here, melting. Turns out Mara was just messing around with her water magic in the back, and somehow she accidentally obliterated the romance, because this mermaid is a menace who will not stop messing with Locke's love life. She's over there laughing it off, waving it away like it's nothing, then telling everyone they've still got a long road ahead. And yeah, you can tell she did it on purpose just to stake her claim. Shannon just throws in the towel and drops asleep against the barrel so close to greatness. Then boom, a jealous queen rips it all away and leaves her washed out. Locke plays the perfect gentleman, tucking her in under a blanket. And Grise fesses up that he accidentally brought real alcohol. Yep, that's why everyone's losing their minds. Grease clocks it. Locke can flatten anyone, and still, he picks kindness anyway. That's peak. Be a good guy with power, Chad energy. Locke just wants his friends to be happy, pure, and wholesome. And that's exactly why all these top-tier women are coming after him. Look at that pure smile. No wonder he's got unlimited riz. The wild part, he doesn't even realize he's doing him. Grease finally gives him the respect he's earned, and he realizes the only way to describe this totally unhinged guy is good-natured, because somehow he never turns into a tyrant. Marrow's just staring at them like, I picked the right man, and no way she's not sliding back into the ocean anytime soon. The next morning, Marrow grabs Locke's attention and tells him she's got a gift. Then she points out toward the ocean, and holy hell, it's a massive ship. Locke's face is basically all of us, picture saving a mermaid, and she hands you a whole galleon, like it's nothing. That's peak, gotcha, luck right there. A ship that sank ages ago just came back to life, Mermaids dragged it up from the depths, fixed it, and gave it a whole thank you surprise. They step inside for a full tour and boom, this place is massive. It's basically a floating mansion made for Locke and his whole harem. Most of the inside got wrecked by the flood, but they hauled everything out so Locke finally has more space to go all in. Then they stumble on one creepy detail that somehow never gets wet, an eerie painting of a girl standing in a forest. And trust me, this is the kind of plot hook that hooks boys instantly. Locke can't look away. He's frozen, staring at it like it just crawled out of his nightmares. Is this proof of a past life, or did he just spot some next-level magic? Marrow jolts him back to reality. Hey, don't zone out. We've got a party to get to. She's not letting some painting steal her man. Night drops again, and the ship glows majestic beneath the crescent moon, like someone just dropped a high-budget manga scene right onto the page. Everyone's packed into the biggest farewell festival ever. Humans and mermaids finally sharing the same world. And honestly, you can't help but love how perfect it feels. Marrow climbs up to the mic. No, the rock and gets ready to blow the roof off with a song that screams pure cinema music vibes. Yeah, she starts singing, and the literal notes drift through the air like magic. And that's the exact kind of culture we live for. She's stunning, and her talent hits hard. Everyone's hooked, yes, even the soldiers are slipping, forgetting they're meant to be tough. That mermaid queen's voice hits like pure, undeniable power. Like Locke and the girls are finally chilling in perfect peace after all that brutal fighting. They snatch a real taste of bliss, and this part is pure healing in the recap. The music rolls across the whole beach like a wave, linking two different worlds in one breath, and honestly, this is a 10-10 ending to the arc. Mission accomplished, those mermaids are finally free, the villains get wiped out, and Locke's rolling in with a brand new ship and a new queen and his crew. Grease and the others are getting ready to keep the peace because this is the kickoff to a brand new era for both humans and the sea people. Meanwhile, in a jail cell, we spot one of the losers who threw everything at the wall and still failed, pathetic, broken, and stuck with nothing left. No risk, no freedom. 3 months later, everyone's back on the training floor, locking arms and pushing harder than ever while Locke stands there watching their joint combat exercises, looking like a proud dad with a smile he can't hide. Then Grace barrels up to him, eyes wide and panic written all over his face. He needs advice from another man. And trust me, this is where the chaos starts again. What mess did he stumble in? To this time, come back next time to find out. Yo, what's good, my cultured king's back again, with a banger where the monsters are huge, but the wafers are even bigger. We open with the screech and thud of wheels on dirt, because our squad is rolling out on a mission. Then something's wheezing and huffing, like it just spotted a gym for the first time, and the tension in this carriage is so thick it's basically a brick of oatmeal. Whatever's yanking this thing is hitting it at this very moment, pure, unfiltered agony. Suddenly, the whole vibe flips, because we finally hit the white stuff, and nope, not that kind, I mean snow. Just look at our boy Lucky. This massive fin-faced menace is totally losing it, and he's flinging himself through the air like he's just gotten his first paycheck. Like this giant fluffball is absolutely obsessed with winter ice glinting everywhere, and the whole world just looks magical. Lucky's living his best life right now, while the squad sits in the carriage like, are we really looking at this giant puppy? But don't think this is just about tossing snowballs. We're rolling into the mountains for a reason, and the team has a mission. We cut back a week, and there's this merchant guy grinning way too hard, looking like he's one bad day away from a midlife crisis. He yanks our MC Locke into a private room and shuts the door because he's sitting on a secret he can't possibly let those NPCs outside hear. Get a load of Graze, he's blushing like a schoolgirl because he finally found a lady he likes. Pure simp energy, and honestly, we respect the grind. He leans in and tells Locke his dream girl wants a rare ornament carved from a snowstone, but the market's totally wrecked, nobody's selling them. Not a single one. These stones are rare mountain loot, but the blizzards have slammed the whole distribution to a complete stop. He practically hounds Locke to help him straight up, offering cold hard cash. And it's basically a quest prompt screaming, do this now. Locke's about to say yes. Then boom! Every girl in the harem spills out at once, like they've been training stealth for this exact moment. Grace is freaking out. This dude thought he was in a private meeting, But Locke's girls had been spying on everything the whole time with a magic watch absolute cinema. Look at these waifus. Every one of them is all in on this romance drama, grilling about the girl like it's a live reality show. Mommy, sorry, mommy. Finally, Locke just stands there with his hands clasped like a priest, while Grace realizes his private life has somehow become everyone's business. This poor guy is absolutely blasted by the party's nonstop energy. Fast forward, boom, the journey's already rolling. Locke's out here dropping his summons and tearing through the land like an absolute menace. With Fenrir backing them up, the local monsters won't even dare start trouble, so the caravan barrels through the mountain range untouched. After 5 brutal days through the freezing wilderness, they finally spotted those massive walls of their destination, looming like a promise. This is the gate to Quran village, and it looks less like an entrance and more like a fortress built to keep danger out. Not just fend off a little winter chill. Grease slips on his professional mask, tells the guards they've come with relief supplies, and demands they take him to the village head. The guards act way more chill than you'd expect, and wave them through after a quick check, probably because they look way too full of riz to be bandit. They roll into Quran village with full force, and man, this place feels like it was built different. Even though the world's freezing outside, there's not a single flake on the ground because the village straight up blessed the land with fire, like a ridiculous cheat code. Locke and the girls sprint off to track down the snowstone, while Grise struggles through the dull merchant business. Grease is down on his knees, begging they'll uncover the perfect accessory a woman would adore, while the girls are just thrilled to be out on their shopping mission. They rush into the local jewelry shop, and the shopkeeper drops the gut punch. Snowstones aren't for now. They only show up in spring and summer and Major L for the whole squad. And yeah, they cram everything away for winter, then process it later. So right now, the shelves look emptier than a simp's bank account. Right when Locke is about to tell Grays the quest is dead, he suddenly hears a loud commotion nearby. A local merchant is getting shoved around by a bunch of men demanding magic stones, swearing the village is doomed unless he hands them over. Locke strides up to see what's causing the chaos, and the guy snaps at him to get lost because this isn't some show for an audience. Suddenly, a hand slams down on the loudmouth's head. His own companion steps in and orders him to calm down. And hey, check out this fresh character design and elf beauty with those icy princess eyes, strutting in with pure step-on-me energy, and I'm absolutely obsessed. These snow guys are a demi-human tribe, and they live even deeper in the mountains so far up that regular humans can't survive a single day. The girl clocks that Locke might be a player and shoots back, asking if he's hunting for magic stones. Her brother's coming at her like pure rage, but Locke stays ice cold, pressing him for what the stones are for in the first place. Then the snow people get weird and evasive, refusing to tell him why, like that secrecy isn't a flashing red flag. Then they pull Locke back to their village and make their chief spill every last detail. They're so desperate they'll trade away anything for those stones. Yeah, I can hear what you're thinking, so get your heads out of the gutter. Locke suddenly clocks it. These aren't random villagers. They're the ones who keep the snowstones flowing into town. The brother hesitates, but the sister leans in like, bro, we need those magic stones more than we need all these boring rocks. And then bam, she makes the call. She tells Locke, come to Anessa village, and I'll make sure you leave with a snowstone. Locke nods and tells his crew to race back and let Grease know about the new plan, because now they're straight into the lion's den. Just as they're heading out, the local shopkeeper slams a stop, grabs his attention, and demands, so you're really going to Anissa village? He starts dropping dark lore if you head there these days. The travelers don't return, they straight up vanish into the snow. Ever since the snow people started running around with Suju, the land of sorcery, they've been acting totally weird. Check out this dark-ass nation. This place looks like the headquarters for every villain in the series. And they're stacking power like crazy to dominate the world. Giving off maximum edgy, you're all doomed energy. The shopkeeper leans in and tells Locke to stay sharp, because those snow people are suddenly ravenous for magic stones, and that feels way too shady to ignore. He basically says he'd lose sleep if someone like Locke vanished straight up, real bro energy. Locke takes the warning to heart, because this simple fetch quest has morphed into a full-blown survival mission with his life on the line. The squad rolls up to the gate and meets the snow people, already geared up to charge straight into the blizzard. But as they slip out, a hooded stranger lurks in the shadows, staring them down. This is the kind of setup where someone's getting cooked for real. And his skis. All right, homie's back again. And today our guy is marching straight through the icy tundra because apparently the cold still isn't enough for him. They're closing in on Anessa village, but bro's already staring down full popsicle mode because if they don't find a heater fast, he's done for. Out of nowhere, he spots a random NPC kid just standing in the snow alone, creepy as hell, like he's waiting to hand over some side quest. The squad finally stomps up to the village gates, and the whole place feels icy cold air in the lungs and a chill creeping under your skin. Welcome to Anessa Village, the so-called blessing of fire that honestly sounds like the biggest scam I've ever heard. The village head leans over the fire and blesses it like his life depends on it, muttering that it's the only thing keeping those guys from turning into frozen nuggets. But hold up, the locals are clocking our MC with full-on major side-eye, because apparently humans here have zero riz. The village head tells him to shrug off the haters, then guides him straight into the main hut, where it actually feels surprisingly cozy. We finally face the big boss, Krogo, the old elf, who looks like he's been dodging a barber for 3 centuries straight. They plop down for a little tea party to talk about the magic stones, and you can already tell it's about to get deadly serious the second that tea hits the table. Krogo's putting on the perfect gentleman act for now, but I'm locked in on that old geezer because he's got to be sitting on some huge secrets. Our MC takes one sip of the tea. Boom, his soul basically rockets out of his body as he gasps that it's so tasty he completely forgets he's trapped in a frozen wasteland. It's this rare snow tea, basically a legal drug for these mountain folks, and bro's already fully hooked. After tea, Krogo snaps back to the magic stones and the whole room turns heavier, way heavier than my student loans. Suddenly, the entire place erupts into violent shaking like a magnitude 10 earthquake, sending everyone's tea rattling off the table in pure panic. He's not just eye candy. He fires up his search skill and spots a monster-sized power level blasting from right under their feet. This isn't a simple tremor. It's a monster shadow crawling into the ground. And whatever's down there is absolutely gargantuan. For a split second, the shaking eases, but the MC's expression screams that he knows they're perched on a ticking time bomb. He shouts at the old man battling the underground monster, and Krogo realizes he can't keep this secret bottled up any longer. The truth is finally out. There's a sleeping dragonling under the village, and it's nothing like the cute, friendly kind you'd hope for. This flame dragon spits out the blessing of fire, basically acting like a giant, scaly geothermal heater that warms the entire area. That dragon heat races through the caverns, warming the villages outside, honestly. Those ancestors were playing chess on a whole other level. But here's the catch. This dragon has been out cold for thousands of years, and now it's finally slamming that snooze button for the very last time. They've been slamming ceiling magic over it to keep it asleep, and then choking the air with smog so everyone gets hit hard. A mysterious powerhouse from the Ice and Snow tribe keeps the seal guarded, like they're brimming with magic energy. Turns out this tribe has been mixing blood with ice fairies for ages, that's the most refined lore bomb I've heard all week. But the sealer's mana is draining fast, and they're in full panic because they need those magic stones to keep the dragon trapped in timeout. MC's a straight-up Chad. He agrees to hand over the stones, but only if they meet his one condition before he lifts a finger to help. He's got one mission: lay eyes on that dragon himself, maybe to sniff out what loot it carries, or even to see if he can tame the beast. If that dragon ever wakes up, it's a full-blown national disaster. So our boy panics in the best way, ready to do his adventurer due diligence before things explode. Krogo hesitates because he's cooked the moment the MC can't bail him out with those stones. To fast-track everything, our MC calls up a Demort, and damn, it's brutal. Just look at the assets on this great sage, Mommy. Demorti is an absolute man of culture's favorite, and she's raring to keep that dragon tucked in while it catches its nap. She unleashes her legendary riz on the old man, Ku's Oji-sama, and grips his hands so tight he starts collapsing into a helpless puddle. The old man folds instantly, shoves them straight toward the hidden cave entrance, and proves even elves will get down bad for the thickest siege you've ever seen. MC just stands there roasting the old man for being a simple-minded simp, and honestly, it's absolute cinema. But everything flips the moment Krogo warns them about the sealer. She's a terrifying freak, and dealing with her is basically impossible. He warns them to back off if they want to stay alive, because this lady is always in a foul mood. They slam down to the cavern's bottom, and you can already feel the brutal heat pouring up from the depths. And there it is, an enormous dragon trapped in a sheet of ice, staring you down like it's the final boss of a Dark Souls DLC. The sheer size of this monster is unreal, and right now, the ceiling magic is the only thing stopping it from frying the whole village into a barbecue. Krogo shouts at them to wait, then sprints off to hand the magic stones to that moody sealer lady. Demort and the NMC are back there, kicking it in the dark, waiting to see what kind of high-level magic is pinning this monster down. Demortic can somehow feel romance leaking out of the magic technique. Yeah, it's basically a seal, but hey, we're not arguing with a cultured queen. Suddenly, a feral, lowly lich lunges out of the shadows, looking like she's been starving for a Snickers bar for years. Before he can even yank out his weapon, the wild granny throws out top-tier gravity magic, no chant, no warning. Gravity slams down like a freight train, yanking our MC flat to the floor and making him look helpless for one brutal second. That lady is absolutely furious. Krogo just drags strangers into her secret lair without permission. And she's not messing around. She tells them both to get out, then fires up a blast that's about to hurl them straight into the Shadow Realm, and that's where we're left hanging. Boy, yo, my cultured kings. We're back with another straight-up banger because the plot's getting crazy, and the waifus are even crazier. It starts with some hooded creep sneaking in for a surprise ambush like a total clown, and the audacity of this dude to jump our boy and this thick baddie while they're just chilling is straight-up unhinged. He's out here playing true major villain, swaggering up like, you're getting deleted from the server, while our MC, Locke, is sprawled on the floor looking completely wrecked. And this edgelord just keeps flexing his magic like it's nothing. But wait, plot twist, that hooded weirdo swerves out of it like, just kidding. And it turns out they're this eccentric grandma cackling away like nothing happened. Absolute cinema. She had us convinced she was about to be a full-on raid boss for a second. Our girl just freezes with the blankest stare ever, fully clocking that a senior citizen absolutely trolled her, and she's probably fuming, thinking the MC's a total simp for falling for that act this easily. Look at this granny's face. She's roasting them like they're uncute, even though she literally tried to yeet them into the Shadow Realm for a prank. I'll give you $10 if you can guess what's making her so cranky. Turns out this is Margaret, the toughest survivor the Snow and Ice tribe has ever seen. Sure, she's older now, but in her prime, she was a straight-up dommy mommy. And right then, the girl is just standing there like an NPC trying to process the lore dump. Then this grumpy old geezer stomps in, yelling at her for talking to the guest. Yeah, it's turning into a full-on retirement home showdown. But I swear, watching these two bicker is way more entertaining than half the shonen fights. Margaret straight up demands magic stones like they're her next fix, and the village head is sick of her nonsense. Yet she still marches on with that I do what I want, Chad swagger. Yo, she flips into full demon mode straight up, telling the old man that as long as that dragon's around, she's the one calling the shots, and the pressure she's blasting out has the village head sweating bullets. After she shuts him down in that argument, she whips around and orders our duo to follow her look at our girl's fit, because that dress is doing way too much work. And Locke, better stop glazing the scenery and keep your eyes on the plot. Holy Riz, check out the size of this lad. He steps into the back, and boom, there's a huge dragon trapped in a crystal like it's some legendary Pokemon. And I'm telling you, that is a massive scenery glow-up. Locke is unraveling in front of that crystal barrier, but I know exactly what you guys are really staring at. Look at that girl's silhouette against the crystals. It's pure 10-10. The artist nailed it on purpose. Margaret decides to play teacher and teach them the barrier because today she's feeling generous. Meanwhile, our boy Locke is acting like a total beta, letting the girls run off and chat while he hangs back, staring at that giant lizard like it owes him answers. That girl's blushing hard because she's finally getting to see brand new techniques. She's a total magic nerd. And yeah, that smile is messing with my head after all that drama. She's finally happy. Locke goes all touchy-feely with that crystal, like it's no big deal, bro. You seriously don't have an ounce of survival instinct, because that's a giant dragon prison, and you're out here poking it with your bare hands. Suddenly, voices explode in his head. The dragon itself is straight up telling him to beat it and stop ruining its nap. Like, wow, what a loser getting roasted by a frozen dragon for touching grass. Mental pressure slams into him like a wrecking ball. Then he realizes that voice isn't just nearby. It's pouring straight out of the dragon's soul. This is top-tier telepathy, and there's no way our boy is built to handle it. He suddenly feels sick and stumbles back, like the dragon's presence is a solid weight pressing on his chest. Locke's face is white, ready to puke his lunch, while the dragon just glares at him from behind the glass. Suddenly, the whole room starts buckling like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Then a giant magic circle ignites across the ceiling, and it's like the security system finally snapped into action. Yeah, things are getting way too spicy now. That magic circuit is colossal, stretching across the entire roof of the cavern like a living spell, and you can practically feel the budget behind it. This isn't just a seal, it's a full-blown masterpiece of sorcery. Luckily, everything calms down in a snap. Margaret's cackling like crazy, soaking up the glory because her handiwork actually worked. She's out here showing off her magic circuits like she just hit the jackpot. Right when Locke is trying to save face, a brand new challenger shows up, this tiny kid, still looking like he just rolled out of bed, and Locke's only thought is, the old lady. Yeah, that's a strong personality, meaning she's absolutely out of her mind. Plot twist, this is Ivan, and somehow he's the shyest kid alive. The second the words come out, Margaret starts roasting him for whispering because she's got absolutely zero chill even with her own family. So yeah, this kid is Margaret's grandson, and you can practically see the trauma in his eyes. If you're related to Liz, you're basically living in a nonstop mental health spiral 24/7. Margaret calls him delicate and introverted, which is her basically yelling that he's a full-on simp, and Locke just stands there sweating like crazy because he knows exactly what it's like to get roasted by a lady like that. Then she swings for the jugular, says he's got zero talent for magic, tells him to quit, and begs him to live a normal life. It's brutally cold, even for a grandma, like she's rewriting the kid to be nothing more than a background character in his own story. Ivan can't handle the pressure. He bolts out the room crying, and the girl just stands there like she's frozen, furious and helpless. Imagine being a guest and watching a kid's dreams get obliterated in glorious 4K. Locke opens his mouth to speak, but Margaret cuts him off in a heartbeat, telling him to stay in his lane. Outsider. The way she fires back is cold and fearless, like, I've lived longer than your entire bloodline, and she proves she means it. The air in this room feels so tense you could slice it with a sword. Locke's staring ahead like a man who's decided, and you can finally see the main character, spark ignite in his eyes. Yeah, something big is about to happen. The village head is trying to shut this whole thing down and boot everyone out before sunset because if Margaret gets a look at them, she'll roast them into oblivion first, and he knows it. But Margaret slams down a no like it has 1,000 fists. She's demanding they stay longer for the village's sake, even though it sounds an awful lot like she's really keeping them hostage because they're useful, and the village head is totally spiraling. She insists that with their help, they can crank the dragon seal up even stronger, and honestly, it feels like she's treating them like free labor. Meanwhile, the village head is so fried with stress, he looks one bad second away from having a stroke. Then another guy bursts in, yelling that the neighboring country's merchants are about to leave, and the village head practically exhales in relief because now he finally has an excuse to slip out before dealing with that crazy woman. Margaret, the puppet master, orders OK to walk with the village head and send the merchants on their way because she's hiding something. And you just know she wants him to scope out what's really going on. The village head bolts for the exit, while Margaret locks eyes with Locke like, don't you dare screw this up. She orders him to stay glued to them, something's off, and it's definitely not just the local cooking. Look at that stare, Margaret might be a troll, but she's razor smart. She senses something's off with these visitors, and she's pushing our guy to lock in and check the whole vibe. They hook up with the merchants, and the second they do, everything feels sketchy. This dude in the middle is grinning way too hard, and those hooded kids look like they're packing some serious danger under those cloaks. Locke spots the merchant dressed up with a sword and full armor, like he's about to charge into a dungeon, because seriously, no traveling salesman shows up that stacked unless he's selling insurance in a war zone. And look at those escorts, watch their posture and the way they move. That's not hired muscle, that's professional soldiers. Locke's starting to get it. They're not here to trade spices, they're here to start a war, and the smoke is coming. Our boy Locke keeps it chill. He strolls in and introduces himself like he's just some plain adventurer, swinging that mid-tier riz like a pickup artist, trying hard to look like a random NPC who's only passing through. This lead dude introduces himself as Carl Felt, a merchant from Suiju, and yeah, he's got full chat energy, but you can practically smell the betrayal, because the second your back's turned, he's stabbing you in it. Locke hears the name Suiju, and instantly his face turns stone-cold serious, because he realizes these guys aren't just random. They're from another country, and they've been hauling heavy gear through brutal terrain, and honestly, the math still doesn't add up. They trade fake smiles and flowery blessings from the goddess, but the whole room reeks of suspicion. Everyone's just holding their breath, waiting for the first move to be made. The second they're out the door, Locke wastes zero time. He yells for his bird, Ciel, and orders him to tail them, like our boy's finally using his head and thinking way ahead. He can't shake those rumors that Suju's tangled up in dark sorcery, so he starts snapping every clue into place, because these dudes are absolutely here for the dragon. And trust me, they've got no intention of playing nice. The chapter slams shut with the merchants walking out, and Locke's eyes widen as he realizes this village isn't just hiding a big lizard in a crystal. Something way uglier is cooking, and I swear a massive betrayal is coming. Yo, what's up? My cultured brothers, we're back, and Locke is living the ultimate isekai fantasy while we're stuck at home devouring ramen. Dude just rolled up to a guest house, so massive it feels illegal for a guy like him. But yeah, the scenery is straight up gorgeous. His elf bro leans in and whispers that there's a hot spring waiting in the back, and you already know exactly what time it is. The plot's about to get thick, if you catch my drift. They usually hit this place for drinks. And yeah, that feels like pure chat move energy, except Locke's just standing there, staring like he spawned in as an NPC. The elf's gutted that they couldn't prep a single bite, but Locke shrugs like starving is his normal. Says it's all good. And right on cue, we get that classic "don't go out at night" warning, because surprise, surprise, some villagers apparently don't like humans, which is basically code for a plot twist, sprinting straight for us. The elf won't shut up about trade in snowstones, and I'm standing there like, cool, because all I want is for the waifus to finally show up so we can jump straight into the good stuff. Locke finally snags some alone time and slips into his pocket dimension, probably because the social pressure of playing human in an elf village is way too much for him. The second he shows up, this whole squad of weak little spirits starts yelling, "Papa," and I'm telling you, if this guy wasn't the MC, he'd be getting flagged for sure. The whole family shows up to welcome him back, and I'm telling you, this level of riz from a generic MC is so outrageous it feels downright insulting to us hardworking Chad. They've got this huge feast laid out, and the food actually looks pretty decent. But come on, we're not here for some digital steak. We're here for real action. They're going on about crop rotation and fish production like we're stuck in a farming simulator. But hey, at least the demon mommy's there in the shot. Lucky the wolf is slumped in the corner, looking utterly wrecked, more depressed than I am after a full 10 pull with a 0 SSR. Turns out the poor doggo tried to plow the fields, but he accidentally brought out a nuke instead, and honestly, that's the most relatable "I'm way too strong" vibe ever. Locke tries to play the nice guy, cuddles up to the wolf, and reassures him farming's allowed to go wrong as long as you're busy biting things. That wolf gets so overwhelmed he's straight up crying wild for a giant monster. But hey, even the ultimate Chad has a heart. Lucky swears he'll give it everything. And meanwhile, Locke is out here showering him with head pats, like he's campaigning for the world's best dad. Right then, a fierce knock hammers the door of the guest house in the real world, snatching Locke's cozy family moment out of thin air. It's Demorta, the resident demon mommy, and she's strutting in that dress like pure class, hauling the bird Ciel back with her. Locke freezes in surprise when they finally meet at the entrance. But with Demor's sheer presence, she's basically impossible to miss. The bird snaps back with the intel, and Locke finally tries to use his brain for once figuring out what the heck is going on in this village. Demorti drops a truth bomb, tears into the village head lady as a complete fraud, and honestly, I'm 100 with her, because when it comes to mommies, they're never wrong. She clocks that the old lady's got secrets tucked away, and she's absolutely done with keeping the dragon sealed, because trust me, the chaos is about to blow wide open. Locke pieces together what he heard earlier, and the dragon's voice finally clicks like some legendary plot armor decided to start protecting him. He still remembers the dragon snapping that he better not wake it up, and honestly, mood, because if a dragon had a bed, I'd stay in it forever too. They decide to lay low in the village for a while, and the wolf brings up the hot springs again. Yeah, that's the absolute cinema moment we've all been waiting for. The story cuts to an outdoor bath buried in snow, and the moment you step in, you can practically feel the steam and the tension heat up in the air. Locke just sinks into the water like he finally deserves the peace, while those tiny spirits drift around, acting like adorable little NPCs. And just like that, the harem rolls in, the camera's basically starving for those assets, and Shannon and Marrow are caught looking absolutely down bad. That zoom on the legs is straight up high-tier fan service, and I know exactly what you're all staring at right now. Locke tells them they all look great, and it's the most please don't judge me compliment ever, because there are 3 top-tier waifus and towels right in front of him. Everyone's splashing and laughing their heads off. Yeah, even the dragons dive right into the bath like it's the best party in town. Lucky the wolf is shaking on the sidelines like a living furball because water is his worst nightmare. Demorty snaps her magic into place and forms a cozy, warm bubble around the wolf because she's a giga-chad mommy who makes sure everyone's taken care of. The wolf finally cracks a real smile. The vibes are pure perfection. It's basically a beach episode, except everything's buried in snow and there's even more steam. Marrow, the mermaid mommy, waddles up to Locke with drinks in hand, and her plan is practically bursting out of that towel. They're sipping banana sake made by D. Mortem. One taste and it feels like you'd get cooked in under 5 minutes. Locke's locked in on Marrow's assets. And yeah, I get it, because that girl is straight up built like a goddess. She casually mentions she used to soak in hot springs and even visit underwater volcanoes like, that's the wildest bathhouse flex I've ever heard in my life. An overhead shot sweeps over the entire squad, all relaxed like kings. And honestly, this is the kind of luxury most of us will never, ever get to feel. Suddenly, Shannon the elf gets nailed by sake. Her face flushes like a ripe tomato, and that's it. She's officially gone. Locke panics like she's about to die, but it turns out she's just a total lightweight. She can't handle her liquor. And honestly, it's kind of adorable. She snaps back to her senses, slides Locke a cup, and those bright eyes. The kind that can be dangerous, especially for a guy with 0 experience. Her leaning in like that is a total man of culture move, and Locke's sweating like crazy, not from the hot water, but from the tension. Her heart slamming against her ribs, and Locke just stares at her like she's caught him completely off guard. The romance alarms are blaring like crazy right now. Demore starts playing some magical music, and the whole world instantly melts into a dream sequence. Musical notes are literally dripping out of the air, and the whole crowd is locked in this bath scene, has absurd, top-shelf production value. That music is so loud, the whole village is probably hearing it, and honestly, that's a savage flex, like, humans don't exist yet, we're still showing off. The next morning finally creeps in, sunrise spilling over the mountains, but my gut screams this morning after is about to turn ugly. And yeah, the whole squad is straight up wrecked, suffering the worst hangovers of their lives. While Locke looks like he's stared at the face of God, and God just handed him a bottle of sake. We kick off the day with our boy Locke and this gorgeous elf lady rolling straight into the local mines. Because yeah, they need those shiny rocks to keep the whole vibe alive. She tells him this place is a total secret from the village head, like she's handing him VIP treatment, and she dazzles him by pulling out ancient magic writing only she can reveal. Locke's still getting wrecked by last night's bender, but with some medicine from the homie on deck, he's not puking his guts out yet. Suddenly, we slammed into a roadblock. A magic windhole whirling so fast it felt like it was turning my head the second we stumbled out of the club. Turns out only one big shot mage, Margaret, can mend it, but she's stuck battling dragons, so she won't waste time on some tiny hole in a wall. That grumpy elf NPC gets up, rolls the dice like he's on a mission, and starts ranting about outsiders totally clueless. He's talking to the main character right in front of him. Locke doesn't even break a sweat. He just calls it, lets his big white wolf take the lead, and sets out to show these locals what a real Chad looks like in action. Lucky looks absolutely unstoppable, thick, ready, and locked in, and that wolf's face. It screams that one single paw is about to wipe out his entire career. The wolf starts charging up a magic circle that looks straight out of a blockbuster, while the local NPCs stare baffled, like seriously, where did this beast even come from? Locke yells at him to back off, but Lucky goes full berserk. Then he straight up obliterates the cave wall like it's wet paper. That wind hole is gone, and so is the entire side of the mountain, so everyone just stands there, staring at the void like, are we about to get buried alive? I'll give you $10 if you can guess what that repair bill's gonna be, because right now that hole in the scenery looks absolutely monstrous. Lucky's standing there totally baffled, replaying the moment like, did I really hold back enough? While the grumpy elf just freezes speechless at the sheer nerve of this dog. But hold up, the overkill totally paid off, because they cracked it open and found a vein of snowstones shining brighter than a brand new iPhone. The miners are snapping and spiraling because they're stuck with this for the whole year. Meanwhile, Locke just stands there owning the moment like he's the absolute king. Lucky tries to play it cool like he masterminded everything. But come on, we all know he just wanted an excuse to blow stuff up for pure thrill. The villagers are gawking at this dog like he's a living god, and after that performance, I swear I'd be the next one down on my knees. Even the grumpy Gitten has to choke down his pride and thank the wolf, because for once, this background tough guy actually shows rare, real growth. To thank him, they finally hand Locke a small souvenir like, wow, showing respect to the cultured king and his absolutely overpowered pet. It's this massive snowstone that looks like a real masterpiece, and you already know it's going to cash out for a ridiculous amount of money later. Gitten even tosses out an apology for how much of a hater he was earlier, because in this world, leveling a mountain is apparently the fastest way to make friends. With the job finally finished, the boys burst into celebration, ready to stuff their faces like they just hit the jackpot because they absolutely earned it. They swing the invite for Locke and the crew to the party, and you already know our heroes are about to feast like royalty with drinks that hit harder than a perfect combo. Lucky's out here straight up, chasing clout, badgering Locke for praise like, come on, I'm such a good boy. The same good boy who nukes mountains. That elf girl starts cuddling the wolf, and for once, Lucky is absolutely winning, while Locke just watches his summon rake in all the girls. She gets all mushy about wanting to see the world, and Locke hits her with that classic main character pep talk, straight up pure riz. Look at that grin, she's totally down. Bad for our boy, or maybe she just wants to get back to the wolf. A tiny gargoyle messenger slips in to warn them they're going to be late because the whole plot is sprinting way faster than we ever expected. Locke drops that he's got his own gargoyle buddy, and the elf girl instantly realizes his party isn't just random, it's packed with top-tier summons. The gargoyle starts spilling lore about a barrier around the village, trapping it from the outside world like a cheap Wakanda disguise. That elf girl is completely rattled. She had no clue about this, and now she's side-eyeing Margaret hard, convinced she's sneaking around behind everyone's backs. They're arguing about whether to smash it open or keep it intact. And you know Locke, he's always ready to unleash a little glorious barricade-level chaos. She steps up and takes the blame head-on, showing everyone she's way more than a pretty face. She's a full-on boss who'll eat the consequences for breakfast. They slam things shut in the cave and gear up to head back. But for our crew, yeah, the mystery is only warming up. Locke tails a tiny bird named CL, chasing a mysterious merchant at the edge of the unknown because the hunger for answers never, ever lets up. They slam into a dead end, then Locke's sharp instincts kick in, and he realizes that wall is just a trick, hiding the real way forward. It's a secret passage that straight up spits you into the country of sorcery, and you just know the moment you step in, magic hits fast, hard, and probably with danger right behind it. But the place is crawling with traps, so they throw in the towel and save the dungeon run for after they've had a nap. We get this giant wide shot of the whole area, and wow, the scale of this barrier is straight up unreal. Somebody dumped an insane amount of mana into it. Suddenly, a whole swarm of adorable fairy girls pop in, buzzing with excitement to shred the snowy mountains on sleds like it's the best field trip ever. They're building sleds like crazy and gearing up for full throttle action. And if I'm being real, this looks way more fun than spending my life mining rocks. Everyone's teaming up, and the crew starts lining up to hop on wyverns like they're about to crush a fantasy X Games course. Then Marrow, the thick mommy of the crew, pulls Locke aside and says he's going with her. And trust me, I already know exactly what you're all staring at, you lucky bastard. She can't fly, but she's absolutely radiating magic, and Locke wastes no time, tagging right along with her for the ride. They hurl themselves off the cliff, and it's total pandemonium, sleds and wyverns blasting through the air like a Mario Kart race that fully spiraled out of control. The fairies are partying like it's the end of the world, zooming so recklessly that one bump could snap their necks. Look at them go. Everyone's grinning, feeling unstoppable until the G-forces start punching in. And yeah, that's just how they roll in this village. Lucky and Locke are watching the carnage from a safe distance, praying that everyone actually makes it out alive in one piece. After that ride, the poor fairies look totally wrecked. Stars whirl around their heads like a classic cartoon. Marrow's staring like lunch is about to save her again for the second time today, while Locke just loses it, laughing at the sheer chaos of his waifu. And of course, one of the little ones is begging to go again. Right now, these kids have zero chill and enough energy to power a whole city. Now we crank it up and head straight into the land of sorcery, Suju, where the buildings look razor sharp and the danger keeps climbing. In a dim, dark room, suspicious figures huddle over a dirty plan, and you already know at the moment they whisper in the shadows, someone's about to get cooked. They're like, the prince is thrilled about this. And trust me, that's never a good sign in a world where the royals are corrupt and bored to the bone. Then comes the bombshell reveal, former hero. Kid-san steps out, and the second you see him, you realize he's gone full edgelord since getting fired. Just look into those eyes. This guy's seconds away from snapping, crashing the whole vibe, and turning his grudge into everybody else's problem. Back with the crew, Marrow is still sprawled out and passed out on the ground, while the kids are already buzzing with plans for their next wild adventure. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? Today we're diving back into straight-up cinema, because our boy is living the dream with a pet that feels like a cheat code. First, Lucky gets a sled custom fit for him, and look at that face, he's at maximum fluff. His cuteness stat is straight up smashing the scale right now. Now Locke and his local waifu are just vibing, convinced a peaceful day is finally on the way, while the tiny NPCs on the sidelines whip up cheers like they're watching a festival. But Lucky's not built for some slow, boring life. He suddenly yanks Locke and the sled girl like an absolute Chad, leaving them zero time to even pray to whatever god they think might save them. Before they can even blink at the lack of seatbelts, Lucky goes full send, hurls them off the cliff, and I'm dead serious. I'd pay good money just to see the instant shock on their faces. That poor girl is totally unraveling, screaming like a ghost just jumped out at her, because they're charging straight toward this massive tree at Mach 10, and you know damn well OSHA is not signing off on that. But relax. Lucky's the kind of man who's steeped in culture and magic, so he casually conjures a magic circle and blasts a hole straight through the forest like it's no big deal. Can you believe the nerve of this dog straight up bulldozing through nature like it's nothing? Just because it's in his way, while the girl in the back is probably rethinking every choice she's ever made. They're basically gliding through the snow right now, and I swear, if this isn't the absolute peak of winter sports, then I don't know what is. Lucky is out here howling at the moon in full daylight like he owns the sky, because yeah, he's got that dog in him, for real, while Locke's just sitting there praising his pet's top-tier driving skills like it's pure magic. Finally, they slam to a stop, then the poor girl's face down in the snow, completely wrecked, while Lucky just sits there, smug and totally ready to go again. Locke clocks that the girl is basically done for, so he orders her to take a breather in the mini garden, while Lucky's over there in full tantrum mode, screaming that he wants to go talk again, like he's got unlimited high-voltage energy. But the fun dies fast when they trip over these creepy magic wind holes in the snow, like the story is about to go full disaster mode. Lucky's nose is on a whole other level. He sniffs the air and catches a stench so foul it's basically straight trash. And you instantly know those NPCs are up to something. They start digging and unearth this wildly edgy black crystal, and the second the rocks start glowing purple, you just know someone's about to wreck the world's balance. Suddenly, a brand new challenger steps in, hood up, locking eyes with Ivan like, "Hey, look at me." And the whole scene screams mysterious foo energy. She snaps, "Pack your bags, get out," because the dragon seal is about to shatter. And honestly, the second a dragon shows up, you already know the next episode's budget is about to explode. She suddenly starts spilling big feelings about her grandma. But just as they're about to dive into the lore, Lucky clocks that they're surrounded by a pack of hooded losers. They think they're the main characters, bursting out from the bushes and machine gunning fireballs like they're clearing a low-level raid. Lucky just stands there like a gigachad, taking the fire head on, then flicks his tail with casual swagger to swat the magic away like it's tennis. The villains clock that they're getting mid-diffed, so they huddle up and unleash a crazy magic combo like they truly think they're starring in an Avengers-style team-up. They unleash this huge purgatory bird. Seriously, it looks like absolute cinema, but they forget one tiny detail. The thing they're fighting, and that monster eats gods like it's breakfast. These clowns are grinning under their hoods like they've already won, but Locke just stands there ice cold, totally unbothered, and Lucky snaps. He's done toying and he flings a counterspell so their bird suddenly looks like a roasted chicken. Locke tosses out that Lucky's magic is on a whole hold rent level, and the villains' faces go from, I run this, to totally cooked in second. That explosion is so massive it could rattle the neighbors, maybe even the people in the 3 villages over. When the smoke finally fades, the villains are sprawled across the snow like they got tossed aside, and the risen her right now. Man, that bad luck is unreal. He yanks them into knots, binds them up tight like bundles of sticks, and drags them into interrogation only for these creeps to still act like they've got some kind of chance. Locke shoots, so you're from Suju, and the lead villain tries to play it cool. But the moment those words land, you can tell it his plot armor is already gone. Locke looks at these guys who love snow so much and decides to cash in, turning them into his own human sled. And honestly, that's the petty energy I live for. The villains are outright sobbing and begging for forgiveness as a hyperactive wolf drags them through the freezing frost. They finally spill it. An entire army is marching in 3 days to torch the village and unseal the dragon. Locke's secretly a good guy, so he's freaking out over the village's ties to Suiju because these dudes just tried to turn him into a kebab. The villain hauls out 1,000,000 gold and tries to bribe Locke into letting them escape because they're convinced everyone can be bought. Locke then drops the ultimate gigachad move. He shuts it down and says no, because he's not some money simp when there's a dragon on the line. He tells the guy it's not all about profits, real rich coming from someone with a pet that basically prints money. Still, gotta admit, the line sounds badass. The villain drops that classic line, you'll regret this, like some cheap NPC warning. But the real meaning is clear, he's about to lose again later. They drag the prisoners back to the village chief, and he's basically the definition of an NPC. Same long beard, same lifeless stare. Locke lays it out that the entire army is about to wipe them out. But the village head is clearly snorting pure copium. He refuses to believe it. This old man is so desperate for diplomacy that he actually wants to free the prisoners because he can't stand hurting Suiju's feelings. Bro, he's a full-on beta. Ivan scrambles to convince him that Locke's telling the truth, but the old man brushes the youth off with total disrespect. The village head just casually slices the ropes and frees the villains. Like, what is he thinking? I'm losing it over how insanely stupid he is. Again, he dials Ivana Brat and barks at her to sit down, proving he's not just a coward, but a full-on hater. The villain flashes that I told you so smirk at Locke, then threatens him if he doesn't knock the teeth out of his mouth. I'm going to blow a fuse. And just to make it worse, the village head snaps Locke and Ivan up and orders them tossed into a cave prison for 3 days, basically muting the only 2 people who know the truth. Ando, another girl, finally steps in to speak for them because she's got more brain power than the entire council stacked together. But this old man refuses to budge. He swears they committed a crime by hurting the important people from Suju. Locke tells Ando to calm down because he knows he can't take on the whole village right now, but he still throws the old man one final warning. Everyone's getting cooked in 3 days. The village chief just huffs and warns that if nothing changes, Locke's on the hook, like that's rich, coming from the guy who's literally seconds away from getting everyone slaughtered. So now our heroes are trapped in a cave, staring at the walls as the countdown to the apocalypse ticks down with every heartbeat. Locke stays weirdly calm, like he's got a secret ace up his sleeve if things get dull. He can just blast a hole straight through that mountain with Lucky. He starts zooming out, realizing that if the dragon escapes, it's not just the village that's doomed, it's the whole world. So we pick back up with Locke looking dead set on something like he's cooking up a wild plan that's got explosions written all over it, and maybe even more thick wafers to go with the chaos. Yo, my cultured king's your boy's back. And this recap is straight up the most absolute cinema you've ever seen. We're diving right into the chaos where Locke and the squad are supposedly thrown into prison. But wait, look at this place. If this is jail, then lock me in, because this room is straight up vibing. The elf home straight up tells him it's basically a guest room, only it's locked in with iron bars because they don't want any dangerous travelers roaming free without the right permit. Suju's troops are about to crash in 3 days. That's it. So they've got to forge a plan right now, no time to waste. Suddenly the air turns heavy. Demore strolls in, and Lord mercy, just look at the lich, mommy. That dress is doing absolute damage. And yeah, I know you're staring too. She doesn't even touch a key, she just waltzes right in because she's already mastered the crystal barrier. And now she's basically showing off her magic like, yeah, I can do this, to everyone in the room. She tells them she can forge a barrier even tougher than the village's current one. And then she spots it, everyone staring at the ground looking absolutely wrecked. Locke's way more terrified that the dragon's gonna wake up than any marching army. So Demore just shrugs and casually says, the old village head lady will probably break the seal herself any day now. Little Ivan flips out, tweaking like crazy, yelling that Grandma would never be selfish, no way, never. Demore doesn't hold back. She tells the kids to their faces that Grandma's magic is breaking down, and the barrier is done for. She spills the truth. Grandma's trying to break Ivan's fate as the next successor so he won't be chained to this village forever. But the second he hears it, his mind shatters, and he spirals into a full breakdown, convinced he's got zero talent. Ivan starts blasting out massive magical power like a busted faucet, and the nerve of this kid thinking he's weak while he detonates, the whole room is absolutely unhinged. Stuff is flying all over the place, and those elf guards are getting blasted backward like they don't even matter. Our boy Locke steps in and drops a total Chad move. He snatches the kid out of the way before he can get hurt. Look at that form, absolute cinema. Demort clocks it instantly. The kid's magical potential is off the charts, exactly like she'd feared and hoped. Locke smashes the clues together. Grandma wants Ivan to live a normal life, because if the world ever learns how broken his power is, they'll come for him and try to abuse it. They finally catch their breath, start trading theories about the dragon, and Locke's acting wildly optimistic like, maybe it's actually kind. Bro, that's a legendary beast, not a stray you're trying to buddy up with. Demore thinks he's making himself look like a full-blown simp to the dragon, but Locke just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Suddenly, a pack of buff elves barges in like they're ready for a fight because they heard Locke attack the messenger, and now they want smoke. Locke admits it like a total boss, and the tension is so thick it could cut glass. But hold up, plot twist. These guys weren't even trying to win a fight. They hated those messengers because they acted all high and mighty, and the only reason they showed up was to party. Yeah, to party. They throw the whole squad a feast because Locke's trusted by the smartest dude in the village like, that's a huge W, straight up. That elf leader's a straight up bro. He grins and tells Locke, since you're a man of culture, pull up a seat at our table. The moment the feast kicks off, the whole place lights up and the vibes are absolutely perfect. Homies, look at this spread. There's this massive fox just vibing, peed and danced out like it owns the place. And the wafers are here in full force too. I'll spot you $10 if you can find a wilder party in a manga this week. While everyone is busy digging into the food, they snap into business and start talking about how Suju is trying to screw the village over. That elf bro is furious because the village head is getting totally played like a fiddle. Then Grandma Margaret strides into the party looking exactly like the real deal. The elves keep it cool around her since it's only the higher-ups that hate her tribe. Then she starts roasting the elf leader's face, and it's downright hilarious. The more dimensions she's forced to juggle, the less she can taste because being a lich is pure struggle. But Grandma steps in and slips her some special banana sake. Like the moment she takes a sip, her eyes practically shoot out of her head. She can actually taste it because Grandma just handed a dead girl her taste buds back. And that's straight up top-tier magic. Grandma reveals she built the food so it turns straight into magical power. And just like that, Demort becomes an official fan. Then she drops the real truth with tech like this out in the world. She can't die yet. After the party, the elf leader snatches Locke aside and whispers about the creepy barrier swallowing the village. Turns out, those Suju merchants have been secretly digging magic windholes into the forest floor. But Locke suddenly whips out a black crystal he found, And whoa, things start looking seriously suspicious. Demortiana notices it and realizes this crystal is made to gulp in magical power, while the enemy keeps draining the village's mana like a parasite, right down to the last drop. They clocked it. Those scouts weren't just scouting. They were gearing up to slam a massive barrier down and trap everyone inside. We get one last peek at the feast, while that giant fox just sits there like a total good boy. And yeah, the waifus are still out there singing and dancing, but the party's already dead, like the lights just got cut. The elf bros grab Locke and tell him it's time to head out, gear up, and get ready for the invasion. They lead Locke to a hidden path tucked behind a hanging cloth in the cave, one that shoots straight to Quran village. It's a full-on emergency escape route, and they're putting their faith in Locke because that guy's the GOAT. Ivan finally drags himself awake, and there's Grandma looming over him, deadly Syria. The kid looks totally lost, but Grandma flashes that soft, selfless determination like she's about to do something amazing. She grabs Ivan's attention and insists he quit the village with Locke and head straight for Quran. Ivan's fine stunned. She always drilled it into him. Never leave, and now she just yanks him into a tight hug. Yeah, this is getting emotional, guys. I'm definitely not crying. Okay, maybe a little. She grabs his attention and tells him to listen to Locke and stop throwing himself into danger. She slips him one final smile like a promise and tells him to take care of himself. Then she spins around and storms off, leaving the kid to lock up while that look in her eyes says it all. She's about to pull off something wild to protect them. Ivan is still baffled about how she flipped her decision so fast. Locke tells her, I don't want you just stuck as a mage. I want you to get out there, taste the world, and forge your own path. Ivan's fired up. He blurts that he respects her because she's the world's greatest mage, and he's begging to train so he can seal dragons too. He's chasing the sealer title so Grandma can finally lay down for good. And yeah, this kid is a straight-up future Chad. Locke slaps a warm head pat on him because the kid's officially one of the crew now. They finally stumble back to Quran village and blast the news to Mayor Gris. The mayor's face radiates purebred energy like he's about to explode with power any second. He's scrambling to keep pace with all the chaos Locke drags back with him. Mermaids first, then dragons and full-blown invasions. And somehow this guy is still just trying to catch a nap. He spilled some major lore revealing that the sorcery nation of Suiju is tied directly to the Fourth Prince's faction. These guys are the deadliest villains around. No line they won't cross to snatch victory. Locke finally realizes it. If that Fourth Prince is in this, they're done for. Suddenly, a guard storms in, screaming that everything is spiraling out of control. Locke leans toward the window and spots smoke billowing over Anissa village. This invasion isn't waiting 3 days. It's tearing through right now. And just like that, the cliffhanger drops the hammer. The war has officially begun. Pure, absolute cinema.